Chapter 368. It had been more than a month since he left the Divine City. Now that he was back, Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity. This was a giant city full of passion. He thought that no one would notice his peaceful return, but not long after he entered the city, many people came up to him with fiery eyes and greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother Gu Feng, you're finally back. We've been looking forward to seeing a Genesis technique again." "There's nothing to say. Brother Gu, let's go to the Drunken Immortal Tower. I'll treat you. Don't go home until you're drunk. The Divine City is really lonely without Brother Gu. Many of us are looking forward to your appearance, ha ha ha." Many people tried their best to rope in Yi Fan. In the northern region, where Genesis was abundant, Genesis technique masters enjoyed a very high status and were guests of all the major sections. Yi Fan smiled. Although he did not know most of these people, he still responded to them one by one. He did not know what kind of expression these people would have when his identity as the sacred body of the ancients was exposed one day. Perhaps some people would fight to the death for the sacred relic, perhaps some would help him escape, or perhaps some would kill him to claim credit from the sacred ground. "Brother Gu, you're finally back. You don't know that someone said they wanted to have a Genesis technique duel with you. You disappeared for so long and those people said you ran away in fear. They said a lot of nasty things. I think they were trying to provoke you. Now that Brother Gu is back, you can crush them in Genesis techniques." Yeah, some people are really arrogant. They said they wanted to crush Brother Gu in Genesis techniques. This time you have to teach them a lesson. We can't stand it anymore. Yi Fan smiled and thanked them. It took him a lot of effort to get out of the crowd and soon arrived at Li Heishui's residence. Li Heishui laughed. His dark face was filled with relief. "Little Yi, you guys are really good. You captured a saintess alive. This really made my jaw drop. Has the Red Dragon Taoist left the Divine City?" Yi Fan asked this question because he needed a strong backup. He felt that there would most likely be some waves this time. Li Heishui smiled. "All the old farts in the Divine City want him to leave. Many people feel uncomfortable with him here, but he has no intention of leaving." "Great." Yi Fan was overjoyed. If there was a problem, he could find the Red Dragon Taoist to suppress it. He believed that the other party would not sit idly by. "You're finally back. Today is worth celebrating. Shall we go to Miaoyu Nunnery, Shuiwa Courtyard, or Moon Tower?" Li Heishui chuckled and told him about the 3 holy places of romance in the Divine City. "Forget about these places. Let's keep a low profile." Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. "You've already suppressed 2 holy maidens, so you naturally don't care about the 3 great sage. However, don't look down on them either. For example, and Miaoyu isn't any weaker than the holy maidens. You've never been decent." Yi Fan punched him. "Little Yezi, which one of us isn't proper? You have 2 great sages' daughters with you, and you still have the cheek to talk about me? The 2 great sage women are just flowers in the mirror and moons in the water. If they are released, it will be a disaster." Li Heishui smiled and said, "Then let's go to Drunken Immortal Palace or Fantasy Food Manor." Yi Fan nodded and said, "Since we've been to Drunken Immortal Palace, let's go to Fantasy Food Manor to celebrate. Today I'll go all out and treat you to an immortal banquet." Even holy sovereigns don't order immortal banquets. They often cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source stones. Let's just forget about it. It's fine. Let's go have a look. The 2 of them soared into the sky and flew towards the Fantasy Food Manor. This was a multicolored jade palace. Every celestial palace was of a different color. They were built from green jade, purple jade, white jade, and so on. From afar, they could see the palace sitting in the clouds, sparkling and translucent. It was as if they had arrived in the world of immortals. Jade plants and immortal flowers were planted in front of the palaces, and spiritual birds were flying in the air. "Little Brother Gu Feng, you're back." As soon as they arrived, someone familiar noticed them. From a white jade palace in the distance, Yao Yuekong walked out and laughed. "I have guests here. After I'm done, I'll go find you. Save me a seat." "Okay, see you in a bit. Let's drink to our heart's content today." The 2 smiled and agreed. Fantasy Food Manor naturally had great factions supporting them. One of them was the great Xia royal family of the Central Plains. They had people stationed in Divine City all year round, and they had participated in the creation of this palace. The cultivation of the 18 young ladies was not weak. They wore 5-colored feather clothes and had sweet smiles on their faces. They led the way for the 2 of them and brought them into a violet jade immortal palace. It's really a small world for enemies. "I think I saw a bunch of bastards in a palace not far away," Li Heishui mumbled. "What's going on?" Yi Fan asked. "They're here for you. Last time, You obtained an incomplete primordial divine herb, a black gold dragon rune saint spirit sword, and a divine silkworm. It shook the entire divine city and spread to all the Genesis technique families. Last time Yi Fan had made a huge bet and defeated Tuoba Chang. This time not only did the Tuoba clan send experts, but the other ancient technique families also sent experts to Divine City. Yi Fan didn't care. This time there was bound to be an even bigger storm. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to obtain 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. Many Genesis technique experts came to Divine City. They're only a part of it. However, they've really gone overboard. In order to force you to come out, they've threatened to trample you to death in Genesis techniques. I'm looking forward to them trampling me, but I won't accept their challenge without 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis source. If they want to find me, they'll have to think it over first. Yi Fan and Li Heishui didn't attend an immortal banquet. That would be too ostentatious and would likely arouse the ire of many powerful figures. Outside the palace, the lotus pond was covered in mist. Several girls danced gracefully as if they were in the pond. The wine didn't intoxicate them, but they were intoxicated. The two drank cup after cup of wine. Not long after, a young girl came forward and said, "Two esteemed guests, the Prince of Great Xia has learned that you're here and will come in a while. I hope you can wait for a while." "Don't worry, we won't be leaving anytime soon." Yi Fan nodded. The Great Xia royal family was one of the supporters behind Fantasy Eating Manor, so it wasn't surprising that the prince knew they were here. Not long after, another girl came forward and bowed. "Two esteemed guests, the guests from the Green Palace across the street want you to go over." "People from the Green Palace?" Li Heishui sneered. It was the Genesis technique aristocratic family he had mentioned earlier. "They want us to go over, not invite us over?" Yi Fan asked the girl with a smile. He found that the girl was very skillful with her words. She must have said something disrespectful to them. The girl deliberately didn't use the word invite when passing on the message. Instead, she used the word want to tactfully clarify the situation. "Yes." The girl nodded. They were used to seeing powerful figures here. Although they weren't very old, they were very sophisticated. "Who do they think they are? They want us to go over so casually. Tell them we're not free," Li Heishui said. The girl was put in a difficult position, but she obediently retreated. Although the people from the Green Palace had received a beautified report, there were still people who were unhappy. The fact that the two of them didn't come was enough to explain the result. How arrogant. There are seniors from the Genesis technique world here, but they're putting on airs. Do they really think they're the Yuan Taoist master? They don't care about the seniors at all. They're so arrogant and have no manners at all. The young people all sneered. They stood up and looked towards the purple tower. Yi Fan and Li Heishui saw people looking over through the lotus pond, but they didn't mind. They continued to clink cups and enjoy the young girl's graceful dance. "They're coming." Yi Fan saw the young people walking over and about to enter the purple tower. "You two are really arrogant. Famous figures of the Genesis technique world are here, but you won't even move a step when they ask you to go over and toast." The person at the front sneered as soon as he entered the purple tower. Yi Fan raised his head and glanced at them. "What do you mean by toast? The few of you are arrogantly shouting at us to go over. Is there any respect in this? Why should the two of us respect you?" Li Heishui put down his chopsticks and swept a glance at them. "Who are you? Do we know you that well? What right do you have to ask us to go over and toast? Don't you know who we are? We've been waiting in Divine City for more than a month to have a Genesis technique duel with Gu Feng." The other person sneered. "So it's you guys?" Li Heishui nonchalantly glanced at them before downing another cup of wine. "Recently, I've been hearing people say that you guys are going to crush Gu Feng in terms of Genesis techniques. After saying such vicious words, you still dare to brazenly invite us over for a toast. We did say some things, but we just wanted you guys to come out as soon as possible. Don't hide in your shell all the time." The young people were quite disrespectful. "Where did these flies come from? How annoying. If you don't leave, I'll call the people from Fantasy Food Hall to chase you out." Li Heishui waved his hand as if he was swatting flies. Good. Since you're so arrogant, we'll meet at the Sacred Stone Square." They wanted to attack, but gave up on the idea when they remembered where they were. "Where you guys? Do I know anyone? Do you think I'll agree to any random nobody?" Yi Fan picked up some food and placed it in his mouth. He then sneered. "If you want to have a Genesis technique duel with me, prepare the divine root in advance. If the value is less than 1,000,000 kilograms of pure Genesis, don't bet with me." The group was stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis, This was an earth-shattering bet. There had never been such a huge bet before. All of you are so arrogant, yelling at us, but you can't even come out? Since that's the case, don't be so arrogant. Go back to where you came from. Yi Fan said coldly. Do you have 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis yourself? Do you really know us? Go and ask about Gu Feng's battle record. Just your Genesis technique clan alone gave us a head-sized divine root. Li Heishui laughed. The group was speechless, not knowing what to say. It was impossible for them to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. You guys are from different Genesis technique clans. Since your elders are here, go back and tell them that if they want to bet with me, they have to take out 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Otherwise, don't provoke me. Yi Fan also threatened. The girls nearby were stunned. 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. Such an astronomical figure was too shocking. Many of the guests in the palace were alarmed. An earth-shattering bet, 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. It was really shocking to dare to make such a claim. Nearby, several people passed by and happened to see Yi Fan and the others. One of them sneered. I was wondering who it was. So it's you two youngsters who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How arrogant. Yi Fan's gaze flickered. He found that it was the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Yishui. We are having a Genesis technique duel and stating the wager. What does that have to do with you? Li Heishui was completely unafraid. He had long wanted to throw the black metal token at Yi Fan's face. Ignorant youngsters, are you talking to me? Li Yishui's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan and Li Heishui spoke at the same time. This stone gambling was destined to cause a huge storm. Rather than that, it was better to first intimidate the person who had spoken up. You two youngsters don't know the meaning of death. Old man, don't flaunt your seniority. The two were not afraid at all. At this moment, the great Xia Prince and the little nun in white arrived. Xia Yiming laughed from afar. Brother Gufeng, you are finally back. Yi Fan was surprised to find that the little golden fairy had also appeared. It was glued to the little nun in white's shoulder and was angrily waving its little claws at him. Is there really going to be an earth-shattering bet? 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis is enough to shake the entire northern region. Yao Yuekong laughed heartily as he walked in. What a grand bet. Some of the older generation in the other palaces gasped in surprise when they heard the commotion. Little brother Gufeng is going to do something earth-shattering again? And Miaoyi, who was as beautiful as a dream, appeared. She was also in the fantasy food hall. Chapter 369. The people entering and exiting the fantasy eating hall and drunken immortal house all had some background. There were even powerful figures such as the legendary elders and grand elders of the various sections. The dispute in Violet Tower naturally attracted the attention of others. Not only had Yao Yuekong and Miaoyi come, but even some of the older generation had also come. The great Xia Prince approached and laughed. Little brother Gu, it's been more than a month since we last met. Every time I go to the stone square, I always think of you. Yi Fan stood up with a smile and poured a cup of wine. He ignored Li Yishui and the other disciples of the Genesis technique families and personally offered it to Xia Yiming. Li Heishui also stood up and asked the people of the fantasy eating hall to bring more wine and food. He then invited Yao Yuekong and the others to take a seat, treating the Genesis technique families like air. Humph. One of them coldly snorted as his expression turned icy. Grand Elder Li Yishui strode forward. I don't want to bully the weak, but you two showed no respect to me. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. The disciples of the ancient Genesis technique families sneered, waiting to see Yi Fan and Li Heishui be taught a lesson. Old man, who do you think you are? Do you think you can bully whoever you want? Do you think you're a sacred master or the god king of the eastern wasteland? Li Heishui was not afraid. Li Yishui's disciple beside him scolded, You're courting death. Some words were not suitable for Li Yishui to say. After all, he was a grand elder of a sect. His disciple had no scruples and loudly scolded him. Li Yishui's expression darkened. He indifferently approached and stared at Yi Fan and Yao Yuekong, as if ready to strike at any time. The great Xia Prince stood up and said, Elder, even if they are in the wrong, you don't have to beat them up, right? Yao Yuekong also put down his cup and stood up. Elder, this is the fantasy eating hall. No one is allowed to fight here. They were disrespectful to elderly first. It's reasonable to teach them a lesson. A disciple of the Genesis technique family chimed in. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He waved at the young girl who was waiting not far away and said, Send these people out. You. The expressions of the youngsters from the Genesis technique clan and Li Yishui changed again and again. To think that they would be chased out of the clan. This was something they had never encountered before. Esteemed guests, please leave. The illusory dining hall really has such a rule. You can't disturb other guests. A few beautiful young women stepped forward and carefully explained. Li Yishui flicked his sleeves and with a gloomy face he turned and left. Although he wished for nothing more than to slap Yi Fan and Yi Fan to death, he had no choice but to restrain himself. The supporters of the illusory eatery manor were not to be trifled with, and the Grand Xia Imperial clan was one of them. Haha. Li Heishui laughed heartily. The faces of the Genesis Technique clan disciples turned ashen. Without a word they turned around and left. Yi Fan transmitted from behind, if you wish to fight me in a Genesis Technique, prepare 1,000,000 kilograms of Genesis energy in advance. Otherwise don't go around acting arrogantly. Good. The Genesis Technique clan scions sneered as they cast a glance behind them. They did not say anything else as they angrily strode away. Good cheers. Li Heishui raised his cup and invited everyone to drink together. In the purple pylon, the people present had extraordinary status and were not afraid of Li Yishui and the others. Therefore they did not shy away and drank together. Xiaoguai, don't be angry. On the side, the little nun in white comforted the golden fairy, which was glaring at Yi Fan. Little guy, why are you still thinking about it? Isn't it just a piece of God source? Yi Fan revealed a smile and reached out to grab it. Whoosh. The little golden pixie immediately hid behind the little nun in white. She grabbed a strand of her hair and peeked at Yi Fan. Her eyes were big and round, but she looked a little sneaky. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. And Miaoi was even more envious. She repeatedly said that the little thing was cute and wanted to hug it. When I came back, I saw the celestial silkworm outside the city. What's going on? Yi Fan asked with a smile. It spends most of the day running around. I'm really worried that it will be caught. The little nun tapped the celestial silkworm's forehead and said, Xiaoguai, be obedient. Don't be naughty. When the banquet was about to end, someone from the Green Palace delivered a shocking piece of news. There would be a Genesis Technique showdown with Yi Fan, and the wager was won. 5,000,000 kilograms of pure Genesis. It was a full increase of 500,000 kilograms. A group of people walked out of the Green Palace and took a deep look. A few old men, accompanied by a group of young people, turned around and left. Yi Fan looked at the backs of the old men and frowned. The old men's eyes seemed dim, but there was a divine light in them, and their fingers had completely turned pale gold. How is it? Li Heishui asked. Yi Fan said, it's a big problem. Those old men's Genesis techniques are superb, and the Heaven Origin treasure wheel must have long reached the transformation stage. It is very likely that they have also cultivated a spirit eye. Then what should we do? Can you deal with them? Li Heishui frowned. I hope they haven't cultivated a heaven eye, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan and the others also left the fantasy dining hall. After saying goodbye to the great Xia Prince, Yao Yuekong and the others, they saw Li Yishui again, but he didn't make a move. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this divine city. Young people should keep a low profile. Otherwise you won't know when you will be crushed to death by a finger. After saying this, he rode on a cloud and left with a sneer. That old man is definitely not a good person. If he doesn't make a move now, he must have a good plan. Who knows when he will make a move? I'm more worried that the sacred grounds won't be able to sit still. This time, I'm going to bet 5,000,000 kilograms of Genesis. This will definitely make people think of the Yuan Taoist master. Go back and think about it carefully. This time, it is bound to cause a world-shaking commotion. The older generation of an ancient Genesis Technique family would come out and compete with the young Genesis Technique genius Gu Feng. The wager was won. 5,000,000 kilograms of Genesis, shaking the entire divine city. The entire city was in an uproar when this news came out. It could be said to be a world-shaking gamble. There had not been such a big gamble in thousands of years. Just thinking about it made people suck in a breath of cold air. The news immediately spread, not only in the divine city, but also in the various sects of the northern region. Even the sacred grounds could not remain calm. There was no doubt that this world-shaking Genesis Technique battle would be held in the stone squares of the various sacred grounds. This was extremely bad news for them. In order to force Yi Fan out, the younger generation of the ancient Genesis Technique family had been saying for the past month that they would trample the Genesis Technique genius Gu Feng to death. Now that the Genesis Technique battle was finally about to begin, everyone had a premonition that it would shake the world. As the news spread, many people hurried to the divine city in order to witness this earth-shattering Genesis Technique showdown. Many people had a premonition that they would most likely obtain something extraordinary this time. One must know that a heaven-defying creature like the divine silkworm had appeared last time. This time, the older generation Genesis technique grandmasters would personally participate, and it would definitely be even more magnificent. The faces of the people in the various stone squares turned green. They knew that whoever was chosen would be unlucky. They were all secretly cursing, hoping that something unexpected would happen to the two groups. It would be best if they were kicked out of the divine city. Otherwise it would definitely be a catastrophe for them. In their eyes, Gu Feng and the Genesis technique grandmasters were definitely locusts, the most unwelcome people. After returning to his residence, Yi Fan took out the purple stone core. He had originally planned to use it to cultivate the Heaven's Eye in the future, but it seemed that it was too late. He could find another stone core, but he absolutely could not lose this time. If he did not improve his Genesis divine awareness to the next level, it was very likely that he would be eaten alive by those old men. After all, he had only practiced Genesis techniques for a short period of time, while those people had immersed themselves in them for most of their lives. The stone core was taken out. Purple light swirled around it, turning the room sparkling. Li Heishui stood guard at his side. The moment the purple stone core was cut open, a fragrance filled the room that seeped into one's bones. Even Li Heishui could not help but mumble as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The purple juice overflowed like streams of purple mist, its fragrance assailing the nose. Yi Fan carefully squeezed it out, letting the sparkling drops of liquid flow into his eyes, giving him a refreshing feeling. But the next moment his feeling was very different. He felt waves of burning pain as if there was a raging fire burning. His eyes felt as if they were being pierced by needles and tears flowed down. "Little Yi, are you all right?" Li Heishui was a little nervous. "No worries, this is a necessary process." Yi Fan endured the piercing pain, wiped away his tears and squeezed out all the juice from the stone core, letting it drip into his eyes. He then closed his eyes and quietly operated the Genesis technique, beginning to refine his eyes. At this moment, his eyelids had turned purple, almost transparent and sparkling. It was a very peculiar sight. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of breaking air was heard. A golden thread shot into the room at extreme speed, heading straight for Yi Fan. Li Heishui angrily roared, but he was a beat too slow. He could not keep up with the speed of the golden thread, and could only watch it snatch the stone core skin from Yi Fan's hands. "It's the divine silkworm." Li Heishui was both shocked and angry. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but unfortunately he could not even catch its afterimage. It leapt away with a whoosh. "Don't chase, the stone core skin is useless." Yi Fan shook his head, stopping him. "This little thief is too fast." Li Heishui pushed open the door and saw that the little golden creature had not left. Its body was golden and dazzling, and it stood on the wall hugging the stone core skin, twisting and turning, making faces at him and Yi Fan, and occasionally doing a few somersaults, twisting its little butt at them. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Seeing all this, he could not help but smile. "This little thing is quite interesting." Li Heishui also laughed and scolded, "This little thief is deliberately angering us." The divine silkworm's large eyes were full of life. Seeing that the two of them were not angry, it did not chase after them either, stopping its movements. It hugged the stone core skin, forcefully inhaling the fragrance, revealing an intoxicated expression. Then it happily bit down. However, in the next moment, its joyous expression immediately froze. With a smack sound, it threw the stone core skin onto the ground. Its little face was incredibly bitter, and its expression completely changed. The little golden spirit continuously spat out saliva, jumping about on the wall. Its golden lips had become purple from the bitterness, and then it laid there, retching with all its might. "Ha! You even dare to eat bitter gall, don't you know that as long as it's a gall, it's bitter?" Yi Fan and Li Heishui laughed crazily. The divine silkworm was incomparably furious. It reached out a small claw, silently pointing at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. Its large eyes were brimming with tears, and then it swayed, falling onto the wall, poisoned. "That's true, let's see where you can run now." Li Heishui laughed heartily as he chased after it. The divine silkworm was frightened, and it immediately got up, trying its best to stay awake. Although it was swaying as if it was drunk, its speed did not slow down, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later, Yi Fan stopped the Genesis technique and opened his eyes. 2 rays of purple light flashed, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. "How was it effective?" Li Heishui asked. "Why are you so coquettish, wearing flowery underwear?" Yi Fan laughed. Damn, you have X-ray vision, aren't you afraid of getting a needle's eye? Li Heishui cursed, his old face slightly red and he half-turned his body. Yi Fan's eyes were clear, and his origin divine instinct had improved a lot. Although he had not cultivated the heaven's eye, his eyesight had reached a shocking level, and he could almost see through the scenery behind the wall. He pushed open the door and looked into the distant sky. In the endless distance he could even catch a mosquito. This was a qualitative leap. Little Yi, I can see that you are born to be a perverted thief. If you meet in Miaoyi the princess of the great Xia dynasty, and the saintesses of the various holy lands, how will you make them and others feel? Your thieving eyes will definitely stare straight. Am I such an impure person? Yi Fan smiled. You are as pure as a perverted thief. Li Heishui was very envious and said, I finally understand why the former Yuan Taoist master liked to appear in the stone squares of the holy lands. The stone gambling is fake, he is definitely there for the saintess. Your line of work really has a tradition. 3 days later there will be a big Genesis technique showdown. Let's go to the big stone squares and have a look, said Yi Fan. Little Yi, I despise you. You just cultivated the perverted thief eyes and you want to see the saintess. Li Heishui cursed, be careful of getting a needle's eye if you look too much. I am preparing for the stone gambling. Today I am just looking around, I will not do anything. Tisk. Don't be so sanctimonious, you definitely want to see the saintess. Li Heishui curled his lips. Yi Fan and Li Heishui first walked to the Ji clan stone square, wanting to see if they could find the mysterious king of stones. On the way they heard a lot of news about the Purple Mountain. The lands of the great sage and the 100 sects of the central province were about to fight, and there would be a storm there. Before they got close to the Ji clan stone square, they saw a few familiar faces. The young people of the Genesis technique families were also here, including Wu Ziming, Li Zhongtian, and Tuoba Chang. Obviously they had the same goal as Yi Fan, to choose the stone square and see where they could make a move. These two bastards really can't get along with us. Li Heishui carelessly stared at Wu Ziming and Li Zhongtian and said this to their faces. You. The two were enraged. Isn't that so? You first found Tuoba Chang and this time, you used him to invite a bunch of monsters. Am I wrong? Li Heishui sneered. I won't fight with you now. This time, I don't believe you can turn the tables. Li Zhongtian said viciously. This time, I will personally see you get trampled to death by the seniors in Genesis techniques. Wu Ziming gnashed his teeth. Last time you threatened us but in the end you gave us Genesis techniques for free. This time I look forward to you taking the risk. Li Heishui laughed. The young people of the Genesis technique family sneered. One of them said, I'm afraid you will lose your lives this time. Do you want to kill us? Li Heishui was fearless. Ignorant people, there is life and death in a Genesis technique duel. Don't you know that? You may die in the process of choosing stones. I wasn't joking when I said I would trample you to death. Whether you can live or not will depend on your skills. Don't kneel at our feet when the time comes. The young people of the Genesis technique family sneered. After mocking them they strode forward. There is life and death in the process of stone gambling? Li Heishui asked Yi Fan. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, revealing a trace of seriousness. At this moment they arrived in front of the Ji clan stone square. Yi Fan saw two familiar figures. It was a young man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The man was like a god. His black hair was like a waterfall and light surrounded his body. He was like a natural-born divine king, looking down on the mortal world. He had an oppressive aura of supremacy. It was Ji Haoyue. Beside him, there was a young girl dressed in fluttering purple clothes. She was slender and elegant, and when she smiled, her intelligent eyes would curve into crescents. Cute dimples would appear on her face and her canine teeth would sparkle. It was Ji Ziyue. Chapter 370. After a long time Ji Ziyue was the same as before. When she smiled, her little dimples, her sparkling little canine teeth, and those big crescent-shaped eyes carried a hint of playfulness. Where are you looking? Li Heishui smirked. Yi Fan's face turned red. Just now he unknowingly used his origin divine instinct. However, his penetrating eyes didn't work. There was a thin layer of gauze around Ji Ziyue's body. It shrouded her like mist. He couldn't guess what it was. Perhaps it was as the Peacock King said, Ji Ziyue had a special physique. Or maybe it was the secret treasure that Little Moon often said in the past. How did the divine silkworm fall into the hands of the Ji family's Little Moon? Li Heishui was shocked. Yi Fan was also stunned. Ji Ziyue was hugging the little golden fairy and teasing it. How did this sneaky little thing get caught? When the two got closer, they understood what happened. The little golden creature ate the gall skin by mistake. Its mouth was purple from the bitterness. It looked like it was drunk. Its big eyes were blurred and it kept shaking. "Little girl, did we throw this divine silkworm away?" Lihaishui was very thick-skinned. He moved forward and wanted to trick her. "I told a similar lie when I was 6. Ji Ziyue replied crisply and continued to tease the divine silkworm with a smile. The little golden fairy kept punching drunkenly. It wanted to escape but couldn't. When it saw Yi Fan and Lihaishui approaching, its big eyes were filled with fear. "Xiaoguai, don't be afraid. These two bad guys won't dare to bully you." Ji Ziyue lightly scratched its nose and hugged it. Lihaishui was speechless. He felt that the Ji family's little moon was too eloquent. He wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and continued to walk forward. Yi Fan also lightly brushed past the siblings. He didn't linger. If the divine body sensed something, it would be a disaster. The Ji family stone square was filled with people. It was many times more lively than the last time. "What's going on?" Lihaishui didn't understand. Someone casually said, "Rumor has it that there might be a stone king in the Ji family stone square. Many people come here to try their luck." "There's such a thing?" Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The Genesis technique prodigy from last time. The person noticed the two and exclaimed, "Aren't you guys?" He was very excited to see them. Through their conversation, Yi Fan learned that when he and Tuoba Chang battled in stone gambling, the two of them cut the stones crazily. Many astute seniors guessed that there was a stone king here. On that day, Ji clan sealed the stone garden and had Master Yuan cut the stones one by one to find the rare treasures. You don't know, but the Ji family has suffered heavy losses. More than half of the stones in the stone garden have been cut open, but there was nothing. A Genesis technique expert asserted that even if all the exotic stones in the garden were cut open, the stone king would not be found. Perhaps it had already become a saint spirit and was only cultivating here. You don't know, but Ji family suffered a great loss. They cut more than half of the stones in the garden but found nothing. Yi Fan touched his chin. He didn't expect such a storm to happen. He was speechless. When he walked into the depths of the Ji family's stone square, many people recognized him, immediately causing a commotion. Everyone surrounded him. "Little brother Gufeng, you came to the Ji family's stone garden again. Are you here to chase after the Stone King? Gufeng, you're not going to fight again, are you?" Not far away, when the people of the Ji family heard that Yi Fan had come, their faces all turned green. Last time, Yi Fan could be said to be like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. He took away 2 large pieces of God Source and even cut out a heaven-defying God Silkworm. Now that he was here again, they wanted to close the door and let the dogs out. They wanted to chase him out and never let him in again. "They don't seem to welcome us?" Lihaishui didn't know what was good for him. The people around him were speechless. "Like hell they welcome you. I bet Ji family's people have the urge to kill you. Brothers, you should take it easy. After all, you took a large amount of treasures." Some people advised them not to go overboard. This was a stone workshop in the Holy Land. If they targeted this family, they might really force Ji family's people into a corner. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. Unknowingly, he already had the demeanor of the Yuan Taoist master. Everywhere he went, people's faces turned green. "Everyone, I'm not here to gamble, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm just here for a walk." Yi Fan smiled and explained. Not far away, Ji family's people's faces turned green. They didn't believe his words at all. Why did he come here for a walk? Not far away, Yi Fan saw a fatty with his butt in the air. He was rummaging through a pile of stones. "My God's eyes are blind, this damn fatty is actually wearing red underwear." Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. Along the way, he had been searching for stone kings with his divine eyes. Of course, he would see things he shouldn't. Towards those female cultivators, he could only silently apologize in his heart, but seeing this fatty acting so coquettishly, he was speechless. "No, this fatty looks familiar. Damn, it's that damn Duanda." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He didn't think this fatty would come here. Sure enough, wherever there were benefits there would be unscrupulous Taoists. Although Duanda had changed his appearance, under Yi Fan's transparent eye, he had nowhere to hide, and his wretched charm could be seen clearly. Yi Fan really wanted to go over and kick his butt, but he resisted the urge. He didn't want to alert the enemy and just walked away as if nothing had happened. "Damn fatty, you better pray. If you dare to stay in the divine city, I'll kill you." Yi Fan walked around the Ji clan stone garden and didn't find the Stone King. Finally he left. This made the Ji clan's people sigh in relief. They sent him away as if he was the plague. Then Yi Fan and Li Heishui came to the Dian Stone Square. The moment they came in, they were recognized. Everyone's expression changed. Why do I feel like we're the most unwelcome ones? Li Heishui mumbled. Yi Fan smiled. Wrong, they're very happy to have us as their guests. They just don't want us to appear in their stone squares. Then they entered a few other stone squares. The results were all the same. Everywhere they went, the stone squares acted like they were facing the plague and wanted them to leave immediately. Finally, Yi Fan and Li Heishui entered the Jade Lake Stone Square. This was their last stop of the day. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Yuan Taoist master had left countless legends here. Though many years had passed, there were still some rumors. In the Jade Lake Stone Square, there was a celestial lake by the Heaven Stone Garden called Jade Lake, the same name as the Holy Land. Suddenly, a female disciple came and said that the Jade Lake Saint wanted to invite Gu Feng. Yi Fan's heart thumped and his expression changed. If there was someone who could guess his identity, it would be the Jade Lake Saint. There was an ancient forest by the lake. It was very quiet and no one came in or out. A hazy figure stood there, shrouded in a faint mist. They had met a few times, but Yi Fan had never seen the Jade Lake Saint's face. He wanted to use the Heaven Source divine instinct to see through her. But at this moment, the Jade Lake Saint suddenly spoke. Though it was the voice of nature, it shook Yi Fan's mind. Should I call you Gu Feng or Yi Fan? What do you mean? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. The Jade Lake Saint's voice was magnetic. We entered the absolute beginning forbidden land together and fought over the 9 secrets in Lizhou. I knew then that you must have learned the Source Heavenly Book. Yi Fan shook his head. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden said, although your appearance has changed a lot, your Genesis art has not. You can't change this fact. Yi Fan smiled and said, Fairy, what are you talking about? I really don't understand. Every member from an ancient Genesis technique clan possesses superb Genesis techniques. Could they all be the ones Fairy is looking for? The Jade Lake Saintess smiled and said, You might have heard that the Origin Heavenly Master was an honored guest of our Jade Lake. He was our sect's external protector. Our Jade Lake can recognize his original art. Yi Fan smiled. He was still unmoved. He shook his head and didn't say anything. The Jade Lake Saintess was as hazy as a fairy as she walked through the ancient forest. She casually pointed out the difference between Yi Fan's original art and pointed out the key points. Although we don't have the Source Heavenly Book, we can recognize the unique original arts. Yi Fan knew that she had recognized him. In the absolute beginning forbidden land, she had deduced that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Now she had confirmed his identity through the original art. What do you want? He activated his origin divine instinct and looked forward. His eyes shone with purple light. At this moment he saw through the dense fog and saw a peerless immortal face, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Just as the rumors said, even an old Taoist would be tempted to return to the secular world after seeing the Jade Lake Saint's peerless face. You obtained the stone core and cultivated the heavenly eye? Don't look at me. The Jade Lake Saint was shocked. Then she was ashamed and angry. She couldn't maintain her usual indifference. I didn't cultivate the heavenly eye, Yi Fan denied. However, the purple light in his eyes shone even brighter. He stared forward without blinking. His expression betrayed him. Anyone who saw such a beautiful body would find it hard to stay calm. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven bathing in the mortal world. Her body was snow-white and exquisite. She had the right curves and curves like the finest jade. The Jade Lake was famous all over the world. People from the land of the great sage and the families of the clan of the ancients wanted to marry a woman from the Jade Lake. Unfortunately, not many people could do it, let alone their saint. It was impossible. You. The Jade Lake Saint suddenly turned around and flew into the forest. She had lost her composure. Yi Fan's eyes shone with purple light. Looking at her back, he said to himself, She is indeed a peerless beauty. Her skin is as white as jade. She is a national beauty. Although he could only see her back, her beautiful curves and snow-white skin were enough to make people's blood boil. However, Yi Fan only smiled. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to have any profane thoughts. He just wanted to disturb the other party's peace of mind so that he could take the initiative in the following conversation. He knew that the other party didn't want to attack him. Otherwise she wouldn't have met him here. The Jade Lake Saint heard him talking to himself. Her body stiffened. She disappeared into the forest. After a long time she calmed down and sent him a message. You're so lame. Chapter 371. The ancient trees were tall and strong with lush branches and leaves. Their trunks stretched towards the sky like young dragons. The forest was very peaceful and quiet. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin finally walked out. Although she was standing in front of him, she gave people the illusion that she was standing in a palace in the sky. She didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. She had a celestial body and an otherworldly body. She gave people a noble and untouchable feeling, as if she was very far away from the mortal world. Yi Fan had a smile on his face. His eyes were clear. It was exactly such a woman who had appeared naked before him just now. That peerless body seemed to still be in front of him. Her snow-white skin and graceful curves made him feel incredulous when he thought about it. The Jade Lake Holy Virgin was someone that even the outstanding talents of the eternal dynasties in the Central Plains and the Holy Lands in the Eastern Barren Territory could only admire. They could never get close to her. Just now he had inexplicably seen her naked body. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely shake the world and cause a huge uproar. Of course, it was even more likely that the outstanding talents of the Holy Lands would chase after Yi Fan. This was a serious blasphemy. "You've crossed the line," the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said. White mist swirled around her body, obscuring her expression. "I didn't see anything." Yi Fan didn't feel guilty at all when he said this. He acted as if he was telling the truth. "I don't want to talk about this with you," the Jade Lake Holy Virgin said calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess spoke calmly. The Jade Lake Saintess was an extraordinary person. She didn't want to get entangled with him. However, Yi Fan pretended to be ignorant. "I really didn't get the stone core. Fairy, you've misunderstood. I didn't see anything just now." "You." The Jade Lake Holy Virgin's breath was like orchids. Her emotions fluctuated a little, but she quickly calmed down. "If you dare to mention this again, I will immediately announce your identity." "Okay, nothing happened just now." Yi Fan smiled. The purple light in his eyes had already disappeared. His clear eyes were very clean as he sized up the peerless beauty in front of him. He knew that the Jade Lake Holy Virgin wouldn't harm him now. With a smile, he waited for her to talk and see what she wanted. "Aren't you afraid? There are many experts in the Divine City. Once your identity is exposed, you won't be able to escape death," the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. Yi Fan nodded and said, "I am afraid. Who can face life and death calmly? But do I have a choice? You could have chosen not to come here. Why take such a huge risk? Traveling far away from home, a moment of peace and tranquility could very well be a lifetime of regret. Coming to the Divine City, it was true that they might face death, but it was also possible for them to fight for a better future. I have no other choice." "You sure are confident? Do you really think that you can obtain 5 million kilograms of source? Even if you get it, you might not be able to enter the secret realm of the four extremes. The curse of the sacred body of the ancients is probably more difficult than you think. It won't be that simple. Fairy, please teach me." Yi Fan humbly asked for guidance as he stared at the peerless beauty in front of him. "I have nothing to teach you." The Jade Lake Saintess shook her head. "Fairy, why are you looking for me?" Yi Fan asked. A few strange stones in the Jade Lake. There were peerless stones in the Jade Lake that were sealed by the Yuan Taoist master and suppressed by the Queen Mother of the West for generations. It was hard to imagine what was inside. Yi Fan and the Jade Lake Saintess talked for a long time before he walked out of the ancient forest with a deep frown. "It requires the 6 seals of immortals." This gave him quite a headache. It was a supreme technique and one could tell how profound it was from its name. It could trigger the Great Path, seal the mountains and rivers and suppress unparalleled masters. Unfortunately, it was only a kind of divine technique that was theorized. There were only a few sentences recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven, and they were all hypothetical. It was extremely difficult to understand, let alone actually create and perform it. "Is the Fairy of Jade Lake beautiful?" Li Heishui, who was waiting outside, asked as soon as he saw him. "Unparalleled beauty, unparalleled beauty." Yi Fan was thinking about the 6 seals of immortals and subconsciously responded. Li Heishui was dumbfounded and said, "You really saw her face?" "No, Xiao Yezi, you are a beast. What did you see with your lecherous eyes?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Fan was startled and immediately felt guilty. He couldn't help but look back at the ancient forest. "Xiao Yezi, don't try to hide it. I just casually said something and you gave it away. Tell me, what did you see?" "I didn't see anything." "Nonsense. You just got the lecherous eyes. How could you be so calm and not see anything?" "Old Heishui, can you stop talking?" Yi Fan turned around and saw the Jade Lake Saintess walking out. Under the sunlight, her long dress was dyed with a golden luster. Then go back and tell me. Yi Fan pulled Li Heishui and fled. They disappeared in the blink of an eye and quickly left the stone square of Jade Lake. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The grandmasters of the Genesis Technique aristocratic families would have a Genesis Technique showdown with Yi Fan today. The entire Divine City would be stirred. The news had already spread. It was unknown how many people were waiting and specially rushed to the Divine City to witness this grand occasion. Even many of the elders of the various sects had come out of seclusion and came to the Divine City to personally witness the most influential Genesis Technique showdown in thousands of years. I heard that this Genesis Technique showdown will determine life and death. Is this true? I also heard that a Genesis Technique expert leaked this information. It will be extremely dangerous. The youngsters of the ancient technique aristocratic families have long said that they will trample Gu Feng to death in Genesis techniques. It seems that they are not just shooting their mouths. They will really determine life and death. Many people were discussing and looking forward to this showdown. I wonder what will be found this time. It will most likely be an unexpected treasure. Both sides are really angry. The wager alone is 1.5 million kilograms of pure Genesis energy. It's hard to imagine what will be even more astonishing than the wager. On this day there was only one topic in the vast Divine City. Everyone was talking about it. Even the impending battle of Mount Purple was ignored. Not long after, the location of the Genesis Technique showdown was announced. It was set to be at the Arcade Stone Square. It would officially start in 2 hours. The entire city was in an uproar. It was unknown how many people flocked there, but in the end all the roads were blocked, unable to take a single step forward. The Arcade Stone Square was overcrowded and completely surrounded. The vast majority of people were blocked and did not have the right to enter. This is too exaggerated. It's comparable to the Yuan Taoist master from back then. Tens of thousands of people turned out just to witness this earth-shaking battle. Back then even the bet between the Yuan Taoist master and the Jade Lake Saintess did not have this many people. It's shocking. Because the Divine City has been peaceful for too long. This time, a Genesis Technique Grandmaster has come out to compete with a young genius like Gu Feng. It will naturally attract attention. When the people from the Arcade Stone Square found out that this would be the main battlefield, their faces immediately turned green. There was nothing worse than this. They had the urge to hire assassins to kill people. The battle between the two was like a god of calamity coming to their doorstep. They really wanted to keep all the stones, but unfortunately, there were too many people in the garden. It was too embarrassing to do so in front of so many people. In the end, they pinched their noses and accepted this reality. They were helpless and angry. Many people crowded in front of the Arcade Stone Square, unable to enter. There were too many people, so they naturally had to be selective to let them in. Jin Qishao from the Gold family, Xiang Yifei from the Super Yen Sacred Land, and the Saint of 10,000 Beginnings have entered. The young nun from Dao Yi has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but she has actually come today. The Jade Lake Saintess has also come. The Divine King Physique and Little Moon from the Ji family have also arrived. People were surprised to find that more than half of the saint-level figures of the younger generation had come. Almost all of them had arrived. Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Yin-Yang sect? I heard that he has been in seclusion for many years. Unexpectedly he has also appeared. Those old men over there seem to be the Grand Elders of the Sacred Lands. People couldn't help but be surprised. Today's Genesis Technique showdown had alarmed many people with great backgrounds. The impact was obvious. Today's storm had overshadowed the upcoming battle on the Purple Mountain, making people forget about everything there. At this moment, the Divine City had become the center of the storm, attracting everyone's attention. The people from the ancient Genesis Technique families arrived first. The crowd was in an uproar and everyone got out of the way. 4 old men and a few young people walked into the Jade Lake Stone Square. Those 4 old men are Genesis Technique Grandmasters and have a close relationship with the Sacred Lands. They are often invited to solve various problems in the ancient mines. It's not shameful even if Gu Feng loses. After all, he is facing a big shot in Genesis techniques. It's not a big deal for him to lose. Not long after, Yi Fan and Li Heishui arrived and immediately caused a commotion. They walked in very calmly. The Arcade Stone Square had a long history. The ancient buildings were magnificent and tall. Under the sunlight, there was a kind of sacred luster flowing. The stone gardens were not monotonous. They were filled with ancient trees that were incomparably dense. It was like a primitive land if one entered carelessly. Yi Fan and Li Heishui did not stop and walked straight into the stone square. Today's battle would definitely be in the Heaven Stone Garden. The people of the Alcate Stone Square were all expressionless when they saw them arrive. The only thing missing was the word, "Not welcome," written on their faces. In the Heavenstone Garden, there was a kind of strange bamboo called the Blood Tears Jade Bamboo. The bamboo joints were snow white like jade, but the suet jade leaves had a few blood stains that looked like teardrops. There were many legends about this kind of spirit bamboo. Some said that the tears of deities dyed the bamboo leaves red, while others said that it was contaminated by the blood of the ancient royalty. There was no doubt that this was a rare spirit bamboo that was very difficult to raise. There were not many of them in the world, but there was one here that overflowed with a large amount of spirit chi. The whole stretch of spirit bamboo was snow white like jade, growing vigorously and sparkling. The blood stains swayed like teardrops rolling down. Almost everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. At a glance, one could see a sea of shining white heads, all of which belonged to the older generation. The youngsters who could enter the Heavenstone Garden were all chosen-level characters such as Jiang Yifei, the Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Haoyue, and the Taoist girl. "You guys are finally here." A youngster from a Genesis Technique family sneered. "Take a good look at this land. You know what will happen in a true Genesis Technique showdown." Another person's lips curled in a mocking smile. Li Heishui said, "It is hard to say who will live and who will die. Genesis Technique masters are not invincible." Another person transmitted his voice and mocked, "Let's wait and see. I want to see if you will kneel down and beg for your lives." Yi Fan ignored him and looked to the side. Disillusionment Palace's Grand Elder Li Yishui had also arrived with Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian. He was sneering with a meaningful meaning. Li Heishui said, "Elder Li, you are here again. Sneering at us like this, do you want to bet with us? Did you bring enough Genesis today?" Li Yishui's expression did not change. Youngsters should not be too arrogant. Who knows, you might be crushed to death in a while. Chapter 372. We've never been arrogant. It's just that every time someone bumps into our feet or sticks out their face to ask us to hit them. Some people even rush to give us hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energy. Li Heishui smiled brightly. The Grand Elder's face darkened. Wasn't this pointing at the monk and calling him bald? He'd hit his sore spot. Last time, he jumped into the pit himself and his face had turned green. He still wanted to vomit blood now. "Hey brat, don't be so arrogant. Be careful or you'll die in front of the stone," Li Yishui said sinisterly. "With Senior Li here, I don't think I'll lose. This has become a rule. It's been like this for a few times." "Haha." Li Heishui laughed. "Senior Li, don't lower yourself to the same level as an ignorant brat. Don't worry, they'll suffer in a bit." A young man from an ancient Genesis Technique family sneered. Li Heishui mocked, "Is there a place for you to speak? We're competing with people of your grandfather's generation. As for you, go away." "You." The young man's face turned red. Wu Ziming, who was behind Li Yishui, gnashed his teeth. "Too arrogant. I'll watch you fall from the clouds." He and Li Chongtian were definitely the victims. They'd lost thousands of kilograms of source energy and had lost a lot of face. Am I wrong? We're competing with his grandfather. Why is a junior like him interfering? He doesn't have the right to act superior in front of us. If he wants to be high and mighty, he'll have to learn Genesis techniques for another 20 years. Good. The young men from the ancient Genesis technique family stormed off. They'd only humiliate themselves if they kept talking. The Genesis technique showdown hadn't even started, but the smell of gunpowder was already strong. If they could fight, it would be a life-and-death battle. The old men watching from the side narrowed their eyes. It would be a fierce battle today. Both sides were so confident. Something shocking was likely going to happen. Among these people, there were super antiques who'd reached the end of their lifespans, grand elders of sacred grounds and overlords of the demon race. All of them had amazing backgrounds. On the other side were the saints of the Eastern Wilderness younger generation. The Dao Yi Holy Land's young Taoist priest Jin Qishao, the Jade Lake Saintess Su Heng and Yao Yuekong were all paying close attention. A Grandmaster-level Genesis technique duel was rarely seen even in 100 years. What's more, there was an astonishing one. 5 million kilograms of Genesis at stake. It had been several thousand years since such a grand bet had occurred. An old man from an ancient Genesis technique clan opened his mouth and said, "Young friend, let's begin." Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt a trace of danger. He turned to Li Heishui and said, "You can follow me but don't get too close." Could it be that this old man really dares to kill in public? Li Heishui was shocked. "You don't have to worry about it. Just watch from the side," Yi Fan instructed. The Blood Tears jade bamboo was spotlessly white, sparkling and translucent. As the cool breeze blew, it rustled and the jade leaves fluttered like blood tears falling down. The bamboo forest was extremely dense, blocking the sun. However, this place wasn't gloomy at all, instead shining brilliantly. Yi Fan stepped forward and calmly faced the four old men. He did not even glance at the youngsters. "May I know which elder wants to spar with me? Let this old man do it." It was the old man who had just spoken. He came from the Nangong clan and was known as a Genesis Technique Grandmaster 10 years ago. His name was Nangong Chi. After learning his identity, Yi Fan calmly said, "Elder Nangong, how do we set the rules? If you win, in addition to the 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis, you will also get a rare treasure from the other party," Nangong Chi said with a smile. "Good, that's exactly what I want." Yi Fan nodded. "I'm not finished yet." The old man shook his head. "Oh, what else does Elder want to say?" Yi Fan asked. 1.5 million kilograms of Genesis is not a small number. It is too hasty to bet on a single stone, and it will not reflect the brilliance of the Genesis Technique duel. I think everyone can choose 3 stones. How about it? Alright, I agree. Yi Fan nodded. Humans could make mistakes and so could horses. This would be safer for both parties, allowing them to display their true strength. Then let's choose the stones. After speaking, Nangong Chi led the way into the bamboo forest. The Heaven Stone Garden was filled with noise. The older generation and chosen level elites all followed to see how they would choose the stones. Yi Fan slowly paced around the Blood Tears jade bamboo, observing the strange stones. He was not in a hurry to make a move and needed to walk around as a whole. In the Heaven Stone Garden, there were many strange stones with sky-high prices. Every one of them was extraordinary and astonishing. As for their prices, they would similarly make one shrink back. In a sunny area with sparse jade bamboo, Yi Fan saw a strange stone that was worth 120 kilograms of pure Genesis. This stone was very special. It was spherical, perfectly round, and had a diameter of 1.5 meters. One could feel a trace of warmth when touching it. This must have been polished by someone, Li Heishui asserted. This stone was too regular. Little friend, you guessed wrong. This stone was born like this. If you don't believe me, look carefully. It's like the sun right now. Every day when the sun shines on it, wisps of essence energy will circulate. Some people speculate that there is a stone embryo inside. Back then, many people wanted to cut it open. If not for a Genesis Technique Grandmaster rejecting it, the Wavering Light Sacred Land would have done it themselves. Yi Fan judged that this stone was born like this and not polished by someone. This stone was called the Demon Embryo. Some people speculated that there might be a saint spirit inside, and it was even more valuable than the 9-orifice stone golem. This group of old men did not comment much because the Genesis Technique Grandmaster had rejected this stone. The Wavering Light Sacred Land was already considering lowering the price. Yi Fan did not come to a conclusion. He stood there for a long time before leaving and continuing to look at the stones. Suddenly he felt a dazzling light. A stone in front of him had drawn out the purple light in his eyes. He strode forward, and when he got close, the purple light in his eyes penetrated the stone. He wanted to see through it completely. However, at this moment, the stone suddenly shattered, and a scarlet dragon rushed out. It shone brightly and pounced at Yi Fan's chest, trying to penetrate it. This change shocked everyone. They did not understand what was going on. Only Yi Fan knew that the kind-looking Nangong Chi had set a trap for him. This strange stone had been tampered with. Inside it was a heterogeneous essence called Fire Red. Nangong Chi had used a mysterious Genesis technique to turn it into dragon energy. It was easy to mistake it for a god source. It would definitely shatter upon contact, and the endless essence energy would turn into a fatal blade. A battle of Genesis techniques could also kill. At this moment it was very dangerous. Yi Fan quickly retreated and avoided the attack of the Scarlet Dragon. Whoosh! A streak of golden light rushed over. The little golden fairy opened its mouth in the air and inhaled. The essence of the fiery red origin turned into a streak of divine light and entered its mouth. It smacked its lips in satisfaction. Its big eyes blinked and sparkled brightly. Little thing, you have done well. Li Heishui laughed. The divine golden fairy did not appreciate it at all. It bared its fangs and claws at him and Yi Fan. It flew away angrily and landed on the shoulder of the little nun in white. At the side, Jiziua chuckled. She took out a god source bean and waved it at it. In the end, the god silkworm did not have any sense of loyalty and ran over. The little nun in white pouted unhappily and called out softly. However, the god silkworm pretended to be deaf and mute because of the god source bean. Sister Yilin, don't be angry. This little slippery fellow is so playful. You can't watch it at all. Why don't we watch it together? Jianghu smiled sweetly and her dimples appeared. Xiao Guai, you can't resist the temptation. The little nun in white was unhappy. The two girls were together. They had red lips and white teeth and their big eyes were bright. However, one was pouting and the other was cunning and intelligent. They could not stop smiling and it was very eye-catching. What is going on? The people from the Alcade Stone Square had appeared. A strange stone worth 30,000 kilograms of Genesis energy had shattered. This was their loss. Someone's Genesis technique is not good enough and broke the stone. Just get him to compensate, said a young man from an ancient Genesis technique family. He looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Damn it, it was clearly you guys who had evil intentions and wanted to kill people. Too despicable and shameless. Li Haishui cursed. Another young man from the Genesis technique family mocked. Are you a newbie? Is this your first day in the Genesis technique profession? Whoever broke it will have to pay for it. Fine, I'll compensate. Yi Fan stopped Li Haishui. He looked at Nangong Qi. This old man still had a kind appearance, but he had taken him down a notch. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have died. The few young men from the Genesis technique family all sneered. They did not hide the mockery in their eyes. This was the first lesson for their opponent. At this moment, everyone knew that Yi Fan had suffered a loss. They did not expect a Genesis technique duel to be so dangerous. Even if it was choosing a stone, if he was not careful, his opponent could take advantage of it and kill him on the spot. A young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When he meets a true grandmaster, he will immediately know who is better. His realm is too far apart. Li Yishui, the grand elder of the Disillusionment Palace, sneered. This old man. Li Haishui frowned and glared at him. Yi Fan pulled him back and did not let him say anything. He walked a few steps casually and then gently stomped on the ground. Boom. Screams came from not far away. Two young disciples from the Genesis technique family spat out blood in the dazzling light and were sent flying. Beside them, a strange stone shattered, and the mystical source essence chi contained within it all hit their bodies. Earth Vein Dragon Transformation Technique. Nangong Qi's eyes flashed as he stared at Yi Fan. It was Yi Fan's intention. He had used the Genesis technique to dissolve the strange essence chi in the strange stone, turning it into dragon chi and giving it color. These are all small techniques. I still have a killing technique. If you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Yi Fan replied calmly. Everyone was shocked. The Jade Lake Saint Lady and Miaoi Yao Yuekong Jin Qishao Jiang Yifei, and the others could not help but look over. The older generation people were also surprised. They quietly watched everything. Let's cut the stone and see who wins. Nangong Qi turned around and left. Yi Fan walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. The jade bamboo flashed with white light. He stared at a very special stone and could not move. This stone is worth 250,000 pounds of pure essence chi. Li Haishui exclaimed. His face was full of disbelief. This stone could be said to be ridiculously expensive. It was the most expensive stone he had ever seen. It was truly a sky-high price. The Immortal Tomb? Yi Fan was also shocked. This strange stone was called the Immortal Tomb. It was a strange name, but it matched its shape. The stone was more than 2 meters tall and shaped like an ancient tomb. Its bottom was 3 meters in diameter. It was full of the marks of time. It did not look like a stone but rather an antique. This stone really looks like an ancient tomb. If it was thrown into the graveyard, it would be hard to tell it apart. Li Haishui was very surprised. Brothers, you have to take a good look. Even if this stone is not the oldest stone in the Alcade Stone Lane, it is almost there. It is definitely the graveyard's treasure. It is very special. On the side, an old man introduced. His eyes were very fiery as he urged Yi Fan to cut it open. This stone is very special. Look at the front. There seems to be some writing on it. I almost bought it with others, but I did not dare to touch it in the end. Another old man opened his mouth and pointed at the other side of the immortal tomb. He wanted to fulfill his long-cherished wish through Yi Fan and find out what this stone was like. Yi Fan went forward and observed carefully. He was shocked. There were indeed some marks on the front of the immortal tomb. They looked like carvings but also like marks left by nature. This is too strange. Could it really be a natural tomb? It looks like a heaven and earth inscription. Li Haishui was flabbergasted. It was obvious that the immortal tomb was too famous. When Yi Fan stopped here, many old men surrounded him. None of them could calm down. In the past, even the Yuan Taoist master went out of his way to find a strange stone like this. He once said that there are natural tombs in this world that contain priceless immortal treasures. That's right. The reason this stone has this name is because it is almost the same as what the Yuan Taoist master said. That's why it is called the Immortal Tomb. Brother Gu, I strongly suggest that this stone is definitely not ordinary. It might really be a heaven-sealed immortal tomb. These old men were even more attentive than Yi Fan. In just a moment they had told him everything about this stone and even brought up the Yuan Taoist master from 10,000 years ago. Yi Fan activated his divine instinct. His eyes flickered with purple light as he looked through the stone. Then he walked around the stone a few times and studied it carefully. His brows furrowed. What do you see? Don't tell me there's really an immortal corpse sealed here? If that's the case, not just the eastern wilderness but the central plains, western desert, southern mountains and northern plains will all be in an uproar, Li Heishui transmitted. Yi Fan shook his head. My divine instinct has achieved initial success, but it's not the heavenly eye. I can't tell what's inside. Another old man reminded him, Brother, you have to be careful. If it really is a heaven-made tomb, the alcade wouldn't be placed here. Someone immediately retorted, Every stone is full of uncertainty. I think this one is worth the gamble. So many people have come, including old Genesis technique masters, but didn't they all give up in the end? Before Yi Fan could say anything, the group of old men had already started arguing. He squatted down and touched the marks on the tomb, trying to determine if they were natural characters. Someone said, Some old geezers came here and said these marks are like ancient characters. Others said they are blurry runes formed by nature. Purple light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes again. He stared at those ancient marks without blinking. Then he used the purple light to penetrate the stone and investigate deeper. Little brother Gu Feng, your Genesis technique is indeed superb. Your eyes are like lightning. It's amazing. We haven't seen each other for more than a month. Brother Gu's Genesis technique has improved again. The great Xia Prince, Yao Yuekong and the others came over and spoke one after another. Yi Fan raised his head. Purple light flickered in his eyes. He found many chosen-level figures around him, including in Miaoi and the great sage's daughters. He felt guilty in his heart. Li Heishui patted him and said with a smirk, Focus. Chapter 373. The moment Yi Fan stood up, he saw a field of snow-white crystals. The saintesses were right in front of him and he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Li Heishui was so jealous that he pulled him back and cursed in a low voice, Be careful, don't let your beast blood boil. Yi Fan recited his Tao name and Buddhist name in his heart, apologizing repeatedly. The saintesses from the All-Beginnings Sacred Land and Super Yen Sacred Land were standing too close to him and he couldn't avoid them. Little brother Gu Feng, why are you blushing when choosing stones? And Miaoi smiled. She was known as one of the most beautiful girls and some even said that she was the #1 beauty in the Eastern Baron. Every frown and smile of hers was incomparably moving. She looked otherworldly and inviolable, but to Yi Fan it was a different scene. He couldn't bear it. And Miaoi had a devilish figure, perfectly round, slender, and voluptuous. Her body was like jade and could stir the hearts of men. Yi Fan coughed and said, Choosing stones is very tiring. Brother, are you all right? Yao Yuekong asked with concern. Li Heishui curled his lips and said, Don't worry, he will be fine and will even be full of vigor. And Miaoi smiled sweetly, Little brother Gu Feng is really interesting. I don't think you are a shy person, so why are you so reserved now? Li Heishui chuckled, Honorable Goddess Miaoi, it is your charm that is boundless. Gu Feng won't be able to bear it. The few saintesses present were all puzzled, even a bit baffled. They felt that his words were strange, as if he was implying something. Yi Fan tried to cover it up, I'm fine, just exhausted a bit. I'll be fine after a short rest. The few saintesses all had faint smiles on their faces. Even the people around them were stunned, and their minds were in a trance. There was no need to mention Yi Fan, who had the ability to see through everything. He truly understood what it meant to be extremely charming, beautiful, and supple. However, this wasn't enjoyment, but rather a type of torture. He quickly turned around to face the immortal tomb, and sized it up again. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would grow a needle's eye and be struck by lightning. One had to know that these were the holy daughters, the heirs of the Eastern Wasteland's immortal inheritance, the future mistresses of this vast and boundless land. Today he had seen through the heavenly secrets. In the future, if the heavenly secrets were to be leaked and people found out that he had the divine eye, it would definitely be a huge karma. The few saintesses would most likely chase him all over the world to kill him. Brother Baldy, brother Taoist. Yi Fan mumbled a few more Buddhist and Taoist names before he calmed down completely. The immortal tomb was like an abyss. Even though it wasn't large, it was immeasurably deep. His brows locked together, and only after observing for a long time did he stand up. Little brother Gu, what do you think? Will you choose this stone? The group of elders were all paying close attention. One of them said, who knows, there might really be immortal treasures inside. If this stone really was sealed by the heavens, would the light-shaking realm wait for someone to cut it? Yi Fan shook his head. He couldn't come to a conclusion. Not long after, he arrived beside a spring and stared at a stone the size of a human head. He couldn't see anything special about it. However, his heart was moved and he used his origin divine instinct to see through it. Divine source. This strange stone was not big, but it contained a piece of God source that was even bigger than a fist, which surprised him quite a bit. His divine eyes were like lightning, and the purple light penetrated the stone. He clearly saw a small sun sealed inside, so it couldn't be a fake divine source made by Nangong Qi. This divine source was worth at least 30,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It was golden in color, and it was like an eternal ray of divine light was fixed inside the stone. Yi Fan weighed the head-sized stone in his hand. He decided to buy it and not count it among the 3 stones he had to choose. Suddenly his expression changed. He threw the stone into the air and hid among the group of old men. Boom! It was as if a huge star had fallen from the universe and was destroyed in midair. Blinding golden energy gushed out like an endless stream of magma. The aura of the divine source. Everyone was shocked, and at the same time they felt a wave of fear. This much divine power was enough to blow up the older generation. Just now, if Yi Fan had been one step slower, he would have become a bloody pulp. This kind of power was difficult to estimate. That old man is too evil. He didn't even hesitate to destroy a divine source. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. The original technique battle had escalated to a life-and-death situation. The process of choosing the stone was also a trap. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. Only the god Silkworm was excited. It flew into the sky and sucked the divine source into its mouth. It kept smacking its lips and looked like it was drunk. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Fan walked in the bamboo forest, moving casually. He treated the Alcate Stone Square as a battlefield. He used the dragon technique, the earth pulse technique, and the kill technique to transform the strange stones. Along the way he found 8 or 9 traps. The slightest mistake could kill people, and the lightest mistake could cripple them. Every step was scary. Boom! A purple light shot into the sky. An amethyst xenogenic source exploded. Although Nangong Qi's reaction was fast, half of his sleeve was turned to dust. Beside him, a disciple screamed. His body was a bloody mess. His abdomen had almost been pierced through. Nangong Qi's face darkened. He ordered, "You guys stand aside. Do not follow." The young people of the ancient family all stepped back and did not follow. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. The 2 sides were at each other's throats. If they were careless, they could lose their lives. Yi Fan walked around the stone garden and finally found a stone that he liked. It was shaped like a stone roller. It was not very big and it was priced at 80,000 pounds of source. It was called the Wind Cave Stone. This stone is almost weathered. There are many small holes on it. It is like rotten wood that has been drilled by bugs. Why did you choose it? Li Heishui did not understand. The surrounding old men were also confused. Someone said, "This stone has been here for hundreds of years. No one has ever cared about it." Unexpectedly, Yi Fan was determined to buy the Wind Cave Stone. He did not explain much. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. Nangong Qi had also chosen the first stone, causing a commotion. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the blood sacrificial altar. Legend has it that this stone was transported from the absolute beginning forbidden zone. It is worth 300,000 pounds of pure source. It is the most expensive stone in the Alcate Stone Workshop and can be ranked in the top 5 among the major stone workshops. What a shocking sum. 300,000 pounds of source can be piled up into a mountain, but it is used to buy a stone. Everyone could not help but be shocked. The stone garden was filled with noise. Yi Fan frowned. The other party's decisiveness had exceeded his expectations. He had also seen the blood sacrificial altar before. It was difficult to see through, just like the immortal graveyard. He did not want the other party to buy it. "I want the immortal graveyard." He spat out these 4 words to the Alcate stone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The second most expensive strange stone had been bought. There was bound to be a good show to watch today. The immortal graveyard is worth 250,000 pounds of pure source. These two groups of people are crazy. They are using several 100,000 pounds of source to buy a stone. The stone garden was in an uproar. People were discussing spiritedly, and the outside was even more excited. Too many people had come today. The majority could not enter and could only watch from a distance outside the bamboo forest. A world-shocking gamble. One throw of several 100,000 pounds of source. He is even more extravagant than the sacred master. The immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar have been chosen. Today will definitely be an eye-opener. I have always wanted to know what is inside. Almost everyone was excited. The children of the great sage were all deeply shocked. After all, it was several 100,000 pounds of source. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. The old men were the most unsettled. Some of them had stared at the immortal graveyard and the blood sacrificial altar for who knew how many years, but after being rejected by the Genesis Technique Grandmaster, no one dared to make a move. Grandmaster Nangong has chosen the second strange stone. Cries of surprise came from the other side of the bamboo forest. The second stone Nangong Chi had chosen was worth 180,000 pounds of source. It was not the highest price, but its size was the largest. It was about the size of a house. Stupid elephant. This stone's name was not elegant. It was huge and expensive, so no one had been interested in it. Nangong Chi had decisively bought it. Yi Fan felt a trace of pressure. The other party was very bold. He had chosen the stone accurately and decisively. Li Heishui was indignant. In name, Nangong Chi is choosing the stone, but in reality, it is 4 grandmasters from an ancient Genesis Technique family looking at the stone together. This is 4 against 1. It is very unfair. I choose the demon fetus. Yi Fan chose the third stone. It was the perfectly round and strange stone. It was worth 120,000 pounds of source and was called the demon fetus. It was warm to the touch. Little friend, have you chosen? Nangong Chi walked over. He had also chosen the third stone. I have, replied Yi Fan. In that case, let's cut the stone. Nangong Chi was very calm, as if everything was under his control. The 3 strange stones Yi Fan chose were Wind Cave Stone, Demon Fetus, and Immortal Graveyard. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 120,000 pounds of source, and 250,000 pounds of source, for a total of 450,000 pounds of source. The 3 strange stones Nangong Chi chose were Scorching Sun Stone, Stupid Elephant, and Blood Sacrificial Altar. They were worth 80,000 pounds of source, 180,000 pounds of source, and 300,000 pounds of source, for a total of 560,000 pounds of source. The entire place was silent. Everyone was stunned. The 2 of them had spent more than 1,000,000 pounds of source, which was flabbergasting. Whether it was the older generation, the chosen, or the other cultivators who could not enter the Heavenstone Garden, all of them were alarmed. Cut the stone. Quick, cut it open and see what is inside. The first to break the silence was a group of old men. Their faces were red and their necks were thick. They waved their fists and shouted loudly. Yes, quickly cut the strange stone. I really want to see what kind of shocking immortal treasure is inside the stone. The others were infected and they all shouted loudly. The stone garden was in an uproar. Cut the immortal graveyard first. Open the heaven ancient grave and see what is buried inside. We can cut the blood sacrificial altar first. This is a stone from the collapsed divine temple in the absolute beginning forbidden zone. Its origin is astonishing. Nangong Chi immediately smiled and said, since everyone is so eager to know, then let us open everyone's eyes first. He said that he needed the help of a few old friends. Even someone as powerful as him could not see through the stone by himself. The blood sacrificial altar's origin was astonishing. It came from the absolute beginning forbidden zone and was part of an altar in an ancient divine temple. It was completely blood red and had a demonic nature. It was said that the altar was formed by 9 bloodstones. The Yaoguang Holy Land cut 6 of them but did not get anything. They sent the smallest one to the stone square. At this moment, Nangong Chi and the other 3 grandmasters released divine light from their palms. Each of them had a brilliant divine wheel. Heavenly Source Wheel. No, it's the Heavenly Source Wheel. Oh my God, it's really the Heavenly Source Wheel. The 4 divine wheels merged into one and shone brightly. They shone on the blood sacrificial altar, making the inside of it clear. Oh my God, there's someone in the stone. There's a young girl. A peerless beauty that can topple a nation. The stone garden was in an uproar. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. This was too unbelievable. Quick, go and invite the Grandmasters. Invite several Saint Lord level characters from God City and have them carve out unparalleled runes to suppress this stone. Some of the old antiques shouted and asked people to invite the Grandmasters in the Divine City. Chapter 374. The divine wheels of the four Grandmasters merged into one, illuminating the sacrificial altar. The face of a young girl appeared within. It was vivid and lifelike as if she was sleeping peacefully. Whoosh! The divine wheel of origin disappeared, and the strange stone dimmed. Everything became blurry and could no longer be seen. Why did the divine wheel disappear? We still haven't seen it clearly. Seniors, please continue. Let us take a closer look. That's right. It's too mysterious. We just took a look and then it disappeared. Nangong Chi shook his head and said, "The four of us are not the Yuan Taoist master. This is as far as we can go." The stone garden was in an uproar. People couldn't control their emotions. The scene just now was shocking. There was someone in the strange stone. It was like a fantasy. Although there had been such rumors, it was too long ago. People didn't believe it anymore. Now that they had seen it for themselves, no one could remain calm. More than 100,000 years ago, someone cut out a peerless beauty from the stone. In the end, all the Holy Lands worked together, but they couldn't stop her. She escaped. The past was too long ago. It was almost illusory. Nothing was more convincing and shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. None of the people in the Alcate Stone workshop could laugh. This was a huge blow to them. Everything was really terrible. In the past, they had gone through untold hardships and exhausted all their efforts to move the collapsed ancient temple from the absolute beginning forbidden area. They had cut out 6 of the 9 bloodstones, but they still couldn't find any rare treasures. In the end, they put the smallest bloodstone, which was suspected to be a leftover piece, into the stone workshop to be auctioned. They didn't expect this trash to contain such a shocking treasure. The people in the Alcade realm were too hurt. They all had the urge to vomit blood. The elder guarding the Heaven Stone Garden couldn't calm down. His heart was in turmoil. Such a big event had shaken the entire Divine City. They had to invite a Divine Master. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not long after, the imperial uncle of the Great Xia arrived. He was wearing golden armor and a crown with 9 dragons on his head. He walked like a dragon and looked extremely heroic. He was like a celestial emperor descending. The head of an ancestral dragon appeared above his head. This was a divine master. As soon as he arrived, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but open a path for him. Whoosh! A light flashed, and another person silently appeared in the Heaven Series Stone Garden. The third greatest bandit of the northern region, Su Tianxiong, had arrived. He was stronger than the Azure Flood Dragon King, a powerhouse. He was dressed in green clothes and his appearance was thin. As he stood in the middle of the field, the people around him immediately quieted down. He had been in the Divine City for the past few days, and it just so happened that he was here. Not long after, a tall figure flashed and appeared in the stone garden. It was the guardian of the Ji family's stone garden, the white-haired, jade-like old man. The older generation figures knew about this, but there wasn't a single one of the younger generation that wasn't shocked. They never expected him to be a great figure, guarding a corner of the stone garden. It truly was unexpected. Now that all sorts of experts had gathered at the Purple Mountain, it was already surprising that there were 3 holy lords in the Divine City. The Crimson Dragon Taoist is also in the Divine City. Go and invite him over. An old man suggested. However, almost no one said anything, as if they were extremely fearful of Taoist Crimson Dragon, not willing to involve him too much. I'll do it myself. Suddenly, without a sound, a person appeared in the field. He wore an ancient Taoist robe, and his withered body seemed to have been standing there for a long time. Many people trembled, including the older generation figures. Even the supreme elders of the Holy Lands couldn't help but take steps back. Even the Great Xia's imperial uncle, Ji family's great figure, and the third great bandit Su Tianxiong, who surpassed the Green Flood Dragon King, all felt restraining fear, maintaining a set distance from him. Yi Fan and Li Heishui looked at each other in dismay. This Crimson Dragon Taoist was far more terrifying than they had imagined, making even Holy Lord level figures feel uneasy. However, after thinking about it, they felt relieved. The Crimson Dragon Taoist had lived for 3,000 years, and he was half a generation older than all the Holy Lords. His strength was deep and immeasurable, and he could move unhindered through the eastern wasteland. That head is no different from a human's, so it's most likely an archaic king race or a holy spirit. The Great Xia's imperial uncle spoke. The third great bandit Su Tianxiong said, "We only saw a head, not the entire body. It might not be a living Holy Spirit or archaic king. The Ji family's great figure said, "We must be careful. We will carve the formation patterns first, and if it is a living archaic king, we will teleport her to the divine city's prison." Okay. The great Xia's imperial uncle nodded. At the scene, only the Crimson Dragon Taoist didn't say a word. He stood there quietly like a wooden stake. However, no one dared to say anything. The Ji family's great figure, Su Qianxiong, and the great Xia's imperial uncle worked together, laying out the profound jade and carving the formation patterns. They were serious and cautious. The divine city had a prison, and this was the first time many people had heard of it. However, seeing the three holy lords' focused expressions as they carved the patterns, they all felt that this prison was definitely not a small matter. Even though such a thing had happened, the stone gambling didn't stop. Yi Fan and Nangong Qi started cutting the stones. Many people were looking forward to it. Even though Holy Lord level figures had come, it didn't affect their mood at all. Instead, they became even more fervent. Cut open the strange stone, there will definitely be a shocking divine item appearing today. There is a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. What will be in the other stones? Will there be inconceivable existences in the immortal tomb? Everyone was very excited and wanted to witness a miracle. The stone garden was in an uproar, and even the great figures present were ignored. Kacha. Nangong Qi held the silver blade in his hand. His movements were skilled like a dancing dragon. Silver light flickered as he cut the scorching sunstone. The actions of a great master-level figure were extraordinary. The blade in his hand had spirituality and a sense of beauty. It was like a sublimation of art, and the technique was close to the Tao. Clang. The blade's hum was like a dragon's roar. The silver blade returned to its scabbard, and he finished cutting the stone in a single breath. He took a few steps back and gently blew on it. The scorching sunstone fluttered like snowflakes and drifted down like dust. A small sun rushed out and hung in the air. Its radiance was boundless, illuminating the entire stone garden. No one could look straight at it. A divine source the size of a person's head. The first stone had produced such a world-shocking item. His blade technique was unparalleled, and he finished in a single breath without harming the divine source in the slightest. Inside and outside the stone garden, there was a clamor. No one could calm down. The people of the Alcate Stone Workshop were hurt in their hearts, lungs, and livers. Their entire bodies were hurt. No one was more hurt than them. The first stone could earn back all of Nangong Qi's expenses. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of divine source. Unbelievable. A Genesis technique great master is worthy of respect. I might as well stop cultivating and become a disciple of a Genesis technique great master. With this skill, I will be able to dominate the world. Everyone was envious. A world-shocking divine source had been cut out while they were chatting. Many small and medium-sized sects could not match the value of this divine source even if they sold everything they had. Little friend, it's your turn. Nangong Qi smiled. Yi Fan's blade was not as skilled as his, but it was also very beautiful. It was very light and fleeting, as if he was playing a celestial song, displaying the rhythm of the great Tao. Suddenly, his body shook, and the blade in his hand almost split the wind cave stone. Just now, the dragon Qi had attacked him along the earth veins and almost touched the wind cave stone, causing it to collapse and injuring him. He snorted coldly and looked at Nangong Qi and the others. He saw that they were all smiling and did not say anything. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart and continued to cut the stone. However, several more dragon Qi rushed out from underground. They were thunderous and wanted to kill him. Seniors, you really think highly of me? He lowered his blade and fiercely stabbed it into the wind cave stone into the earth veins. A huge dragon materialized and rushed towards the divine source stone opposite him. Nangong Qi and the others were shocked. They did not think that he would dare to attack so openly. If the head-sized divine source exploded, not to mention them, even more than half of the people present would die. It was worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. The divine power it contained was unimaginable. It was enough to flatten the Alcate Stone Workshop and kill many cultivators. The four moved at the same time, cutting off the dragon and protecting the divine source. Junior, you are so brazen. Do you want to kill everyone? Nangong Qi shouted. I may be young, but I am open and above board. This is a passive counterattack. You may be old, but you are too sinister and despicable. You want to take my life again and again. What face do you have to talk to me? Yi Fan was quite merciless and said such words in public. Life and death are the rules of our ancestors. There is no darkness or light. If one's skill is inferior, only death awaits them. Nangong Chi sneered. Then don't blame me for being brazen. Yi Fan sneered. Ding. At this time he put away his blade. Stone fragments fell like rain and floated in all directions. Rays of divine light shot out and competed with the sun. He cut open the wind cave stone and revealed a fist-sized divine source. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone cried out in surprise. Many of the older generation were even more dumbfounded. Ancient insect divine source. That's right, it is the rare spirit medicine, ancient insect divine source. In the fist-sized divine source, there were more than 40 small insects. They were only the size of a fingernail and all of them were golden and radiating with divine light. This ancient insect specializes in eating origin and can spit out origin essence. It is a peerless medicinal ingredient for refining all kinds of ancient pills. The so-called ancient pill referred to an ancient pill recipe that had miraculous effects but could not gather all the medicinal ingredients. Many of the spiritual items needed had long disappeared from the world. Heavens, they eat the divine source. These are all ancient insect kings. Their value is inestimable. This kind of ancient insect would become an insect king after eating the divine source. It could almost replace the medicinal ingredients needed for all kinds of ancient pill recipes. It was the rarest spiritual item under the divine medicine. Not far away, the divine silkworm struggled with all its might and wanted to rush over. Ji Ziyue grabbed its dragon-shaped tail and did not let it go. The little nun comforted it softly. Xiaoguai, don't move. That's not ours. They did not dare to release the divine silkworm. If the pure origin worth several 100,000 jin was swallowed by this little golden fairy, they would not be able to compensate for it. The little golden fairy was extremely wronged. Its eyes were brimming with tears as it silently pointed at Yi Fan's divine source and then pointed at itself. It complained to the little nun Loli and little moon, not forgetting that Yi Fan stole its divine source in the past. Even though this divine source is only the size of a fist, there are dozens of ancient insect kings. It is worth 300,000 jin of pure origin. A supreme elder from the Holy Land said. Oh. The inside and outside of the stone garden once again flared up. There really was a priceless treasure, and this was only the first stone material from both sides. Originally, many people were not optimistic about Yi Fan's chances. After all, a goddess might appear from the blood sacrificial altar, so most people believed that he would definitely lose. However, now everyone changed their minds. Everything was possible. Yi Fan's origin technique was extremely astonishing. The first stone was able to suppress a grandmaster-level character. Perhaps there was a world-shocking immortal treasure in the immortal tomb that was comparable to the archaic goddess. The faces of the people from the Alcade Stone Lane turned green. This result was hard for them to accept. They had suffered heavy losses today. After this battle, there would most likely be no more treasures in the Heaven Stone Garden. The rest would most likely become useless stones. This ancient insect's divine source is too valuable. We can use it to refine the life-continuing pill. A group of old men rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to start a fight. Many of them were close to the end of their lifespans. This kind of spiritual item was what they desired the most. Seniors, don't be anxious. It won't be too late to consider the ancient insect's divine source after the stone gambling battle. Yi Fan smiled. You're right. Now is not the time to fight. Let's not damage the harmony. We'll talk about it after the Genesis technique battle. The group of old men who did not have much lifespan left slowly calmed down. The saints and saintesses were shocked. Genesis technique masters seemed to have more prospects than them. Even the powerful figures of the older generation wanted to ask for help. Little brother Gu Feng, you're already comparable to a grandmaster at such a young age. In the future you will definitely become the Yuan Taoist master. Sweet sounds secretly transmitted her voice. Yi Fan did not know if she was also complimenting the Genesis technique families. He smiled and nodded in response. However, the moment he turned around, his expression froze. The saintesses were right in front of him. He also saw the heavenly secret. There were definitely two or more beauties more alluring than one. The saintesses stood in front of him. They were snow-white and sparkling. It was too much for his eyes to take in. Out of politeness, he could not turn around immediately. The saints and saintesses were all smiling at him, expressing their goodwill. They had a feeling that this young man might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Such an extraordinary person was courteous to all the sacred grounds. In the future, there would be many things they would need to ask of him. Yi Fan could accept the saint's smiles. However, the saintess's smiles made his heart pound. Any normal man would not be able to stay calm in front of several peerless beauties. He unexpectedly found that the Jade Lake Saintess was very special. This time he did not see through her clothes. He was very surprised. Her close-fitting silk clothes were hazy. It was obviously a divine item. A cold snort sounded in his ears. He sharply sensed that it was the Saintess of Jade Lake. She was very dissatisfied. She seemed to be thinking about what happened 3 days ago. Yi Fan turned around and faced Nangong Qi and the others again. So what if the ancient insect god source is precious? Even if you cut it, it can only be left for the winner. A young disciple of the Genesis technique ancient family sneered. That's right. We can use it to refine a furnace of ancient pills to improve our cultivation. Another young disciple laughed. You can be cocky when you really beat us. Li Heishui sneered. However, he was very uncertain. He still could not believe that there was a peerless goddess in the blood sacrificial altar. There's no point in talking. Let's continue cutting the stone. Yi Fan said. Yes, let's cut the stone and decide the winner. We want to see what's inside the immortal tomb. The surrounding people all shouted like this. They were looking forward to the birth of the immortal treasure. Nangong Qi once again displayed his beautiful blade technique. His silver blade danced like a dragon and a phoenix. In just a few breaths, he had cut open the second stone the size of a house. With a wave of his sleeve, stone fragments filled the sky and rustled down. Only a piece of God source floated in the air, glaring with divine light. It was slightly larger than a human head. There was actually a head inside. The God source barely wrapped it up. Heavens, a human head. Everyone cried out in surprise. It's no different from a human. It must be an archaic royal family. Many people cried out involuntarily. There had always been rumors that the God source contained a corpse. However, apart from Yi Fan who had seen it in the Purple Mountain and the nest of 10,000 dragons, not many people in this world had seen it. Naturally, they were shocked. The value of an archaic royal family's head is inestimable. A supreme elder from a holy land cried out in surprise. Even the Ji clan's expert, the third bandit Su Qianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle who were carving Dao patterns on the side were alarmed. They stopped and walked over with large strides. It really is the head of an archaic royal family. This head belonged to a middle-aged man. His long purple hair was extremely thick and his skin was bronze. His face was like a knife and his eyes were closed. His neck had been cut off cleanly by a sharp blade. It was definitely not a natural death. It's extremely useful for researching the archaic races and their weaknesses. It's too rare. Since ancient times, only a few upper-level royal corpses have been obtained. It's truly rare. The others were shaken by the evaluation of a divine lord. It was obvious that this head was exceptionally precious. Gotcha. At this time Yi Fan cut open the second wondrous stone, the devil fetus. This devil fetus, which was rumored to be able to absorb the essence of the sun and moon and contained a holy spirit, was a popular wondrous stone in the early years. However, ever since an origin technique grandmaster rejected it, its value plummeted, and its price dropped several times. Now it was worth 120,000 kilograms of origin source. If no one showed interest in it, its price might continue to drop. At this moment it was finally cut open. Bang! Yi Fan shook slightly. Stone fragments flew off, and purple divine radiance soared into the sky. Astonishing spirit energy overflowed in all directions. This time, even the Crimson Dragon Taoist was alarmed and came over in an instant. As he approached, the group of old men who were about to rush over stopped in their tracks. Even the other 3 Divine Lord-level characters maintained a certain distance. They seemed to be avoiding the vicious beasts of the Great Desolate Era and were afraid of being attacked by the Crimson Dragon Taoist. His terrifying might was evident. This was a bowl-sized divine source. It should have been golden in color, but it contained a rare treasure that dyed it purple and made it resplendent. It released wisps of purple mist. The spiritual essence was dense and there was a wave of divine aura. It was as if it could purify one's body and mind, cleansing one's soul and flesh. Many people had this type of feeling. They were all stunned, and their eyes released divine light as they looked towards this divine source, wanting to see what exactly was inside. Powerful life fluctuations. That's right, there is an incomparable divine aura. What exactly is this? There is a living creature inside. Everyone became anxious. They discovered that it was difficult to truly see through it. Purple splendor flickered inside, and radiance rushed into the heavens. They could only vaguely see a void figure. This is a Qilin. Great Xia's imperial uncle's face was full of shock. He saw the life form inside the divine source. Ji family's great expert was also stupefied. That's right, a purple Qilin. The Crimson Dragon Taoist was abnormally excited. He appeared at Yi Fan's side and stared rigidly at the divine source that was the size of a bowl. At this time, the multicolored light of the divine source was restrained, and it began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth as well as the essence of the sun and moon. The others finally saw the life form inside and they were all shocked. Heavens, it really is a Qilin. This is too heaven-defying. How could there be this type of creature? This is an existence on par with true dragons and immortals. However, it's just too small, right? It's not even the size of an infant's fist. The clamor in the stone garden shook the heavens. No one could calm down. Since ancient times, no one could say anything about immortals. This was also the case for immortal spirits. Many people speculated that true dragons didn't exist, and that there were only flood dragons that looked like them. Meanwhile, Qilin could also be deduced from this. It really is too small. Could it be that this is a young true Qilin that was born in the archaic era? The divine aura was extremely strong, making everyone in the stone garden feel as if they received a baptism, as if they were purified. This isn't a Qilin but a seed. The Crimson Dragon Taoist suddenly spoke, but he didn't reveal any disappointment. On the contrary, he became even more excited. Chapter 375. A Seed. Yi Fan's fingers became a sparkling purple as he gently raised the purple divine crystal. He was baptized by a wave of divine power, and his entire body was covered in a layer of purple mist. The Crimson Dragon Taoist was extremely excited. His eyes flickered with scarlet radiance as he stared at this world-shocking precious crystal. His voice was weak and only attracted a few people's attention. Within the Heaven Stone Garden, there was a hubbub of voices. The clamor shook the heavens. Everyone found it difficult to control their emotions. What they saw was too miraculous. It was actually a purple Qilin. Even though the purple Qilin within the divine crystal was small, not even the size of an infant's fist, it possessed an incomparable vitality. It was devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Endless spiritual energy was drawn over. Every time it inhaled and exhaled, it was like a surging tide. It made everyone present feel as if they were baptized and their bodies became calm and peaceful. All of this was incomparably miraculous. Everyone knew that this was a peerless immortal treasure with inestimable value. Purple Qilin. There really is one in this world. An existence on the same level as immortals, yet it seems to be in a dream. This is too inconceivable. It is an immortal spirit born from the intersection of heaven and earth. It originated from the archaic era, or even the ancient era of the underworld. It has only appeared today. Everyone was excited and no one could remain calm. If the Crimson Dragon Taoist wasn't standing there, a bloody battle might have already broken out. Despite this being the case, the group of messy old men seemed to have eaten aphrodisiacs. They squeezed forward with red eyes, including the supreme elders of the various holy lands. As for the holy sons and daughters, even those as powerful as them couldn't compare to their own supreme elders and great demons. They were all disheveled. The younger generation was almost squeezed out, causing the holy daughters to frown. The Ji clan's little moon and the great Xia's little nun cried out loudly, protesting against the older generation. It was extremely hurtful. This was the truest portrayal of the light-shaking realm's people. The heaven-defying purple Qilin had appeared, and those guarding the stone garden had the urge to slit their own throats. The wondrous, demonic embryo had been placed in the stone garden for who knew how many years and had always been treated as a half-useless stone. In the end, it actually produced such a shocking immortal treasure. This old one represents the 10,000 Tribulation sect. To buy this wondrous treasure. 10,000 Tribulation sect is amazing? This old man represents the Yin-Yang sect to sincerely buy this immortal treasure. Can you afford it? Do you know how valuable the purple Qilin is? Immediately, a grand elder of a holy land sneered. We can't afford it, but can you afford it? The old undyings of the big sects weren't afraid of the supreme elders of the holy lands and coldly rebuked them. The group of old men had the urge to fight. All of them were extremely excited and didn't look old at all. They were even more energetic than the young saints. Little Moon of the Ji family and the little nun in white are holding the restless divine silkworm, crying out again and again, protesting that the elders are stepping on their little feet. Okay, stop fighting. Ji family's expert said. His voice wasn't loud but it made everyone quiet down. He was tall and stalwart. His silver hair was like snow and his skin was like white jade. He was a true holy master-level character. No one dared to ignore his words. The Red Dragon Taoist snorted coldly and said, "What's there to fight about?" He put his hands behind his back and swept his gaze over everyone present. Everywhere his gaze passed, everyone shivered. No one dared to retort. This kind of super terrifying character dared to openly kill the wavering light holy master and even dared to stay in the God City. This was enough to explain everything. Even the Ji family's expert, the third great bandit Su Qianxiong, and the Central State Great Xia's imperial uncle respected him and kept a safe distance. This seed. My Great Xia wants to fight for it. The Central State Great Xia's imperial uncle took a step forward. Even if he was afraid of the Red Dragon Taoist, he definitely couldn't let go of this divine object. It was abnormally precious and worth getting their hands on. Even if there was danger, they had to fight for it. My Ji family is also willing to pay a sky-high price to buy it. The Ji family's expert said resolutely. Only Su Qianxiong didn't say anything. Even though he dared to challenge the Holy Lands, he couldn't fight over it right now. In terms of methods, he was afraid of the Red Dragon Taoist, but in terms of wealth, he couldn't compare to the other two. There was no need to talk about the others. Their hearts were ice cold. No matter how precious this purple immortal Kylan was, it wasn't their turn to make a move. Why is it a seed? Many people didn't understand and were flabbergasted. Why is it a seed? Isn't it a little Qilin beast? The white-clothed nun finally got close to the Great Xia imperial uncle. No one dared to push her anymore. She muttered in a small voice. Qilins are the same as immortals, no one can say for sure whether they exist or not. Even if they do, they won't descend into the mortal world, we can't see them. The Great Xia imperial uncle doted on the white-clothed little Lolita a lot and explained softly. Grandfather, what exactly is it? Ji Ziyue acted coquettishly and shook the Ji family's expert's arm. She wasn't afraid of him at all. This is the seed of a divine medicine, the world's most precious divine object. The Ji family expert replied. The seed of the archaic Qilin divine medicine. Yi Fan had seen the true dragon divine medicine in the nest of 10,000 dragons, so he could naturally deduce what the Qilin divine medicine looked like. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect it to be like this. How could a seed take the shape of a Qilin and have such powerful life fluctuations? In Yi Fan's hands, the little Qilin within the purple divine crystal was vivid and lifelike. Its body was covered in dragon scales as if it was treading on water. It had a dragon head, antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, and on its back, there was a diagram that looked like a type of heavenly Tao divine pattern. It was extremely profound. The legends are true. An older generation figure muttered to himself. Divine medicines were extremely rare. Even in the archaic era, there weren't many of them. They could allow unrivaled experts whose lifespans had dried up to obtain a chance at new life. That was why they were revered as the world's most precious divine objects. Almost every single divine medicine was unique, and it was extremely difficult to find a second one. From this, one could see just how precious and divine they were. Every single divine medicine almost couldn't reproduce. They were unique, and if they were destroyed, then it meant that they would forever be erased from this world. That was why they were called supreme divine goods. This was also the reason why there were no traces of them now, and why divine medicines were completely extinct. They can't reproduce, so why is there still a seed like this? Someone was confused and muttered softly. It's a unique divine medicine that underwent rebirth on its own. An elder explained. Archaic divine medicines were unmatched, all of them intelligent. When they were destroyed, they could escape, fly into the sky and escape into the earth. What was even more miraculous was that they would undergo rebirth as well. Their bodies would condense, turning into a seed, and then tear through the sky to choose a more suitable immortal earth. This is an archaic divine medicine seed that underwent rebirth? Everyone here was stupefied. Everything inside and outside of the stone garden was quiet to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was extremely shocked. Divine medicines had another name, undying medicine. They had heaven-defying power that could bring the dead back to life, and they themselves were almost undying as well. At this moment, everyone understood just how precious it was. For the Holy Lands, it was definitely a priceless divine object. This seed possessed incomparably powerful life fluctuations, proving that it was full of vitality and could definitely be planted. The Holy Land's inheritances hadn't decayed for more than 100,000 years, so they could definitely wait to nurture a stock of divine medicine. Even if it only matured once every few thousand years, it was still enough. Every few thousand years, a divine medicine would be picked, and after accumulating a few times, it would continuously extend the lives of those who had hopes of becoming a great emperor. Who knows, they might even be able to produce a great emperor. When they thought of this result, How could the Holy Land's people's eyes not turn red? This was an unmatched divine object. Yi Fan had cut out a damaged humanoid archaic divine medicine. Even though it had roots, without the divine spring's water, there was no way it could survive. Forget about how damaged it was, even if it was in perfect condition. If it couldn't survive, it still couldn't compare to this Qilin seed that had life. Right now there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that this seed was far more precious than the archaic king's head. This was especially true for the Holy Lands, because it was an immortal treasure that was worth fighting over. Moreover, just the seed itself was a treasure that could extend one's life. It was because it was formed from a divine medicine's rebirth, so it retained the essence of endless undying matter. Everyone's eyes became red. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon Taoist was standing at Yi Fan's side, or else his life would be in danger. The highest bidder wins. This is the fairest way. The Ji family's great elders spoke. The Holy Land's people agreed. They didn't have any experts here, so they could only fight for it with their wealth. Otherwise, a single Su Tianxiong would be enough to slaughter everyone here. The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke. I know what you all mean. Do you want to exclude me? His voice was calm, but it made everyone's hearts jump. He continued, ancient great emperors aren't created from piles of divine medicines. If they can't comprehend it themselves, it would be useless even if they were given 9 reincarnations. The divine medicine seed was shaped like a qilin, and there were Tao patterns on its back like a heavenly diagram. It was extremely mysterious and indescribably miraculous. At this moment, it continuously absorbed the essence of the sun and moon as if it was being reborn. It breathed in and out essence energy, rising and falling like ocean waves, bathing everyone in the stone garden in a divine aura. Yi Fan held the qilin seed. Its entire body became a sparkling and translucent purple like jade. He really didn't want to sell it and hoped to keep it in his hands. Let's not fight for now. Let's hurry up and finish the formation runes. If a goddess jumps out of the blood sacrificial altar, it will be a disaster. The Ji clan's almighty suggested to carve the formation runes just in case. As for the Qilin divine medicine seed, they could discuss it after the stone gambling ended. Little Yi Fan, we can't keep this seed. Li Heishui secretly transmitted his voice, constantly complaining and speechless. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Yi Fan was obviously different. First, he cut out the ancient insect god source, then he cut out the Qilin divine medicine seed, suppressing an origin technique grandmaster. Even the proud and arrogant saints and saintesses were expressing goodwill and extending an olive branch, let alone the others. The future Yuan Taoist master. Many people had already given him this label. To be able to suppress an origin technique grandmaster at such a young age, his future achievements were limitless, and it was very likely that he would become a genius of his generation. Even the gazes of the few saint lords were somewhat different when they glanced at him. Continue cutting the stones. Nangong Qi said expressionlessly. So what if you cut out the divine medicine seed? Can you compare to the goddess? In the end you are still going to lose to us. The few youngsters from the ancient origin technique families were very unconvinced and sneered in a low voice. Humph, cut it. Let's congratulate him for cutting out an even more precious holy item from the immortal tomb. That way our harvest will be even more abundant. They were confident that they could cut out the goddess and witness a miracle in the history of origin techniques. They didn't believe that there was anything more precious than this in the world. Then open your eyes and watch us cut out an immortal from the immortal tomb. Li Heishui was stubborn, but in fact he was very guilty. Chapter 376. Yi Fan arrived in front of the immortal tomb and carefully examined it. With a swoosh, a silver light flashed and he was about to swing the spirit blade. Suddenly, a great sense of danger appeared in his heart. A bone-chilling aura enveloped his body. He flew back like lightning with the immortal tomb. But nothing appeared. There was no danger and nothing unusual. Everything was quiet as usual. What's wrong, little Yi? Li Heishui transmitted with a nervous expression. Nothing. Yi Fan shook his head and prepared to cut the stone again. Buzz. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with a purple light. His heaven origin divine instinct was alerted once again. He felt the threat of death looming over him once more. He moved lightly like an immortal and flashed to the side. What was going on? He was bewildered. Did those old things want to kill him? But he didn't feel any draconic energy rushing over. There were no earth veins or any openings. What are you doing? Dancing with the immortal tomb? What a joke. A young disciple from an ancient Genesis technique family mocked. Another disciple from a Genesis technique clan laughed heartily, mocking in front of everyone. Why aren't you cutting the stone? It's like you're dancing with your grave, isn't it? Close your two rags tightly. Don't spit out anything. Li Heishui scolded. His words were equally annoying. You don't know what's good for you. Who can you blame for carrying a stone tomb? Yi Fan ignored them. He stared at the immortal tomb and seriously pondered. Could it be that there was something inside that was releasing a terrifying killing intent that made him feel alarmed? When he thought of this problem, he shuddered. This was an extremely serious consequence. Could it be that there were living creatures in the immortal tomb? Moreover, it had already awakened and completely recovered. If so, there would most likely be a bloodbath and he would be the first to bear the brunt. Was it really that serious? Yi Fan placed the immortal tomb on the ground and carefully examined it with his origin divine instinct. To his surprise, there was no killing intent overflowing from inside. Instead, there were wisps of sacred aura circulating. At this time, a cloud floated past, blocking the sun and casting a shadow. He suddenly became vigilant and thought of something. Yi Fan raised his head and looked in the opposite direction. Nangong Qi and the other three old fellows were standing with their hands behind their backs. They had smiles on their faces and were staring at him motionlessly. Too vicious. Yi Fan's expression was very ugly, and it immediately sank. The other party had attacked him several times with the intention of exterminating him. He had only passively defended himself a few times, but they had become even more aggressive. If he hadn't learned the Origin Heaven book, possessed powerful Genesis techniques, and knew many ancient secret arts, as well as that flash of inspiration earlier, he would likely not even know how he had died. Nangong Qi and the others did not use dragon Qi or earth veins. Instead, they used their aura to kill. This was an unparalleled secret technique of Genesis techniques that killed without leaving a trace. They were very particular about where they stood. They sealed the Heaven Stone Garden's heavenly power and terrain. There were many strange stones here, so naturally, they were not weaker than the natural dragon vein's great power. The four of them used an ancient Genesis technique to guide the dragon vein's great power, preparing to launch a thunderous attack that would turn him into a pool of blood without him realizing it. Yi Fan was really angry. The four of them were very skilled in Genesis techniques, and even knew such a secret technique. However, their attacks were too vicious, and they had repeatedly tried to harm him. Can you do it or not? Admit defeat if you don't cut the immortal tomb. The young disciples of the ancient Genesis technique clan sneered and stared at Yi Fan with ridicule. Don't you think it's funny that you're walking back and forth, not daring to cut open the ancient tomb? Your clan's old man wants to kill me. How do you expect me to cut it? Yi Fan directly pointed out the reason in front of everyone. Moreover, he suddenly strode forward, quickly walking to a few key locations in the stone garden, and continuously triggered the great power of the dragon vein. The expressions of Nangong Qi and the others immediately changed. The four old fellows quickly left their original positions, and at the same time shouted to the nearby disciples, "Retreat!" The expression of a Genesis technique disciple who was sneering at Yi Fan suddenly froze. His organs had been turned into a pool of blood by the great power of the dragon vein. Although his external organs were unharmed, his vitality was gone, and he fell to the ground. Uproar. An uproar broke out inside and outside the stone garden. A Genesis technique could kill someone without them noticing. It was so terrifying. You're not the only ones who know ancient Genesis techniques. I also know them. If you want to kill someone, I'll play with you. Yi Fan showed no fear. He faced Nangong Qi and the others and said, "Do you still want to continue? I'll play with you to the end. I also have a great killing technique that I haven't used yet." The onlookers all retreated. A battle between Genesis technique masters was so terrifying that it could take someone's life unknowingly. People finally understood why even the great sage was helpless against the Yuan Taoist master when he dominated the world. Even if he didn't know the orthodox cultivation method, he still had astonishing means. The surviving disciples of the Genesis technique ancient clan rapidly retreated with pale faces. Nangong Qi and the others' expressions were ugly and cold. They didn't say anything. You four old things joined hands to deal with Gu Feng. Don't you have any shame? Li Heishui said angrily. It doesn't matter. They can use all their means. I'll take them on. Yi Fan was very calm. He looked disdainfully at the four Genesis technique masters. Everyone was shocked. The young Genesis technique master had suppressed the Genesis technique clan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan didn't continue to cut the immortal tomb. Instead, he began to arrange in the jade bamboo forest. For everyone's safety, I'll isolate a pure land. There was life and death in a Genesis technique battle. The disciples of the ancient clan had long threatened to trample Yi Fan to death in the battle. Only now did everyone believe that it wasn't a provocation. At this moment, the Ji clan, Su Tianxiong and the great Xia Emperor had finished carving the formation runes and placed the blood sacrificial altar in the center. You can cut the stone. Red Dragon gestured to Nangong Qi. Okay, then let me cut the stone first. Nangong Qi walked forward, but he didn't get close. Instead, he prepared to attack from a distance. The four grandmasters had already sensed that there was a goddess inside. He didn't want to be killed after waking her up. Is this formation rune stable? Some of the older generation felt uneasy. If the far ancient imperial family came out, it was very likely that there would be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The other runes might not work, but this rune is enough. This is the Tao rune law of the divine city's heavenly prison. It can detain all experts, a supreme elder of a sacred land said. The divine city existed with the world and could be traced back to the earliest human era. No one knew its true origin. The heavenly prison it possessed was unimaginable. Even top experts would find it difficult to escape if they were trapped inside. Therefore, the three holy masters weren't too worried. Kacha. Nangong Qi waved his blade in the air. The silver light was like a waterfall, dancing in the air. It was very agile like a dancing dragon. And at this moment, a strong aura rushed out. Even those who didn't understand Genesis techniques felt their hearts palpitate. They felt a pressure. The aura of the absolute beginning. Any cultivator who had some understanding of origin stones knew that this was the unique aura of the absolute beginning. It was many times stronger than what they had seen in the past. People even suspected that this stone came from the origin ancient mine. Stone fragments rustled down. The horrifying aura became stronger and stronger. Many people couldn't help but tremble, as if they were already inside the absolute beginning forbidden land. It's just a stone, so why is it giving off such a terrifying feeling? Could it really be a bloodstone that flowed out from the origin ancient mine? Many of the older generation asked the people from the Alcate Stone Square how far the divine temple was from the origin ancient mine and how they transported the blood sacrificial altar. The people from the Alcate Stone Square all had numb expressions. No one replied. They had cut open 6 pieces of bloodstone and hadn't obtained anything. They didn't think that this leftover material would bring out the goddess. But a large piece of stone fell to the ground. A third of the blood sacrificial altar had been cut open. Unknowingly, an incomparably dense killing intent seeped out from the stone. The creature inside was not like a goddess but rather like a peerless demon. People couldn't help but tremble. Many people with weaker cultivations were scared witless. Back off. It's better not to watch this kind of show. Many people were alarmed and chose to retreat. There were even some people who directly left the stone garden, not daring to stay any longer. This isn't some world-shocking treasure. If an archaic king appeared, there would be millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Preserving one's life is the most important thing. There were some people who were extremely cautious. They resisted their curiosity and impulsiveness and truly left. However, most people didn't leave. They wanted to personally witness a miracle. They had confidence in the divine city's heavenly prison and the methods of the divine masters. Another large piece of stone fell here. A bone-piercing killing intent rushed out, making everyone shiver from head to toe. They couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, even Nangong Qi's blade felt sluggish. He also developed a sense of fear. The killing intent had already seeped into his bones. Kacha. This time his blade wasn't steady and a thick layer of stone fell off. A heaven-shocking killing intent rushed out. Nangong Qi staggered backwards, almost sitting on the ground. Outside, many people's calves and stomachs cramped. Many people with weaker cultivations couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. No one laughed because everyone was enveloped by the killing intent. Cold air rose from their bodies and even the fine hairs on their bodies stood up. Kacha. It wasn't Nangong Qi who attacked, but the blood sacrificial altar itself. A piece of stone fell off, and a crazy killing intent surged out like a tsunami. It made the heaven and earth tremble. A rusty spear. An archaic war spear. It was incomparably oppressive. Many people were trembling and extremely nervous. They retreated, and there were even some people who fell to the ground with goosebumps all over their bodies. There was a spear within the stone that was scarlet like blood. It was covered in rust and seemed to be on the verge of decay. However, it was incomparably awe-inspiring and possessed a heaven-shocking killing intent. The aura that made people tremble and the source of fear all originated from it. The blood-stained spear represented destruction and death. It wasn't sharp and had no luster. The passage of time had almost obliterated it, but its killing intent didn't diminish. Its body was about to decay, but the endless killing intent would never disappear. It contained an aura that made the heaven and earth tremble. This is a peerless vicious weapon. It must have killed unimaginable existences. The expressions of several holy master-level figures were heavy as they spoke. This spear must have pierced through the body of a peerless existence and dyed this vicious weapon with blood. It must have left behind the unparalleled killing intent of the past. Was the goddess within the stone going to appear with a peerless vicious weapon? When they thought of this question, many people began to tremble. Endless fear shrouded their hearts, and they trembled as they retreated. Nangongqi calmed himself down. After a long time he walked forward again. However, one could see that the silver blade he took out was trembling. Pooh! Suddenly, as soon as the snow-white blade approached the spear, it broke apart inch by inch and turned into powder. The shocking killing intent crushed it to pieces. Just what kind of existence's blood had this almost decayed spear been soaked in? Countless years had passed, yet there was still this kind of killing intent that made one tremble. Let me do it. The Ji family's great elder walked forward. He grabbed another silver blade and slashed through the air. Stone powder fell down. He didn't touch the scarlet blood spear and left that area. He wanted to cut out the other parts of the goddess and not let this peerless vicious weapon appear in the world too early. Kacha. The stone skin continuously fell off as a holy aura filled the air. A gentle radiance rushed out, rippling with an extremely divine and auspicious power. What kind of source is this? It's silver and dazzling like starlight, but also like moonlight? A few older generation figures were astonished. It's cut out. It's a goddess. There really is a goddess within. Many people were shocked. Archaic king, it must be an archaic king. The supreme elders of the Holy Lands were all shocked. Let's see what you will use to bet. The disciples of the Genesis technique aristocratic families were both fearful and excited. They coldly smiled as they stared at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. Chapter 377. No one knew what kind of origin this was. Almost no one could recognize it, not even Yi Fan or Nangongqi. It wasn't all that dazzling, as if it was forged from the stars in the sky. It also seemed like the divine splendor of the moon had gathered together, gentle and hazy. It was sparkling and sparkling, attracting everyone's attention. The moment they saw it, they would feel that it was different from the masses and definitely not inferior to the divine origin. There was a pure and holy power circulating within. However, the mysterious origin seed wasn't the most attractive. The goddess inside was the focal point. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Cries of alarm first sounded within the stone garden, and then a deathly silence ensued. Soon after, a tsunami-like clamor resounded. Everyone was stunned. At this moment of witnessing a miracle, no one could remain calm. A goddess was cut out from the stone. It was like a fantasy story, recreating a rumor from more than 100,000 years ago. Within the crystalline origin stone that looked like moonlight, there was a delicate and pretty face. It was extremely peaceful, as if she was sleeping soundly and not moving at all. Her purple hair was smooth and bright, covering half of her immortal face. However, it was difficult to hide her stunning beauty. Her skin was exceptionally sparkling and white. It was as if it was carved from fine jade and not flesh. It gave people a dreamy feeling, making them feel as if this was a masterpiece of the heavens and not a product of flesh and blood. Everyone was stupefied. They were sure that this wasn't an illusion and that the goddess really came out. The strange origin seed that seemed to have been forged from stars emitted a divine power that diluted the blood-colored spear's killing intent. It made everyone feel a comfortable aura. Is this real? Why do I feel like this is all an illusion? A lively young lady, an archaic king. She was definitely an archaic king because in that era, there were almost no creatures that looked exactly like humans. However, those that did were definitely from the royal race. Everyone noticed that this exceptional immortal face wasn't that old and even seemed a bit tender. She couldn't have exceeded 16 or 17 years of age. Was it her that wielded the exceptional spear and killed unimaginable existences? When they thought of this question, everyone's hearts trembled. The young lady looked peaceful and quiet, but that might not be her true age and state. Perhaps she was an exceptional king. In the crowd, little Moon of the Ji family and the little nun in white grabbed the divine silkworm tightly. The little golden fairy was nervous and struggled fiercely, wanting to rush over. The Ji family's great expert's heart was as firm as steel. He didn't waver in the slightest. The silver blade in his hand slashed through the air. Stone powder flew everywhere and continuously fell. In almost an instant he had cut out half of the origin stone. Half of the goddess's body was faintly discernible. She was wearing a golden dress and her skin was as white as ivory. The mighty cultivators of Ji family had always been avoiding that peerless weapon. They didn't carve the stones around the blood-colored spear, they didn't want it to appear too early. Finally, almost all of the large origin stones had been cut out. Only the left side of the young maiden's body was not revealed, and there was a blood-colored spear there. Gotcha. In the end, Ji family's supreme expert still made his move. Rocks collapsed and continuously fell onto the ground, cutting off a large half of the exceptional spear. Boom. The shocking killing intent rose and fell like the tide. Everyone present felt as if they had fallen into purgatory. After a section of the almost decayed spear was revealed, many people couldn't endure it anymore. It was as if a peerless demon lord with an aura that could devour mountains and rivers had appeared. This was a type of intimidation that originated from the soul. It was grandiose and majestic, as if it was surging over from the 9 heavens and 9 hells at the same time. Plop. Many people couldn't endure it any longer. The killing intent seeped into their bones and they fell weakly onto the ground. Their hearts were terrified to the extreme as they screamed and screamed. The peerless vicious weapon's form could be decayed, but its killing intent wouldn't be extinguished. Quickly retreat. Many cultivators trembled in fear as they retreated. Many of the older generation figures felt their hair stand on end. Ding. The silver blade rang out lightly. Ji family's supreme expert moved the blade as if it was flying, continuously cutting off the stone skin around the bloody spear. It was about to completely reveal itself. At this time, everyone sharply sensed that something was wrong. The rusty spear didn't seem to be held in the young maiden's hands. Something's wrong, something's completely wrong. This doesn't seem to be the goddess weapon. The archaic king seemed to have been pierced through by a peerless vicious weapon. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. It looked like the young maiden's spear, but it wasn't like that. The ancient spear seemed to have pierced through her chest and nailed her in place. Gotcha. With a final light sound, several hundred jin of rocks fell down, and the rare treasure hidden within the blood sacrificial altar was revealed. This was a magical source that was close to 2 meters tall. It floated in midair and didn't sink down. It had the same characteristics as a divine source, and a pure and holy power was flowing within it. A purple-haired young maiden was sealed inside. She had an exceptional celestial appearance, and she didn't move at all as if she was sleeping soundly. However, everyone let out a sigh. An exceptional divine spear pierced through the magical source, and the tip of the spear was revealed. It nailed the young maiden and pierced through her heart. No one expected this kind of result. An archaic king was killed just like that. It truly made everyone feel shocked. As for how powerful the archaic king was, no one knew. Some people guessed that she was on par with the great emperor, and that she was unrivaled under the heavens. Too much time had passed, and even the Holy Lands couldn't fight against the archaic races. It was because there was an era in between, and there was a vacuum period. As for how powerful they were, no one could say for sure, and no one could go back to the archaic era to verify it. The archaic king that could make heaven and earth tremble, how did it get pierced through? An unrivaled existence under the heavens, why was she nailed to death by an exceptional vicious weapon? Even people like the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the Great Xia Imperial Uncle were in a daze. Everyone was horrified as they watched from afar. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure that kind of killing intent. The tip of the spear was awe-inspiring, and as it pressed over, everyone almost fell to the ground. Woo-woo! Suddenly a sorrowful cry rang out. It was extremely tender, but it was incomparably sorrowful. The divine silkworm immediately broke away from Ji Ziyue and the little nun, and rushed to the magical source that was floating in midair. Old ancestor, don't hurt it. Ji family's little moon transmitted. Ji family's almighty figure didn't stop it, and only stood there and watched silently. The divine silkworm wasn't frightened by the spear's killing intent. It directly threw itself onto the magical source and cried loudly, and its tears rolled down in pairs. Even the little nun lowly in white was hearing the divine silkworm's voice for the first time. Normally it didn't make any sounds and only moved. She even thought that it was a little mute. However, at this moment, it was sorrowful and its big bright eyes were filled with tears. It wailed loudly and stretched out a little claw to continuously caress the young lady's face. But how could she come back to life? She had long been nailed there, and it was unknown how many years she had fallen. Xiao Guai, don't cry. The little nun in white persuaded gently, but she couldn't walk over. She couldn't endure the murderous weapon's killing intent. Little pitiful girl, don't cry. I'm feeling terrible. Ji family's little moon also spoke. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the little golden fairy knew that young lady? Seeing it so sorrowful and crying so hard, everyone's heart trembled. Could it be that there was an ancient past between them? This really made everyone shocked. The little golden fairy cried incomparably sorrowfully, and it almost fainted. It trembled as it reached out its little golden claw, caressing the young lady's face again and again. The young and tender cries made everyone's heart hurt. It seemed to be repeating a syllable. That was an archaic sound and no one could understand it. However, everyone guessed that it might be that young lady's name. The little golden fairy cried endlessly, muttering that name again and again as tears flowed down. Everyone was moved. They didn't expect this little thing to be so sentimental, so sorrowful. They couldn't help but think of all kinds of scenes. In that archaic era, the great earth was full of vitality. Hundreds of races stood in great numbers and many kings rose up together. A carefree young lady, even though she was a king, was ignorant of the affairs of the world. She depended on the little golden creature for survival, chasing and playing under the night moon. Unfortunately, one day she encountered other kings and died in battle in that era, leaving this little golden fairy alone to live until the present world. The young and tender cries, the cries were incomparably sorrowful. The little golden creature stuck to the crystal and cried sadly. However, when it called out that name, it was very gentle. It used its little golden claw to carefully caress the young lady's face, as if it was afraid of waking her up. Many things in the past never came back, let alone the past of the archaic era. As for what kind of story they had, no one knew. Tears continuously flowed from the divine silkworm's large eyes. After a long time, the cries became softer and finally disappeared. It cried so hard that it fainted. Ji family's expert carried this little thing and sent it in front of Ji Ziyue and the little nun. Poor little Guai. The two young ladies also felt sad. The divine silkworm could transform 9 times, looking down on the world and the world. However, with each transformation, it had to forget everything in the past. Maybe one day it would forget everything. It wouldn't even remember that there was a young lady in the archaic era who had a period of time that it shouldn't forget. This is too inconceivable. How could the divine silkworm know this archaic king? How could there be such a coincidence? Nothing is impossible. The fact that it could revive in the present is already a miracle in itself. Archaic kings are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and the little golden creature is also of the royal race. It's not surprising that they know each other. The Crimson Dragon Taoist spoke and said, perhaps they really knew each other in the past. Perhaps this young lady is a 9 transformations divine silkworm. The little golden creature might have sensed a familiar aura. The young lady was a 9 transformations divine silkworm? That was possible. Everyone looked at the strange source in shock. The young lady inside was still rather tender. Was she really an unrivaled Holy Spirit after the 9 transformations? Only now did everyone realize that the bloody spear pierced through her heart from the back and not from the front. This gave people endless wild and fanciful thoughts. Perhaps the young lady was ignorant of worldly affairs and died from a sneak attack. Perhaps the 9 transformations divine silkworm had forgotten the past and was taken advantage of. As for what exactly happened in the archaic era, it had already passed away like smoke. No one truly knew. Only after a long time did everyone calm down. The value of this strange source was immeasurable. As an archaic king, the young lady inside was similarly a rare treasure. What's going on? Someone was shocked. He pointed at the crystal that looked like it was condensed from moonlight and said, why are there tears at the corners of the young lady's eyes? I don't remember there being any just now. It should be left behind by the little golden creature. When it landed on the source, it gave everyone a misconception. Ji family's great expert lightly brushed it, and the tears on the crystal completely disappeared. However, the tears at the corners of the young lady's eyes still hung there. Heavens, could it be that she's still alive? How is this possible? Many people were shocked and revealed expressions of disbelief. There were also people who laughed and said, you all are too nervous. There were clearly tears at the start. Right, there were tears at the start. I seem to have seen them as well. Otherwise, if she was sealed inside, even if she was alive, she wouldn't be able to shed tears. Impossible, there definitely weren't any at the start. A dispute broke out in the stone garden. Everyone had their own opinions. Stop arguing. Ji family's great expert frowned and said, she already doesn't have any life fluctuations. Only when a Holy Lord level figure spoke did everyone slowly calm down. Little friend, it's your turn to cut the stone. Nangong Chi smiled and looked towards Yi Fan, gesturing for him to start. Even though the goddess didn't have any life, Such a large piece of strange source that could float in the air was definitely comparable to a divine source. The youngsters of the Genesis Technique ancient family all sneered. They believed that no matter what, Yi Fan would not be able to make a comeback. Not to mention this piece of strange source, even the young lady inside is a peerless material for refining tools. What can you use to compete? I already said that the more precious the thing he cuts out, the more abundant our harvest will be because it will all belong to us. You dare to compete with us? Their faces were filled with cold smiles as they stared at Yi Fan and Li Heishui. The other party was overbearing and overbearing. Li Heishui gritted his teeth and sneered, "The thing you cut out might not be as precious as the divine medicine seed." "Heishui brat, what are you saying? Such a large piece of divine source is hard to find in the world. Don't be so stubborn." A disciple of the Genesis Technique ancient family sneered. Li Heishui said coldly, "In the eyes of the Holy Lands, divine medicines can extend the life of geniuses with the potential of emperors. They are much more precious than divine source. Plus, who knows what your source is? It might not even be as good as divine source. Laughable, it's useless no matter how stubborn you are. In a while we will find someone to appraise it. Just wait to pay until you die." Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He waved his silver blade and started to cut the tomb. Nangong Chi didn't secretly attack this time. He quietly stood at the side with the other three elders and watched with a smile. They were certain in their hearts and didn't believe that Yi Fan could defy the heavens. Kacha. Yi Fan's blade was very fierce. With one blade he cut down dozens of kilograms of stone. He didn't plan to slowly cut it down. "Little friend, be careful. Don't damage our treasures." Nangong Chi smiled and reminded him as if everything was in his control. "Are you sure that what I cut out will belong to you and not everything you have will be won by me?" Yi Fan put away his blade and looked at him calmly. "You probably don't have any hope." Nangong Chi smiled and stroked his beard. "You won't cry until you see the coffin. We are waiting to see what rare treasures you can cut out." The youngsters of the Genesis Technique ancient family all sneered. "Okay, today I will defy the heavens and show you." Yi Fan replied calmly. Hearing him say this, everyone present revealed a look of surprise, including the few holy master-level figures. All the saints and saintesses looked over. Some of the old men were also bewildered. All eyes were focused on him. Kacha. Yi Fan's second blade fell and cut off another dozen kilograms of stone. He didn't show any mercy at all. It was as if he was peeling a radish. An old man reminded, "Little friend, you are cutting the immortal tomb, not chopping vegetables. You should be more careful." Yes, this old man's heart hurts just looking at it. If you damage the immortal treasure, it will be too late for regrets. The people at the side were all scared witless. Yi Fan smiled. The blade turned and stone fragments flew everywhere. His movements became light and agile. He swung his blade again and again, no longer making large movements. Suddenly, an incomparable holy aura rushed out. The immortal tomb overflowed with colorful lights and shone brilliantly. It was very mysterious. There really are immortal treasures in the immortal tomb. Everyone was shocked. Kacha. Yi Fan's blade slashed down. Many large pieces of stone cracked and fell off. And it was also at this time that two golden lights shot out like two burning torches. They were two gazes. Yi Fan decisively retreated. Even he didn't think that he would cut out a living creature. Heavens, there are living creatures in the immortal tomb. Gazes like torches. There are living creatures buried in the heavenly ancient tomb. There are immortal spirits in the heavenly sealed immortal tomb. A wave of exclamations came. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked on the spot. One of the most abrupt voices shouted, "The fiery golden eyes Sun Wukong?" The others didn't know who Sun Wukong was, but Yi Fan did. He knew that it must be Pang Bo shouting. He must have also come to the scene. The ancient immortal tomb was overflowing with colorful lights, sacred and auspicious. No one would have thought that there would be a living creature inside. Chapter 378. The immortal tomb's ancient stone surface cracked apart. It was sparkling like a glass pagoda and blossomed with radiance, as if it was the world's most magnificent object. 10,000 streaks of multicolored light and thousands of streaks of auspicious colors appeared. It was almost translucent, as if it was cast from the world's most precious rainbow gems. It was extremely dreamy. It was originally simple and unadorned, but now that it saw the light of day, it was like a divine moon in the sky. Silver splendor descended, the holy splendor hazy. When faced with those two torch-like gazes, Yi Fan used a Genesis technique to lock down heaven and earth, isolating himself from the immortal tomb. He retreated as if he was flying, disappearing into the crowd. Could it be that there really was an immortal spirit emerging? Or was there a creature within the ancient tomb undergoing nirvanic rebirth? Or was it that another archaic king was born? Everyone was shocked, no one able to face it calmly. This wasn't any other stone, but rather an immortal tomb. The living creature within this natural ancient tomb could be said to be earth-shattering. After the shock, everyone was filled with endless fear. They all retreated. Even though the aura was pure and holy, blood might flow like a river in the next moment. Hurry and retreat. Hurry and leave this place. Quite a few people cried out loudly with terrified expressions. They rushed into the distance, not wanting to stay for even a moment longer. It was as if they were running from a prehistoric vicious beast. Today, everyone's horizons were broadened. They had seen all types of rare treasures and witnessed miracles, but now they might face a life-and-death disaster. It came out from the immortal tomb. Quite a few people felt cramps in their calves, almost unable to move their feet. It was difficult for them to escape because right now the heavens seemed to be pressing down, continuously sinking. A tremendous pressure descended. Everyone was alarmed and in great disorder. They wanted to escape this place and preserve their lives. A mysterious creature appeared, its power flourishing, making everyone tremble uncontrollably. This was a pressure that originated from the soul, as if a superior was looking down on ants. The Ji family's expert was the first to take action. His 5 fingers spread out and 5 streaks of electrical radiance shot out. They interweaved together to form a divine net, wrapping around the immortal tomb, wishing to send it into the formation patterns at the center. Those were the Tao patterns they had carved for the blood sacrificial altar. Who would have thought that this stone didn't produce a living king, and instead, a shocking accident happened in the immortal tomb. The sound wasn't loud, but there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. A hand reached out from the immortal tomb and crushed the divine net in an instant. Ji family's mighty figure's attack was futile. He couldn't send the immortal tomb into the center of the formation. The tomb didn't move at all. A pair of powerful hands grabbed onto the tomb and widened the crack. Gotcha. The immortal tomb completely cracked apart. A pair of arms reached out first, and at the same time, those 2 eyes became even more resplendent, flickering with light like 2 bright lamps. Hairy arms? That's definitely not an immortal spirit. What kind of monster is it? Golden fur and humanoid arms. What kind of creature is this? Everyone retreated while shouting. Many of the faster ones had long since disappeared. However, even more people chose to watch from afar. The stone squares of the various holy lands had clearly stated that flying was not allowed, but at this moment no one cared. Their lives were more important, so they all soared into the sky. Clang. The great Xia imperial uncle made his move. 9 streams of true dragon chi flew out of his body, surging and roaring like real dragons. In an instant they coiled in front of Qin Wentian. The 9-dragon tomb wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground and sending him into the Tao pattern space to teleport him into the heavenly prison of the God City. The void was like a great drum. It was beaten until it began to tremble, buzzing non-stop. 2 beams of light shot out from the immortal tomb, devouring the draconic energy and slowly breaking down the 9 true dragons, destroying them in the air. That's its gaze. It's actually so terrifying. Its eyes can turn into a dragon. Just what kind of creature is this? It's so powerful. Even some of the older generation figures were horrified. This result made them feel waves of cold air. The saints and saintesses all had serious expressions. They stood in the air and watched without blinking. Especially the great Xia imperial prince, his expression was incomparably grim. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the immortal tomb. Boom. Suddenly the 3rd great bandit Su Tianxiong made his move. He slapped down with his palm and a great imprint appeared under his palm. On it, dragons and tigers contended for supremacy, and Tao patterns densely covered it. The great imprint was simple and unadorned. It was unknown how heavy it was as it slowly pressed towards the immortal tomb. At this moment, everyone felt suffocated, almost unable to breathe. Boom. The creature in the immortal tomb didn't use any tricks. It directly smashed out with a fist. That golden hairy palm flickered with golden light, as if it had the power to shatter the heavens. Its fist smashed out. The void was like a painting scroll, trembling with walala sounds as if it would be torn apart at any time. It displayed its masculinity and domineeringness to the extreme. The golden hairy fist smashed into the simple and unadorned great imprint, releasing a loud sound. The eardrums of everyone in the distance rang with wung-wung sounds. Many people couldn't stand steadily, almost falling from the sky. The great imprint slowly disappeared, silently shattering. That golden hairy hand also trembled a bit, stopping in the air by itself. Then it slowly retracted. The three Holy Lord-level figures took action one after another. It was clear that they had already seen through something. As a great figure, Ao Ran didn't attack together, but instead separated and surrounded it. Meanwhile, the creature in the immortal tomb didn't rush to jump out either. It seemed to be thinking that it definitely wasn't a vicious creature that only knew how to kill. The Crimson Dragon Old Taoist took 2 steps forward. The creature in the immortal tomb was no longer calm. With a hong sound, it completely shattered the ancient tomb and walked out with large steps. This type of creature is, in the distance, cries of alarm sounded. This humanoid creature's aura was extraordinary, possessing a high level of battle intent. It wasn't all that tall, less than 5 feet in height, but it was extremely sturdy. It had the appearance of a human, covered densely in golden fur that flickered with radiance. Even though it wasn't all that majestic and imposing, it possessed a powerful feeling of power. With a raise of its hand, it seemed like it could pluck the stars and seize the moon. With a light movement, even the void would distort. It was like an ape, but it was even more similar to a human. Only, the golden fur was dense, making it hard to classify it as a human. As it stood there, there was a type of aura of supremacy. This was a type of innate pressure, as if it was a supreme being that towered above the clouds, looking down on all creatures in this world. Its eyes shot out golden light in all directions, fiery light like torches. The legendary monkey, Sun Wukong? This type of thought also appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Of course, he only thought about it, not believing it to be true. At the feet of this creature, there was a pile of broken divine origin mixed with multicolored light. The light was dazzling, but it was difficult to conceal its might. Its fiery eyes swept over everyone, causing their hearts to palpitate. At this moment, it was the only thing in this world. Regardless of whether it was the divine origin fragments or the goddess not far away, they were all ignored. Everyone was nervously staring at it. This was a truly living creature that had been cut out by hundreds of thousands of people. It was a powerful supreme being from the archaic era, and it might even be a king. The expressions of those from the light-shaking realm changed drastically. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but the appearance of this powerful creature also made them feel uneasy. It was very likely that it would destroy the stone square. The immortal graveyard had been displayed here for who knew how many years. Ever since it was rejected by the Genesis Technique Grandmasters, no one had paid attention to it. They had never thought that there would be a living creature inside. Furthermore, it was very obvious that this creature had awakened a long time ago, but it had never been born. Fortunately, they had cut it out today. Otherwise, if it suddenly jumped out on its own in the future, there might be some kind of chaos. Bang! Suddenly, the supreme being of the Ji clan made his move again. A large pitch-black hand formed, covering the sky and the earth, covering the entire stone garden. The large black hand covered the sky and pressed down like a dark cloud. It was the great void handprint, and it pressed down until the void continuously collapsed. This creature covered in golden fur let out a low roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of golden light. Its powerful aura made everyone watching the battle tremble. The golden light it spat out blocked the large black hand. It was like a sudden clap of thunder resounding throughout the divine city. It was as if a large star had been destroyed in the star domain. It was terrifying to the extreme. The Crimson Dragon Taoist's ancient robe fluttered in the wind. He walked forward step by step, revealing a shocked expression. This is an archaic king race. King race. After hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even more people quickly retreated, wanting to hide in the horizon. Archaic king race were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They could be compared to great emperors. Dao brother, are you sure that he is from the archaic king race? The third-rank bandit Su Qianxiong asked. The Crimson Dragon Taoist nodded and said, he is from the archaic king race, but that doesn't mean that he has already become an archaic king. If I'm not wrong, he hasn't matured yet. An archaic king race that hasn't matured yet? Everyone was even more shocked. There was still a terrifying room for growth. He already possessed such shocking combat prowess before reaching the peak. If he truly became an archaic king, what kind of might would he possess? This is a sacred battle ape of the archaic king race, a natural-born battle saint. Even in the archaic era, only 2 or 3 of them could be found. When the Crimson Dragon Taoist said these words, everyone present felt even more alarmed. A sacred ape that was born for battle, just the name alone was enough to tell its status. At this moment, this sacred battle ape's expression also displayed its transcendence. Its eyes were fiery and golden, and its battle intent was high. It looked disdainfully at all directions, and every movement it made seemed like it could break the heavens. A king that hadn't matured yet, a natural-born battle saint, even the supreme existences were moved. If they could subdue it now, what kind of heaven and earth would there be in the future? Just the thought of it made everyone astonished. The Ji clan's supreme existence took action. The heaven-severing finger flicked out, and 5 true dragons took form. They pounced forward, wanting to restrain the sacred battle ape. Bang! This sacred battle ape's entire body blossomed with golden light. Every single strand of hair became sparkling and translucent, and there was actually a dignified charm to it. It was simple and direct as it smashed out with a punch. Pop! A shattering sound rang out from the stone garden. This sacred battle ape that hadn't matured yet shattered the 5 true dragons with a single punch, breaking through the supreme secret technique recorded in the void ancient scripture. As expected, it is a natural-born battle saint. Everyone was astonished. This sacred battle ape's strength could break the heavens. It wasn't tall and sturdy, but it had the power to pull up mountains. In the distance, Yi Fan didn't fly up into the sky and instead watched from the bamboo forest with Li Heishui. He felt that his blood flow was somewhat faster, and he hurriedly suppressed it and covered it up. The Crimson Dragon Taoist walked forward and stretched out a large scarlet-red hand, grabbing towards the sacred battle ape. As soon as he made his move, the expressions of the supreme existences changed. They were afraid that this far ancient imperial race would be subdued. The sacred battle ape's expression also changed, and the golden hair on its body stood on end. The divine force in its body revolved 9 times, and 9 rays of divine light flashed on the surface of its body, becoming more and more resplendent. The sacred battle ape race's 9 revolutions heavenly art. The Crimson Dragon Taoist didn't dare to be careless. A scarlet dragon coiled around his large hand, and it let out a deafening dragon roar. Chapter 379. Everyone was astonished. They didn't know why the Red Dragon Taoist knew so much about the far ancient imperial race, but no one thought too much about it. Once the 9 revolutions heaven art was activated, it could compete with deities. Every strand of the sacred battle ape's hair flickered like lightning. Its powerful battle intent and terrifying killing intent were like a tsunami crashing down. Bang! With his eyes of fire and gold, he unleashed a domineering attack. His furry golden fist landed on the blood-colored hand in an instant. 9 levels of divine power rushed forward one after another. It could be said that the 9 attacks shook the heavens with incomparable might. Even someone as powerful as the Red Dragon Taoist had a serious expression. The crimson dragon on his hand raised its head and merged with the bloody hand. The dragon roar shook the heaven and earth. He had to do this because the 9 levels of divine power from the 9 revolutions heaven art kept on superimposing. Each level was more terrifying than the previous. When the 9 attacks merged into one, it could split the heaven and earth. Boom! It was like moving the mountains and overturning the seas. Once the 9 attacks of the 9 revolutions heaven art were unleashed, it could be said that the world lost its color. If it was allowed to come out, not to mention the heaven stone garden, even the entire stone square might not be able to protect itself and turn into ashes. This was the far ancient sacred battle ape race's shocking method. The Ji family's expert, the 3rd greatest bandit of the north, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle of the Central Plains acted at the same time. They sealed off this space and isolated this place with complex and profound Tao patterns. Even so, everyone felt their blood run cold. They could see the killing intent soaring into the sky like 1,000 great rivers rushing into the heavens. The Red Dragon Taoist forcefully received the 9 attacks of the 9 revolutions heaven art. His ancient robe fluttered, but he himself didn't move at all. Thump, thump, thump. The sacred battle ape was unable to shake its opponent, and its golden fur dimmed. It swayed and kept retreating. With every step it took, a terrifying crack appeared on the ground. The bloody hand in the air pressed down and slowly approached. It enveloped its entire body and emitted waves of dragon roars. Everyone was in an uproar. The Red Dragon Taoist could indeed run amok in the eastern wasteland. He actually wanted to subdue an far ancient imperial race. If he were to be nurtured, the Holy Lands would be in great trouble in the future. The sacred battle ape let out a low roar, and its golden fur stood on end. 2 beams of golden light shot out from its eyes, tearing the void apart. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. The sacred battle ape reached out a hand and took something from the void that it had pierced through. It was sparkling and silvery as if stars had converged to form it. It was none other than the mysterious source of the goddess, and it was in the hands of the sacred battle ape. It actually knew spatial techniques, which exceeded everyone's expectations. Its eyes could pierce through the void to capture things. This type of divine technique was shocking just thinking about it. This is bad. The Ji family powerhouses, Su Qianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle all frowned. They felt that things weren't good and were prepared to act at any moment. Boom. His killing intent was like an ocean that surged and roared as it swept high into the sky, and it was like a devil emperor had traversed the heavens and descended into the mortal world. A blood-colored spear appeared in the sacred battle ape's hand. Although it was rusted and almost rotten, it was one with the sacred battle ape. A shocking murderous aura erupted from it, as if it was stirring up the 9 heavens. The sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, and people's hearts were also trembling. It held the murderous weapon and stopped the red dragon Taoist, standing proudly in the field. At the same time, divine radiance shot out from its body, sweeping up the fragments of the divine source on the ground and covering the mysterious source. Especially after it pulled out the spear, the bloody hole left on the goddess's body had 5-colored divine light rushing in. Dense mist circulated and it was completely sealed. Everyone gasped. The sacred battle ape was like a tiger that had grown wings after obtaining that peerless murderous weapon. It looked arrogantly in all directions and its eyes were like torches. It was extremely intimidating. Swoosh. The sacred battle ape held the blood-colored spear and strode forward, stabbing forward. Bloody light rushed out and went straight for the red dragon Taoist's throat. Biting cold murderous intent filled the air, covering the earth and sky. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention facing the attack, they would have fallen limp to the ground under this kind of murderous intent and be minced into meat paste. But who was the red dragon Taoist? He didn't retreat at all. His finger was like a ray of light, pointing forward. 81 blood-colored sword energies pierced through the void and struck forward. Clang. The sacred battle ape fiercely shook the murderous weapon. The war spear swayed about chaotically as if it broke through a spatial barrier. Tens of thousands of streaks of sharp radiance shattered all of the sword energy. The rusty war spear seemed to have revived. The exceptional murderous intent became even more astonishing. It was trembling on its own as if it thirsted for blood. Bloody light flickered about, and in its surroundings, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. This was a terrifying scene. The war spear was submerged in a sea of blood. White bones floated within the sea of blood. It was born while bathed in blood, turning into a streak of blood-colored lightning. It pierced through the void and killed exceptional experts one after another. A heaven-shocking strike pierced through heaven and earth, stabbing a tall figure wearing a crown on his head to death. In the end, it turned into a blood-colored true dragon. Mountains and rivers lost color as it stabbed into a young lady's back, passing through her chest and nailing her there. Everyone's expressions changed. The indistinct flickering scene was enough to prove the viciousness of this weapon. It had killed archaic kings before. It possessed this type of terrifying murderous intent. Everything seemed reasonable and reasonable. It had killed world-shaking great figures before, died in their blood. Even though it wasn't an extreme weapon, its vicious might was still enough to shake the world. Just this type of murderous intent was enough to suppress all divine weapons. The sacred battle ape held the vicious and impressive blood spear in hand. It was full of confidence. It shouted loudly in the archaic language and immediately stabbed forward. The crimson dragon old Taoist faced the attack with a strange posture. He was like a true dragon traversing the skies. His vertebrae released jibing sounds, and like a dragon's body, he fiercely swung his legs down like a dragon's tail. Pa! The divine radiance he released struck the ancient spear, blasting it to the side. However, it couldn't stop it. The spear was like blood as it continued to pierce over, following his figure. The crimson dragon old Taoist released a light cry, as if a dragon was roaring through the skies. Bloody light flickered in his hand, and a blood dragon whip appeared, striking towards the war spear. Chomp! An ear-splitting sound rang out. The blood dragon whip was like a dragon as it fiercely clashed with the war spear. They collided back and forth, sending sparks flying in all directions. That blood dragon whip is refined from the remains of the crimson dragon old Taoist, yet it actually can't stop a vicious weapon. Great Xia imperial uncle was astonished. When he said this, the others were even more shaken. The remains of the crimson dragon old Taoist were definitely top-grade materials for refining weapons, yet the blood dragon whip was lightly crying out, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. How is this possible? That ancient spear has already decayed and is about to break, so how can it still be so sturdy? Many people were puzzled, and their expressions were full of astonishment. They felt more and more that the ancient races were powerful and mysterious, and even their weapons were like this. Even though its form is about to decay, its killing intent is unextinguished. The Tao and reason interweaved by the soul of the weapon is enough to hold on and can still exist for a long time. That is why it is able to suppress the blood dragon whip. Ji family's powerhouse said. 1. The sacred battle ape was incomparably brave. He used the ancient spear as a large rod and swung it about, collapsing the void. He simply wanted to shatter heaven and earth as he suppressed the crimson dragon Taoist. His eyes were fiery and his strength was boundless. He circulated the 9 revolutions heavenly art, wanting to compete with Heaven Duke. The golden fur on his body flickered, and his might was unmatched. In the distant sky, people were discussing in fear. Many people were muttering to themselves. If even the crimson dragon Taoist couldn't stop it, there might be a huge disaster. This is simply the rebirth of Sun Wukong. Could it be that Grandpa Great Sage is also from this race? This was Pang Bo's words that were mixed in with everyone's words. No one paid attention to him. Yi Fan, however, had the same feeling. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like the legendary monkey had been reborn. Could it be that the great sage who was on the other side of the starry sky had come from the origin stone? If such a monkey really appeared in ancient China, then it might really be from the same race, the sacred battle ape. Boom. The sacred battle ape was becoming more and more ferocious. Its strength was boundless, and when the rod smashed down, even someone as strong as the crimson dragon Taoist almost couldn't endure it. The blood dragon whip in his hand almost snapped. And at this time, something even more terrifying happened. That rusty spear trembled on its own, and a terrifying aura that was becoming stronger and stronger was released. The soul of the weapon is awakening. Not good, Tao brother Crimson Dragon, let us help you. If the murderous weapon completely awakens, it will be a disaster. Apart from extreme weapons, I'm afraid that very few weapons can shatter it. The almighty of the Ji family, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle were about to go forward. They were afraid that the sacred battle ape would use this murderous weapon to kill everyone. Let me do it myself. The crimson dragon Taoist said calmly. He put away the blood dragon whip and stood on the spot. His hands moved and the sky began to tremble. 9 forms of the true dragon. Many of the older generation exclaimed. The supreme art of the demon race was exclusive to the flood dragon bloodline. It was said that its inheritance had already been severed, but who would have thought that the red dragon Taoist would continue it? No matter how powerful the sacred battle ape was, it couldn't hurt the red dragon Taoist at all. He was changing heaven and earth, and the moment he closed his hands he almost opened up a small world. The red dragon Taoist's hands crushed the sky, and at this moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Even the space was twisted and compressed. He smelted the void and isolated an independent small world. It was only a few feet in radius and he was going to suppress the sacred battle ape inside. Not only has the 9 forms of the true dragon been continued, but it has also almost been completed. The red dragon Taoist is too terrifying. The older generation were all shocked and everyone's expression changed. They felt that the old demon's magical power was indeed heaven-defying, and his methods were world-shocking. The sacred battle ape sensed that things were bad. Golden light rushed into the sky from its eyes. It also knew spatial techniques and it tore open a space with its gaze. Not good, quickly stop it, don't let it cross the void. Its fiery eyes can open the realm gate. We can't let it escape. The almighty of the Ji family, Su Tianxiong, and the great Xia imperial uncle attacked at the same time. They attacked the spatial gate and the sacred battle ape's eyes, not giving it a chance to escape. The realm gate was sealed and the sacred battle ape's golden eyes were attacked. It was pressed down by the red dragon Taoist, and its body seemed to be injured as it staggered back. It retreated to the fragment of the immortal tomb and suddenly reached out, hugging the mysterious source with the goddess sealed inside. It swept up the fragments on the ground and with a flash of light, it disappeared into a black hole. What's going on? Everyone was confused and the stone square was in chaos. The red dragon Taoist walked forward and kicked away the immortal tomb fragment. He discovered some star-like Tao patterns that were slowly dimming. The almighty of the Ji family said, "This monkey is very crafty, and it had already prepared a path of retreat. If it can beat us then we'll fight. If it can't then it can run. This monkey hasn't even matured yet, and it's already so powerful. It truly makes one feel apprehensive. Chase, it can't be too far from the divine city." These people disappeared in a flash and their traces were nowhere to be seen. Damned monkey, return my divine source. Yi Fan shouted angrily in the stone garden. Dang! Suddenly the sound of a bell resounded throughout the divine city, shaking everyone. The entire city was stirred. This kind of bell sound was too familiar, and it was already the third time it rang out. The Purple Mountain Wuxia's bell waves came along with the people crossing the void. The clamor in the divine city was even more shocking than seeing an archaic king. Everyone knew that the final attack on the Purple Mountain had a result. Chapter 380. The sound of the bell washed away everyone's souls. The divine city was quiet at first, but then it exploded with a loud clamor. Did he succeed or fail? What's the result? This was the answer everyone wanted to know. Great Emperor Wuxia had shaken the past and present. His inheritance affected everyone's hearts. This was the influence of one person. Even though he had passed away many years ago, once news of him appeared, it would overwhelm everything else and become the focal point. Even though the far ancient imperial race was cut out and everyone saw it with their own eyes, it was not comparable to the news about him. Has the Purple Mountain been opened? Has the secret of the ancient emperors been revealed? At this moment, everyone was both nervous and expectant. They all wanted to know the result. The most nervous were those from the Holy Lands. They were afraid of hearing bad news. In reality, many people were already feeling uneasy. Because only in times of crisis would the Saint Lords use the special stone tokens of the divine city to escape here. If they had really opened the Purple Mountain and obtained the inheritance, they wouldn't be in such a hurry. Could it be that they failed again? Could it be that a Saint Lord has fallen? Many of the Holy Land's disciples were worried about their personal gains and losses, afraid that bad news would arrive. If the Holy Master fell, it would be a calamity. At this moment, the saints and ladies were the most nervous. If the Holy Lord of their sects were to disappear, it would very likely affect their current status. An hour later, the news spread and shook the entire divine city. The 100 sects of the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Holy Land had joined hands and used a total of 5 extreme weapons. This exceeded people's previous estimate of 4. The Jiang clan's Eternal Universe Furnace, the Ji clan's Void Mirror, and the Alcade's Dragon Pattern Cauldron appeared at the same time. Together with the 2 from the Central Plains, it could be said that the world was shaken. Even in the darkest era of human history, when blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up into mountains, the number of extreme weapons used didn't exceed this number. The power of 5 extreme weapons was unimaginable. People believed that they could pierce through the sky, evaporate the oceans and crush the mountains. Nothing could stop them. However, the result made people dumbfounded. The Purple Mountain wasn't flattened and was still standing there. This time, the 5 extreme Dao weapons were brought out, and the Purple Mountain was indeed opened, allowing everyone to enter. However, it also caused an even greater vibration from the Wuxia bell. If it wasn't for the fact that they were hiding in the extreme grade weapon, everyone would have been turned into ashes. Not a single one of them would have survived. In the words of a divine lord, he suspected that there was a great emperor controlling the Wuxia bell. Otherwise, how could it suppress 5 extreme weapons? Is this true? When this news spread out, everyone was stunned. 5 extreme Dao weapons combined were still suppressed by Wuxia's bell wave. It was shocking. Could it be that I've failed again? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. If they failed this time, who knew how many years it would take to open the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia? Perhaps only when a new Great Emperor was born would he be able to enter and retrieve the Supreme Scripture. We can't confirm the failure yet. The great sage lords retreated with injuries, but the operation didn't stop there. Instead, it was handed over to a group of old men who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They were all supreme elders who had retired from the world. At most, they only had a few more years of lifespan left. However, they were all very powerful, and some of them were not any weaker than the divine lords. They drove their extreme weapons into the Purple Mountain to make their last stand. If they succeeded, they would have a great opportunity. If they failed, they would be turned into ashes. Aren't they afraid of losing the extreme weapons in the Purple Mountain? The Holy Lands have already made detailed arrangements to ensure that the extreme weapons can be summoned back. The arrangements of the 100 schools of thought and the Eastern Barren Great Sage lands were almost the same. The leaders retreated and were handed over to the old men who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Of course, this was all voluntary. I believe there will be a result soon. The people from the Holy Lands were all looking forward to it. It was destined that this day wouldn't be peaceful. They were waiting for the earth-shattering news. The attack on the Purple Mountain was still in progress. No one had expected this result. The major forces clearly wanted to gain something. They didn't want to leave empty-handed. The biggest question people had was, what kind of power was controlling the bell of the beginning? Could it produce such terrifying bell waves by itself? This didn't seem realistic. After all, it was suppressing the 5 extreme weapons. The divine city was in an uproar and only calmed down after a long time. People believed that if there were no accidents, news would definitely spread from the Purple Mountain today. The third attack on the Purple Mountain, whether it was a success or a failure, would have a clear result. In the Ji family stone workshop, most people didn't leave. After understanding the situation at the Purple Mountain, they wanted to see how the battle of stone gambling would end. Woo-woo, a heartbroken cry rang out. It was tender and sorrowful. The divine silkworm woke up from its coma. Tears rolled down its eyes in pairs. It cried out with yaya sounds and continuously searched the stone garden. It wanted to see the young girl sealed within the strange source, and it continuously wept in grief. Xiao Guai, don't cry. The little nun in white persuaded gently. Ji Ziyue also comforted it. She took out a few divine source beans and brought them to its mouth. She told it what had happened in a soft voice. The golden fairy ignored the divine source beans and listened while sobbing. Its eyes were blurred by tears. It murmured the girl's name softly. It was an archaic voice. No one could understand it. On the other side, Yi Fan's sadness was no less than the divine silkworm's. So many divine source beans had been snatched away by the monkey. His heart was bleeding. Monkey, I'm not done with you. Monkey, you owe me a huge debt. Monkey, you've sown a huge karma with me. He was almost depraved. The divine source that could envelop a human body could be called a world-shocking treasure. Without a doubt, its value was astronomical. At the same time, he also had a trace of doubt. Why did the blood in his body speed up when facing the sacred battle ape? Could it be that there was a strange reaction like when facing the divine body? Or could it be that the sacred battle ape's 9 revolutions heaven art had an indescribable attraction to the divine body? He even thought of the fighting character formula of the 9 secrets. Could it be that there was some kind of evolutionary relationship? Li Heishui was also very angry, but he also had the urge to laugh. He said, "You've always cheated others, but today you've been cheated by a monkey. This monkey is 2F** king despicable. You should really find an iron chain to tie it up and play with it." On the other side, Nangong Qi and the others walked over. They pointed at Yi Fan with a cold smile. Yi Fan was very angry. He scolded, "Why are you pointing at me? The monkey you cut out snatched away my world-shocking divine treasure. The goddess, the murderous weapon, such a large piece of divine source beans. There's nothing left. Can you afford to compensate me?" Nangong Qi questioned. Li Heishui was furious after hearing this. He scolded, "We cut out the monkey, which is equivalent to winning the stone gambling war. Everything is ours. Speaking of which, this is our loss. What does it have to do with you?" "Hey brat, what do you know? Although you cut out a monkey, I also cut out the goddess. Moreover, I also cut out an exceptional murderous weapon. It's even more valuable." Nangong Qi said coldly. Swoosh. Yi Fan kicked the fragment of the immortal tomb away and cut out a piece of divine source beans the size of a human head. This was a fragment left behind in the immortal tomb, but it was still worth 500,000 kilograms of pure divine source. This was a great fortune in misfortune. He hadn't opened the immortal tomb for nothing. This gave him a trace of comfort. "Your ancient insect divine source, Qilin seed, and this piece of divine source beans are all ours." A few young disciples from an ancient family came forward to snatch it. Li Heishui raised his eyebrows. "You guys are so shameless. You actually want to snatch our rare treasures? Not to mention the monkey, even this Qilin seed is priceless. It's more precious than your things." Nangong Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. He walked over with the other 3 elders. "You guys have indeed lost. You have to hand over all the rare treasures to us." Yi Fan looked at him calmly. "The rare treasures I cut out are more valuable than yours. Far from it. What I cut out is a divine treasury. It's many times more precious than yours." Nangong Qi shook his head with his hands behind his back. "Although you guys cut out peerless treasures, it's still far from Grandpa Nangong's." The younger disciples from the ancient Genesis technique clan echoed one after another with icy smiles on their faces. "You guys have lost the Genesis technique duel. You have to admit your defeat. Our Genesis technique is no match for Grandpa Nangong. Are you going to deny it?" Li Heishui laughed in anger. "You're lying through your teeth. You're distorting the truth. What do you have to compare with us? What we cut out is a living primordial imperial family member. Can you even compare?" Although you guys cut out a monkey, we also cut out a goddess and a peerless weapon. What do you have to compare? The people from an ancient family retorted with sneers. The vast majority of people didn't disperse. They all gathered around and discussed animatedly. Yi Fan said, "Don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. The sacred battle ape I cut out is alive. Is the goddess you cut out alive?" A young disciple from an ancient family sneered. "What value can a sacred battle ape have? It's just a vicious creature. How can it compare to that ancient spear? It's definitely one of the great weapons below the extreme path weapons." "That's right. What's the use of a monkey? It will only bring disaster. If you admit your defeat, hurry up and hand over the Qilin seed." Another disciple sneered. Li Heishui's temper flared. "You guys are really shameless. You want to turn black into white. You've clearly lost, but you're still pestering us endlessly. You want our Qilin seed. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? The sacred battle ape is an ancient royal family. Its future achievements will be comparable to that of a great emperor. If we subdue it now, how much do you think it's worth?" Yi Fan said coldly. He was also about to be angered. The ancient family clearly didn't want to admit their loss and even wanted to steal his treasure. Who can subdue it? Even the Almighty can't do anything. It's useless. It can only be regarded as a vicious beast. It has no value. Nangong Qi personally said. "I respect you as a grandmaster, but you're lowering your own status. How can you say such words?" Yi Fan sneered. "As a Genesis technique grandmaster, don't you understand the value of an ancient royal family?" Li Heishui said to the people around him, "Everyone come and judge. Aren't they going too far?" At this moment a group of old men didn't leave. They were extremely envious of the ancient insect god source and the Qilin seed. All of them wanted to get their hands on them and use them to prolong their lives. And Miaoyi, Su Heng, Jin Qishao, as well as the saint sons and saint daughters didn't leave either. In fact, many people were absent-minded. Perhaps in another 2 to 4 hours, the final result of the attack on the Purple Mountain would be clear. This old man feels that Brother Nangong's divine treasury is priceless. The Supreme Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, Li Yishui, stepped forward and glanced at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Chapter 381. Elder Li is wise and insightful. These two are clearly sore losers and don't want to admit defeat. The Genesis technique war has already ended. If you're a man, don't be so wishy-washy. Hurry up and hand over the Qilin seed. The youngsters from the Genesis technique ancient clans spoke one after another with smiles on their faces. They were naturally happy to see such a situation and hoped that more old friends would stand up for them. Li Heishui's anger surged and he really wanted to step on these people's faces. They were bullying him and Yi Fan because they had no background. He slowly calmed himself down and sneered. Little brother Gu Feng's treasure should be even more valuable. Sky Demon Palace's young master Yao Yuekong spoke, standing on Yi Fan's side at this crucial moment. The great Xia Prince Xia Yiming nodded. A living ancient royal race is a priceless treasure. We can truly understand the great ancient secrets through it. You're wrong. Disillusionment Palace's supreme elder Li Yishui shook his head, a faint smile on his face. He swept a glance at Yi Fan. The ancient royal race can't be tamed, so it's useless. On the contrary, the value of that peerless weapon is immeasurable. What can you use to compare? Brother Li is right. It's just an ancient monkey, it's not very useful. Nangong Qi smiled and nodded. Yi Fan calmly said, "Since you insist that a living ancient royal race isn't as good as the weapon, then I'll give you a simple example. Let me ask you, how about the Battle Saint Ape Clan's 9 revolutions have an art?" The expressions of the Genesis technique ancient clan members froze. It was an immortal inheritance and its value was difficult to estimate. Can it be compared to the ancient scriptures of the sacred grounds? Can it suppress that ominous weapon? Yi Fan asked, causing the people from the ancient Genesis technique clan to be tongue-tied. They wanted to refute but couldn't find the words to say. We were also hesitating just now, but now that I think about it, the value of a living ancient royal race is too great. It's immeasurable. It is indeed more precious. That's right, even in the ancient era there were only 2 or 3 Battle Saint Apes. They were comparable to great emperors, and their Qi cultivation method was naturally an earth-shattering ancient scripture, a priceless treasure. Some of the old men present nodded in agreement. They coveted the divine medicine, but they wouldn't go so far as to distort the truth. Li Yishui, the supreme elder of the Disillusionment Palace, shook his head and said with a smile, "Everyone, you are wrong. Humans may not be able to cultivate the Battle Sacred Ape's 9 revolution sky art, so it is not precious. Yi Fan sneered, you are spouting nonsense. The extremity of cultivation is the same. The 9 revolutions heavenly art is priceless. Moreover, the ancient scriptures of some human holy lands are inheritances from the primeval age. Why are you always here? Li Heishui hated him from the bottom of his heart. Young man, show some respect when you speak. Don't be careless. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace pulled a long face. Do you still deserve my respect? Li Heishui shook his head. Disillusionment Palace's Supreme Elder revealed his killing intent and said, Disrespectful junior, today I will teach you how to be a proper person. He was about to attack. Although he was speaking to Li Heishui, he obviously included Yi Fan, wanting to suppress him together. These two are too arrogant. They should be taught a lesson. Insulting the seniors is a great crime. They should be imprisoned for several years. The young disciples of the ancient Genesis technique families were eager for someone to stand up for them. They sneered and echoed. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace pressed forward step by step. After finding a reason, he was about to attack in public. Li Shui, your mother is calling you to go home for dinner. A voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Everyone was petrified when they heard this. Yi Fan knew that it must be Pangbo. Such words were too unusual in this world and only he could say it. Who is it? Li Shui was flustered and exasperated. Someone dared to say such words. Only then did the crowd burst into laughter. Many of the older generation couldn't help laughing. The younger generation was even more unscrupulous, rocking back and forth with laughter. Yi Fan joked, Old man, why don't you go home for dinner first? Your mother is looking for you. Haha. Everyone laughed heartily. Even the corners of the ancient Genesis technique clan members' mouths twitched as they tried their best not to smile. As the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that half of his body was in the grave, but someone had used his mother to call him home for dinner. How could he endure this? At this moment, it was as if someone had stepped on his tail. His shame turned into anger, and he faced Yi Fan and Li Heishui with boundless murderous intent. He wanted to kill them to vent his anger. I will send you on your way. Old man, don't think of yourself as the sacred lord who can suppress whoever you want. Li Heishui didn't panic. He threw out a black iron token towards the Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace. Juniors dare to be so disrespectful to me. It won't be too much to take your life. Li Shui said in a cold voice. He grabbed the black iron token in his hand and was about to crush it. However, he tried several times but couldn't shake it. He was greatly surprised. Old man, look at what that is. Li Heishui sneered. That old thing's divine order. On the side, many older generation figures cried out in alarm, turning pale with fright. The iron token was as black as ink without any luster. It was only the size of a palm and there was a mountain engraved on it. It was covered by clouds and mist, making it blurry. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace stared at the iron token in his hand. His eyes widened and his body trembled. How can you have, it really is, that old fart's divine token? Who are they? Why do they have such a thing? All the older figures were stunned. Their expressions changed as if they had seen a snake or scorpion. That old fart was mysterious and terrifying. He was the #1 bandit of the northern region, and no one knew how high his cultivation was. 1,000 years ago, he chased after a sacred lord and almost forced him into the absolute beginning forbidden land. He even waited outside a sacred land for several years, waiting for a big shot to come out and take his head away. He represented mystery and terror. To this day, no one had seen his true appearance. No one knew whether he was a man or a woman. People only knew that he was very old and his strength was unfathomable, but no one knew how long he had lived. In the northern region, he was the synonym of terror. Many people said that they would rather offend a sacred lord than be his enemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. The black iron tokens were passed down by him, and there were only 2 or 3 of them. They were life-saving divine tokens, and even the people of the sacred land feared them. At this time, and Miaoi Jin Qishao, and the other saints all revealed strange expressions. When the older figures looked at Yi Fan and Li Heishui, their expressions also changed. With the old fart's divine token, not many people in the northern region dared to attack them. Didn't you want to take our lives? Come, we'll let you kill us. Li Heishui took 2 steps forward. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace was red with embarrassment. He couldn't advance or retreat. Who dared to kill the old fart's people in public? Even if Li Heishui had 10 more guts, he wouldn't do it unless he didn't want to live anymore. Clang. While he was absent-minded, his hand shook, and the black iron token fell to the ground, emitting a clear metallic sound. You threw the divine token. Are you going to attack us? I didn't throw it. The Grand Elder of the Disillusionment Palace's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly picked up the black iron token, afraid that a peerless demon would appear and kill him with a finger. To young friends, this old man has offended you before. Please forgive me. I'm old and muddle-headed. Please don't take it to heart. Li Yishui's face was red. When he said these words, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He returned the divine token with both hands, then turned around and left. He really couldn't stay any longer. He was full of frustration and humiliation. Let's go home and eat. Pang Bo cleared his throat again. Who is this? I worship you so much. Li Yishui laughed and looked around for someone. The others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This was too wicked. How could Li Yishui face others in the future? Senior, you lost. Yi Fan mentioned the result of the Genesis technique duel. Wrong. Little friend, you should hand over the Qilin seed. Nangong Qi shook his head. The Genesis technique clan insisted that the murderous weapon was priceless. They had won. The four great Genesis technique ancient clans were deeply rooted in the northern region and had great influence. Many great sects begged them for help. Naturally, there were some old friends present. Hand over the Qilin seed. You have already lost. Victory has been decided. Quickly admit defeat to Grandmaster Nangong. Why don't we call it a draw? The youngsters of the Genesis technique ancient clans and their old friends spoke one after another, exerting pressure. After all, the other party had the divine token. They wanted to advance as a retreat and call it a draw. Naturally, there were people who couldn't stand it and stood on Yi Fan's side. They began to argue on the spot, but even more people didn't care. Ridiculous. A figure silently appeared in the field. The Crimson Dragon Taoist had returned. Like a god of plague, he caused the stone garden to fall into absolute silence. Do you know the value of the far ancient imperial clan? He calmly swept his gaze over the Genesis technique clan. There were no fluctuations, but the pressure made it hard for people to breathe. Everyone was surprised. What was the relationship between Red Dragon Taoist and Gu Feng? He was clearly standing up for him. You have clearly lost, but you still want to bully others with your power. Do you have any shame? Red Dragon Taoist's expression was indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Nangong Qi and said, If you insist on using power to reason, then I will use power to destroy you. Are you convinced? Everyone was stunned. The Crimson Dragon Taoist and Gu Feng's relationship wasn't shallow, and he was going to take action on his behalf. Many people revealed strange expressions, and even in Miaoyi Yao Yuekong and the Divine Children were no exception. Nangong Qi and the others turned pale. They were all stunned. This old Taoist even dared to chase after a sacred master. How could they afford to offend him? We admit defeat. Nangong Qi lowered his head and admitted defeat. Who would dare to be unconvinced by Red Dragon Taoist? Not to mention standing on the side of reason, even if there was no reason, they had to be convinced. Thank you, Senior. Yi Fan stepped forward and bowed. Red Dragon Taoist nodded, then swept his gaze across everyone. His eyes were incomparably sharp as he said, If anyone dares to harm him, it will be disrespecting me. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard these words. This peerless demon was so protective, who would dare to touch Gu Feng? Moreover, Yi Fan's Genesis technique was astonishing. Many great sects had long wanted to rope him in, and now they did not dare to be negligent. Little brother Gu Feng, you defeated a Genesis technique grandmaster and became famous overnight. You won millions of kilograms of Genesis energy. You must treat us to a meal. And Miaoyi secretly transmitted her voice, her eyes sparkling. Even though the Chosens and Chosens were proud and arrogant, they all had their own thoughts. The other party was very likely to become the Yuan Taoist master in the future. They had to form a good relationship with him. Dong! Suddenly the Wuxia bell rang again. The divine city resonated. Everyone revealed a look of shock. They knew that the attack on the Purple Mountain had ended. Roar! Suddenly a terrifying roar was heard, accompanied by waves of miserable screams. What happened? Everyone's expression changed. Roar! The roar shook the heavens. It seemed that many indescribable creatures had appeared in the divine city. The attack on the Purple Mountain has ended, but this roar. Many cultivators were bewildered. Not good, the primordial creatures have appeared. Terrified shouts came from afar. The Purple Mountain has been breached. Many primordial creatures have come out and are chasing us. A warning voice cut through the sky. The divine city was in chaos. Terrifying primordial creatures had appeared and crossed the void to enter the divine city. This was terrifying news. Chapter 382. Purple Mountain's bell rang, sending bell waves through the void. An archaic creature had appeared, shaking the entire divine city. Roar! A mysterious creature roared, shaking heaven and earth, scattering the clouds in the sky. Even the divine city was shaking. No one's expression didn't change. Many people's souls were trembling. Just what kind of terrifying creature had appeared? There was definitely more than one. Miserable cries sounded from all directions of the divine city, filled with alarm. It was to the extent where one could even feel a terrifying aura from far away. What exactly did the human race experts encounter after entering Purple Mountain? How could so many archaic creatures be drawn out? Everyone was panicking. Shocking fluctuations were transmitted from the north. Killing intent rushed into the heavens. There were holy lords fighting against archaic creatures there. The clouds in all directions were swept away, and the heavens trembled violently. Just what kind of terrifying creature has come? Many people's faces became pale. Even holy lord-level figures had taken action. They had encountered a great enemy, so one could imagine how serious the situation was. The void trembled. A demonic cloud rushed over from the west. It was unknown just how many li it covered. It descended towards the divine city with a terrifying aura that made one's blood run cold. An enormous claw covered in green scales reached out from within the black cloud. It was like a small mountain as it clawed downwards. Everyone watched helplessly as the dozen or so older generation figures were crushed into a bloody mist. Their bodies and spirits were wiped out. What kind of creature is that? Just how enormous is it? All of this was horrifying. Those who saw this scene were all stupefied. Their entire bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Who could face such a powerful creature? Perhaps even holy lords would find it strenuous to face it. It was to the extent where whether or not they could stop it was another matter. The large claw reached down again. No one could stop it. Dozens of experts collapsed in the air. With a sweep, they were immediately turned into a bloody paste. Zheng zheng zheng. Ancient music sounded from the south. It wasn't gentle at all. Killing intent surged like crazy waves, and the music was like the cry of a sword. There was a white cloud. One could vaguely see a delicate woman sitting high up in the 9 heavens, strumming an ancient zither instrument. One could clearly see huge beams of light shooting down, and the zither notes were like waves, destroying everything in their path and covering the sky and earth. This was a terrifying sound of killing. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping. Endless killing intent swept out, and countless experts were pierced through. Puff, puff, puff. Corpses fell from the sky and were torn apart by the boundless murderous aura. Too terrifying. This is a humanoid figure. No one dares to go up. People were shocked to find that the south had been completely cleared. No one dared to go up and fight. The sound of the guzheng was like a stormy sea, sweeping across the south. Boom. Purple chi came from the east, like a sea of purple magma surging over, covering the eastern direction. There was a terrifying aura rushing down from within. Bang. Right at this moment, a large purple hand pressed down, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. It was like a purple mountain smashing down, crushing a palace into pieces on the spot. Many people died a violent death. Miserable cries rose and fell, and quite a few people rushed into the sky to escape that region. However, they still couldn't escape. That large purple hand swept past, and those people were like paper mache. They were all ruined beyond compare, split into pieces, and then turned into a bloody paste. There are holy lords rushing up. Everyone discovered with shock that the Jianghu family and Ji family's holy lords rushed up together and attacked the purple cloud. The purple energy was beaten until it flared up. The sky was like a painting scroll, releasing walala sounds and shaking violently. It was as if it could be torn apart at any time. There were powerful experts invading from all directions of the divine city. Moreover, there were even more archaic creatures that left the city to fight a great battle with the human cultivators. The various great sage lords all took action, and no one could watch with folded arms. This entire world was trembling. This was a terrifying battle, and it was unknown just how many people died. Purple Mountain. These creatures came from the Purple Mountain through the void. It's too terrifying. Many people's hearts trembled, and they wanted to escape from the divine city. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. If they were targeted by those creatures, they would definitely die. Opening the Purple Mountain is equivalent to opening a Pandora's box, releasing a peerless and ferocious demon. How are we going to deal with this? Actually, we can't blame those creatures. The Holy Lands disturbed them and startled them from their slumber. This will accelerate the loss of their life force, so they naturally chased them all the way to the Divine City. This is a great disaster. I wonder how we are going to deal with it. Yi Fan was shocked. The archaic creatures of the Purple Mountain had escaped. Someone must have entered the innermost region and startled their king. Had Great Emperor Wuxia's inheritance been obtained by someone? Although the large black dog was sure that no one could obtain it, he still had some misgivings. Had Jiang Taishu been rescued? This was also a question that he was very concerned about. Monkey, that monkey has appeared again, someone in the stone garden cried out in surprise, pointing at the horizon. Sure enough, the battle Saint Ape somersaulted high up into the sky. It stood on a cloud, and with a peerless weapon in its hand, its eyes fiery and golden. It arrived in the sky above the Divine City, its expression uncertain. Clang, clang, clang. The Divine City was in danger and the south side was the most dangerous. The sound of the zither played by the delicate woman in the clouds was extremely destructive, so no one dared to charge forward. Boom. Suddenly, a crimson light soared into the sky, sweeping toward that woman. Endless divine flames formed the shape of a divine phoenix, sweeping high into the sky. At this moment, everyone in the Divine City couldn't help but tremble. This was a pressure that originated from their souls, causing them to involuntarily prostrate and kneel on the ground. An extreme weapon. It's the Jiang clan's eternal universe furnace. That's right, it's a divine furnace forged from phoenix blood crimson gold. It can shatter heaven and earth and evaporate the vast ocean. Many cultivators cried out in surprise, all of them wearing expressions of shock. Everyone was trembling and they wanted to prostrate themselves. They couldn't help it at all, as if they were facing a god. The sound of the zither was cut off, and the woman in the clouds turned into a streak of divine light, rushing into the horizon. She dodged, not daring to face the attack at all. Is this real? She used an extreme weapon. Many of the older generation felt their hearts palpitate. Just now, it was just a show of intimidation, and she didn't truly display the might of the extreme Tao. Someone replied. What? Such terrifying divine might appeared, and she still hasn't truly displayed it. Many cultivators were shocked. Oh. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance surged, and heaven overflowing divine might surged. Everyone trembled in fear again, almost unable to open their mouths to speak. The purple clouds in the east quickly retreated like raging waves, leaving far away from the Divine City and stopping at the horizon. Many people's hearts jumped, almost falling weak onto the ground, almost unable to hold on any longer. That's G Family's Void Mirror. Correct, someone is shaking the Void Mirror to intimidate the archaic creatures. It still didn't display the might of the extreme Tao, just activating a wave of pressure, yet it was already this terrifying. Everyone found it hard to imagine just how terrifying the scene would be if it was truly displayed. It can definitely pierce through heaven and earth, evaporate the vast ocean. If one has enough divine power to activate the extreme Tao weapon, they can sweep through any power in the world. This is the weapon of the ancient emperors, their divine might can be seen clearly. Yi Fan was also shaken. He thought of the underworld god palace on the icy plain, an ancient sacred land from 70 to 80,000 years ago, but it was completely flattened by the Jiang family's invincible divine king with the eternal universe furnace. In the past he was still skeptical, but now it seemed that it was most likely true. The weapons of the ancient emperors were too terrifying. Oh. Another heaven overflowing fluctuation surged, and black light overflowed in all directions. Dragon roars resounded through the heaven and earth, and the supreme pressure almost broke apart this world. A holy weapon forged from black dragon-patterned gold, dragon-patterned cauldron. The only extreme Tao weapon in this world that wasn't created by the hands of the ancient emperors. Everyone was shaken and all of them were about to collapse. Under this kind of pressure, even the older generation figures almost couldn't bear it. Inside the Divine City, all the Holy Lands held the three extreme Tao weapons of the Eastern Wasteland, intimidating the terrifying archaic creatures. The world finally quieted down. The invading ancient creatures all retreated to the horizon, not daring to come any closer. Both sides were in a stalemate. It's easy for you to take out the extreme Tao weapons and kill them all. Why are you only intimidating them? You make it sound so easy. If you do that, the earth will be dyed in blood, and the dark age will descend upon the eastern wasteland. Suddenly everyone shut up. An indescribable pressure enveloped their hearts, almost making them suffocate. Many cultivators couldn't say a word. In the horizon the archaic creatures gathered. Clouds surged and a huge divine source appeared. There was a humanoid creature inside. Although it didn't break out of the source, it emitted a terrifying spiritual pressure. In the distance, the sacred battle ape's fur shone with golden light. It held a peerless murderous weapon in its hand, and with its fiery eyes, it turned into a cloud and disappeared in a somersault. Inside the divine city, several holy lords rushed into the sky with their extreme Dao weapons in hand, confronting the creatures. Powerful spiritual waves surged like the tide, sweeping across the sky. Both sides seemed to be discussing. Finally, a terrifying voice rang out in everyone's heart. "Don't disturb our peace anymore." A huge black hole appeared in the horizon. They crossed the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's too terrifying. These creatures are so powerful. It's a nightmare to be their enemy. Luckily they left. Everyone had a lingering fear in their hearts as they heaved a long sigh. In the sky above the divine city, the clouds dispersed and the sun shone down. Everything was over. Everything just now was like a dream. Yifan was shocked. That piece of divine source just now looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he suddenly realized. In the mine leading to the Purple Mountain, he had seen a set of wall carvings. Among them, there was a scene of great Emperor Wuxia suppressing a female archaic king. That piece of divine source just now was too similar to the one in the wall carvings. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. It wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same. That woman from hundreds of thousands of years ago hadn't been killed by the great emperor and was still alive? Many questions popped up in his mind, and he felt a chill run down his spine. There were 9 great dragon veins protecting the Purple Mountain. This kind of terrain was the only one in the entire eastern wasteland. It was even more terrifying than the nest of 10,000 dragons. The 9 great dragon veins all contained supreme divine sources and contained archaic creatures. They were on the same level as the terrifying existences in the divine source just now. It was hard to imagine what kind of place the Purple Mountain at the center was. After studying the Book of Source Heavenly Source, Yifan gradually understood that this was one of the 9 extremes of the world. It contained the extreme mysteries of the world's changes. He could only figure out the words extreme changes, but he didn't know how to change. He couldn't comprehend it. Just what kind of supreme existence entered the Purple Mountain before the primordial age to need the terrifying existences in the 9 great dragon veins to protect it? What did great Emperor Wuxia do after entering? Yifan couldn't figure it out. With the extreme mysteries of the world's changes, how did one change go? They really entered the Purple Mountain and successfully retreated. What did the Holy Lands get? The Central Plains and the Eastern Wasteland used 5 extreme weapons. They must have obtained a supreme inheritance after successfully entering the Purple Mountain. Is Divine King Jianghu still alive? Was he rescued? The divine city was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this. On this day the city was in an uproar. All kinds of rumors appeared. Some said that the Holy Lands obtained the secrets of the ancient emperors and saw great Emperor Wuxia's carvings. Others said that the people of the Central Plains saw great Emperor Wuxia's remains. After hundreds of thousands of years, they were still vivid and lifelike. Some even said that great Emperor Wuxia didn't die at all. He was inside the Purple Mountain sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform. Chapter 383. Emperor Wuxia's immortal body, Emperor Wuxia's inheritance, Emperor Wuxia's living Dao platform. In the divine city, the words Great Emperor without beginning became the most frequently mentioned words. On this day everyone was discussing it and there were many different opinions. No one had ever had such a great influence. As long as it was related to him, it would inevitably become the focus of everyone's attention. In addition, there was another small focus, and that was Yifan. He had cut out so many amazing treasures, making many people envious. Taoist Red Dragon had disappeared without a trace. Many people knew that he must be afraid. After all, he had once chased after the Sacred Lord. Now that the other party had brought out a sacred weapon, he definitely could not stay any longer. If the people from the Sacred Land blocked him here and brought the Great Emperor weapon, even if Taoist Red Dragon's methods were heaven-defying, his body and spirit would be destroyed. There was no one in this world who could resist the Great Emperor's sacred weapon. Although he had left, the people from the ancient Genesis technique families did not dare to fall out with Yifan. As long as Taoist Red Dragon was alive, it did not matter whether he was in front of them or not. This time, Yifan's harvest was too abundant. The value of the treasures he and Nangong Chi had cut out was immeasurable. They were dazzling and made people's hearts tremble. Ancient insect divine source, the head of the ancient royal family, 2 pieces of divine source the size of a human head. Just these added up to more than 1 million kilograms of pure divine source. Everyone present was stunned. Even though many people had great backgrounds and had seen many big scenes, they were still stunned. Such a huge divine treasury would make anyone's heart tremble. Even though Nangong Qi had experienced many storms, his face was pale at this moment. He felt dizzy and his heart was bleeding. He and the other 3 Genesis Technique Grandmasters had come to the Alcate Stone Square many days in advance. They had spent a lot of effort and almost lost their vitality to choose these 3 treasures. Who would have thought that they would still lose? Originally, he had wanted to return the treasures to the Alcate Stone Square to avoid enmity because the ancient Genesis Technique families generally did not enter the sacred land Stone Square to gamble. But now, everything was in vain. Not only had his organs been injured, but he had also completely offended the Alcate Stone Square. This was definitely not a small problem. The wager is 1.5 million kilograms of pure source. It has to be paid with divine source. Li Heishui reminded loudly. Nangong Qi really wanted to vomit blood. Apart from the rare treasures that were cut out, he also had to give up so many source stones. Everyone is so generous and warm-hearted. I can't thank you enough. The youngsters from the ancient Genesis Technique clan stared at that black face, wanting nothing more than to rush over and use the soles of their shoes to viciously measure it. Every one of them had suffered internal injuries, causing them to be unable to contain their anger. Little black brat, I'll remember you. A disciple from an ancient Genesis Technique clan pointed a finger at Zhou Yuan, his body trembling. Even though these rare treasures were all sealed, there were still auspicious multicolored light radiating in all directions, making one's eyes dazzled. Their hearts were stirred up, too much for the eyes to take in. A pile of rare treasures was placed there, releasing endless brilliance, making one unable to open their eyes. Just thinking about it made one go crazy, many people developing the urge to kill and seize the treasures. This was a shocking pile of divine treasures like a fantasy story. How many people had seen so many at once? Even the saint children and saintesses were breathing rapidly. With so many rare treasures, what couldn't he do? Establishing a sect, exchanging for scriptures, buying ancient pills, buying peerless weapons. All of these made people have the urge to commit crimes. It was too tempting. And the most precious was the Qilin seed, which wasn't counted among these rare treasures. Yi Fan had already stored it in the small white jade cauldron and sealed it. Hurry up and put it away. It's like those old men are on aphrodisiac. Their eyes are red and they're about to pounce on us, Li Heishui muttered in a low voice. Even the saint children and saintesses had the urge to rush over and rob them, not to mention the others. Crash. Yi Fan waved his sleeve and put away all the rare treasures. Fortunately, they were all divine source. If they were pure divine source, it would be a mountain, and it would be very difficult to put them away. With the disappearance of the divine treasures, many elders rushed over and pulled. To them, the storm caused by great Emperor Wuxia had nothing to do with them. Solving the problem of lifespan was the most pressing matter. You old men are too ruthless, Li Heishui cursed and scrambled to escape. He was almost trampled under people's feet. His clothes were almost ripped off, and his shoes were completely stomped away. In the center of the crowd, Yi Fan couldn't break free. His clothes were torn and he couldn't stand the enthusiasm of these old men. I'll auction it in the Sky Fei treasure tower. He couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. The crowd didn't disperse, and he only managed to escape after 2 hours of entanglement. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan and Pang Bo hid in the Sky Fei treasure tower and didn't dare to go out. Otherwise they would be surrounded wherever they went. People from all the Holy Lands had come. Their goal was clear. They wanted to buy the Qilin seed. To them this was a priceless holy item. Conquering the Purple Mountain had caused a huge storm. Shocking news spread continuously in these 2 days, but people couldn't tell the truth from the lies. Divine King Jiang Taishi was still alive. When the news spread, the north region was shaken, and the entire eastern wasteland was shocked. This was the only news that had been confirmed. A person who lived for almost 5,000 years. He actually survived after being sealed for 4,000 years. The divine city was boiling and many people couldn't stay calm anymore. This news was too shocking. Without a doubt, the biggest winner this time was the Jiang family. Whether or not they got the Wuxia scripture, the Jiang family could be said to have returned from a rewarding journey. One had to know that Divine King Jiang had mastered the Battle Saint technique, which was known as the most powerful divine technique in the Eastern Wasteland. Unbelievable. He survived for 4,000 years. The Divine King's life is really tough. Now that the Jiang family has the 9 secrets, who can compete with them? No one could stay calm. The appearance of the 9 Secrets dough formula shook the eastern wasteland. Many people coveted it and wanted to get their hands on it. The Jiang family guarded Jiang Taishu day and night with extreme weapons, afraid that he would be taken advantage of. Jiang Taishu was indeed rescued, but he was no different from a dead man. Not only was his body almost dead, but even his divine sense was almost extinguished. After being trapped for thousands of years and lacking spiritual qi, being able to survive is already the world's greatest miracle. Divine King Jiang Taishu was heroic in the past. He shocked the world at a young age, but when he was born again he was already past his prime. Many people lamented that such a heavenly genius had ended up like this. The old divine king was too weak to be sent back to the Jiang family. His divine sense flame could be extinguished at any time, so they could only send him to the dragon transformation pool in the divine city. This pool was as old as the divine city and had a miraculous healing effect. There was an illusory legend that it had once given birth to a real dragon. This was the only life-saving herb now. The Jiang family didn't stop. They brought all kinds of spiritual medicines from the family and offered sky-high prices to buy life-saving methods from the world. Naturally, the Jiang family knew that Yi Fan had cut out the Qilin seed. Several highest elders came to buy it at a high price to save his life. At the same time, more people came to Yi Fan with the same purpose. They wanted to buy the Qilin seed no matter the price. Some people don't want the old divine King Jiang to come back to life. Yao Yuekong saw this and immediately made this judgment. The human heart. Yi Fan nodded. Naked competition. Many people wanted to buy the Qilin seed no matter the price. Many of them were unfamiliar faces and didn't even show their faces. No one knew which faction they came from. It was obvious that they wanted to make things difficult for the Jiang family. Li Heishui even suspected that if they weren't hiding in the Sky Fei treasure tower, they would be killed and the Qilin seed stolen. Yi Fan didn't mind. He told the Jiang family the first time they met that the divine medicine was only for the Taishu divine king and not for anyone else. He would never forget the kindness of divine King Jiang who had imparted to him. In these 2 days, we will use all kinds of spiritual medicines to nurse the old divine king's body. When he gets better, we will need the Qilin divine medicine to save his life. The highest elder of the Jiang family explained everything. For now, it was not advisable to use too strong a divine medicine to prolong his life. Yi Fan really wanted to give them the Qilin seed, but before he could say anything, the highest elder of the Jiang family said that they would gather enough divine source to buy the divine medicine. He thought about it and didn't mention it again. If he took too much initiative, the Jiang family would be suspicious. At the same time, he didn't want the only Qilin divine medicine in the world to go extinct. He thought of the Dangua of the true dragon divine medicine he got not long ago. Maybe it could be used as a replacement. The wind blows before a storm. In these 2 days the atmosphere in the divine city was clearly different. There was a faint sense of oppression. On the night of these 2 days the divine city was shaken. A top expert attacked the dragon transformation pool and killed the highest elder of the Jiang family. He almost rushed in. If not for the power of the eternal universe furnace that scared the enemy away, the old divine king would have been killed. When the news spread, the divine city was shaken. Everyone was shocked. Even though everyone expected that many factions didn't want the divine king to revive, they didn't expect someone to make a move. Everyone understood that it wouldn't stop here. Perhaps this was just the beginning. The revival of the divine king had too much influence. Many factions didn't want the Jiang family to get the 9 secrets. The Jiang family acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They guarded the dragon transformation pool day and night with the extreme Dao furnace made of phoenix blood gold. When Yi Fan heard this news, he immediately invited experts from all sides to be witnesses. He handed the Qilin divine medicine to the Sky Fei treasure pagoda to be auctioned. He let everyone know that he didn't have it. Otherwise, he was worried that someone would come to kill him the next night and steal the divine medicine seed. The person in the dark even dared to barge into the dragon transformation pool and offend the Jiang family, let alone a small cultivator without any background. It could be predicted that many factions had the urge to make a move. Among them there were definitely sacred grounds participating. These were colossal figures at the top of the clouds. He didn't want to become cannon fodder for no reason. On this day the divine city suddenly became tense. The blood and energy of the experts in the city were like dragons, faintly piercing through the blue dome of heaven. Even if they hid their auras, if too many peerless experts came, they would still form a strange reaction. Many great figures were alarmed. When night fell, one could clearly see the exuberant blood and energy rushing into the sky like dragons. The blood and energy were like dragons, piercing through the sky and earth. Seeing such a strange scene, many cultivators' expressions changed. Just what realm had one's cultivation reached to produce such a terrifying phenomenon? The divine city is a special place. Once a peerless expert comes with killing intent, there will be a reaction from the heavens at night and it will truly appear. An older generation figure said. Without a doubt, many terrifying figures had appeared in the city. They might launch a thunderous attack. Yi Fan handed the divine medicine seed to someone for safekeeping in front of many people. He ran out on the same day, not daring to stay in the Sky Fei Treasure Pagoda any longer. However, he couldn't stay out of it. After all, the divine medicine was his. As soon as he came out, he received invitations from various factions. Even Li Heishui was shocked. He said in surprise, "You've really become a hot commodity. All the sacred grounds have people inviting you." Yi Fan also felt a headache. The saints and saintesses all sent invitations, and the descendants of the various sects also sent invitations. It's not good to offend any of them. Which one should I go to? All the factions were trying to rope him in, so he needed to think carefully about how to handle this. Li Heishui was startled. He pointed at the pink invitation and said, "And Miaoyi invited you. It's clear that she wants you to be her guest." Chapter 384. The night sky was like water pouring down. Streams of blood qi that pierced through heaven and earth rose into the sky like giant dragons. When will I have such a cultivation? Yi Fan murmured to himself as he walked on the street. Li Heishui sighed. This is a group of ruthless people. I'm sure there are at least a few divine lords among them. They really want to kill the old divine king Jiang Taishu. They are indeed audacious. Logically speaking, with the eternal universe divine furnace protecting him, the old divine king's life shouldn't be in danger. But why do I feel that something is wrong? Yi Fan frowned. Don't tell me those people have an extreme weapon? Li Heishui was shocked. If that was the case, the divine city might be wiped out. Yi Fan shook his head. No one would come with an extreme weapon. That would expose their identity. There will be shocking changes in the divine city in the next few days. It won't pass peacefully. Not long after they came out, they were discovered. The two quickly rose into the air and headed for the Shueiyue little house, afraid of being surrounded. Yi Fan couldn't refuse the Xia prince's invitation. When Nangong Qi made things difficult for him, Xia Yiming and Yao Yuekong both spoke up to help him. The Shueiyue little house hung in the night sky. The scenery was elegant, but it was different from other places. There were no jade palaces or magnificent palaces. It was a different world, a small space that was close to nature. There were bamboo forests and a sea of green pines. Moonlight spilled down and quiet springs gurgled. The Shueiyue little house, Miaoyu Nunnery and Guanghan Tower were the three most elegant places in the divine city. It was a gentle place that could wear down a hero's ambition. But the style was very different. Many people saw it as a pure land where they could find peace of mind, far away from the noise of the mortal world. In fact, it was indeed so. The silver moon hung high in the sky, the pines were picturesque, clear springs flowed on rocks, and the wooden buildings dotted the landscape. It really was like transcending the world. There was a kind of tranquility outside of the three realms. It was hazy, quiet, and beautiful. Don't tell me the Xia prince wants to invite us? Li Heishui asked. How is that possible? He has a little tail behind him, so he doesn't dare to do anything. Yi Fan smiled. Speaking of which, that little nun in white is really clingy. She follows her brother all the time. They have a good relationship. Yi Fan also laughed and said, that little nun is cultivating in the secular world, her long hair has already grown out. They entered the clear spring forest and was led to a wooden building by the people of the Shueiyue Little. They soon met a few familiar faces. Yi Fan's heart jumped and he nearly left. The Ji family's God King body was here. If he sensed something, it would be a huge problem. Other than that, there was also Little Moon, the Little Nun, the Prince of Great Xia, and Yao Yuekong from the Ji clan. They weren't in the wooden tower, but on a high platform, drinking wine while facing the moon. How can 3 cups be enough? It's not enough to moisten your throats. 3 jars or more like it. The Great Xia Prince laughed. Please spare the 2 of us. The moonlight was like a large expanse of pure white moonlight sprinkling on the pine forest. The high platform was level with the treetops, so one could watch the moon and enjoy the quiet and beautiful scenery. In the distance, the sound of the zither was indistinct. A few young girls danced in the moonlight like Chang'e flying to the moon. It was extremely hazy and moving. It's really difficult to invite Brother Gu. I haven't seen you for several days. Ji Haoyue smiled. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. Because of the divine medicine seed, I don't dare to go out, Yi Fan explained. At the same time, he asked what the Holy Lands had obtained after the Purple Mountain was breached. Could it be that he really obtained the legacy of Great Emperor Wuxia? Li Heishui also asked, I heard that someone saw the corpse of Great Emperor Wuxia. It was extremely lifelike. Ji Haoyue shook his head and said, although my Ji family also attacked the Purple Mountain, I don't know the real situation. However, I heard that we did discover some of the Great Emperor's secrets, so we retreated from the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan's expression changed and he said, someone said that Great Emperor Wuxia is sitting on the platform and is still alive. This can't be true, right? I also hope so, but it's most likely impossible. No one can live for so long. Ji Haoyue shook his head. Little Yuan Taoist master, you can't come empty-handed. It's fine if you don't give us gifts, but how can you not give little Guai a gift? Ji Ziyue's smile was very sweet. The moonlight shone on her face. On the other side, on the little nun's shoulder, the little golden creature was staring at Yi Fan. It was shining with golden light and seemed very intelligent. Yi Fan immediately laughed and said, this little fellow is too vengeful. It can't forget that piece of source. That's little Guai's source. Of course it won't forget, the little nun in white mumbled. Yi Fan took out a dozen divine source beans and placed them on his palm. The divine silkworm instantly couldn't sit still and wanted to take them. However, it was a little angry and rolled its eyes at Yi Fan. I'm giving you divine source out of kindness, but you're still staring at me like this. I'm not giving it to you. Yi Fan teased it. Whoosh. A beam of golden light shot out from its body and swept away the dozen divine source beans. It hid behind the little nun and Ji Ziyue and looked at Yi Fan suspiciously. Everyone present was very shocked. Even Ji Haoyue said, if this divine art is cultivated to great success, won't you be able to rob everything? You're a natural thief, Yi Fan said with a smile. Very soon, everyone changed the topic to Jiang Taishu. No one mentioned who wanted to kill the Divine King because it was too sensitive. They were only discussing how powerful the 9 secrets were, how magical the dragon transformation pool was, and how extraordinary Divine King Jiang was. The great Xia Prince and Ji Haoyue both wanted to buy the divine medicine seed. They tactfully mentioned it to Yi Fan, saying that the price was negotiable. Yi Fan couldn't promise anything. He just said his difficulties and pushed everything to the Sky Demon Treasure Palace auction. Ji Haoyue looked up at the starry sky and said, everyone, how far do you think the other side of the starry sky is from our world? Are there cultivators there too? Why did Brother Haoyue mention this? The Sky Demon Palace young master asked in puzzlement. I was just feeling emotional for a moment. Ji Haoyue shook his head. Yi Fan's heart shook. He felt that something might have happened to a classmate who came to this world with him. Someone in the southern region had leaked the heavenly secrets. There are indeed guests from the outer realm. Our great Xia ancient books mentioned it. The great Xia prince nodded. Oh, please tell me, Brother Xia. Yi Fan was eager to know. The great Xia prince shook his head and said, I only heard it mentioned by a mysterious ancestor. Now, if that divine physique comes from the outer realm, do you think he can break the curse? Ji Haoyue asked again. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. He didn't want to reveal any flaws. He had a bad feeling that someone in the southern region had really leaked the heavenly secrets. The southern region had been away for a long time. I wonder how those old friends are now. Yi Fan thought of many things. Only late at night did Yi Fan and Li Heishui leave. They then went to Miaoyu Nunnery to keep their appointment. In the end, Li Heishui was stopped and led to a palace. He was very dissatisfied that he couldn't see in Miaoyu. Although he was invited into the palace by Yi Fan and could be considered a guest behind closed doors, Yi Fan wouldn't have any thoughts. Within Miaoyu's shrewdness, she would rather choose the son of God than him. In fact, this was indeed the case. And Miaoyu's performance was just right. In the end, it was for the divine medicine seed. The descendants of Miaoyu Nunnery always had an inexplicable relationship with some of the most powerful sons of God, which was of great benefit to the development of Miaoyu Nunnery. Yi Fan keenly sensed that Miaoyu seemed to be standing up for someone by buying the Qilin seed from him. He smiled and responded tactfully. When they left Miaoyu Nunnery, it was already late at night. After listening to Yi Fan's narration, Li Heishui sighed and said, Little Yi Fan is very unfortunate. You failed to be chosen. You definitely can't become her guest behind closed doors. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. And Miaoyu might be making a decision now. All the descendants of Miaoyu Nunnery have done so. Let me think who she will choose. It must be a powerful son of God. Li Heishui pondered carefully. This kind of woman is too utilitarian. What's there to think about? Yi Fan shook his head. Although you have a chance to become the Yuan Taoist master in the future, there are many variables. Most importantly, you have no background and can't be compared to the sons of God. Li Heishui judged. If the Yao Guang saint hadn't been suppressed, I think Miaoi would have chosen him. It's hard to guess now. I don't know who it will be, but I think she has already made up her mind. You really have nothing to do. Yi Fan shook his head. The next day, Yi Fan began to invite the sons and daughters of God to a banquet. He couldn't attend them one by one, so he could only invite them instead. He didn't know what kind of expression these people would have when they found out one day that he had a saint body. Now, many people in Divine City called him the little Yuan Taoist master and were trying their best to rope him in. In the future, when his true identity was exposed, it would most likely be a different scene. Yi Fan had never expected this day to come so quickly. In the afternoon of that day, when he appeared in the stone square of the Holy Land, a white-haired old man appeared in the same stone garden, accompanied by Nangong Qi and several other Genesis technique grandmasters. You've changed your appearance? The old man was leaning on a walking stick and looked old. No one knew how old he was, but he was as thin as a stick and looked like a skeleton. Who are you? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was shocked to find that the old man had almost cultivated the heavenly eye. 2 rays of light shot out from the old man's murky eyes and saw through his true appearance. Nangong Qi scolded, "Don't be rude. This is Senior Ouyang Yi of the Genesis technique world, the only person who is infinitely close to the level of a source master in countless years." An earth master was a far cry from a heavenly master. This old man with terrifying Genesis technique had cultivated for God knows how many years, but he was only infinitely close to the level of an earth master. One could imagine how high the level of the Yuan Taoist master was. You know the grand method of changing heaven and earth, so you must have obtained the Book of Origin. Ouyang Yi was all skin and bones, so he couldn't be any older. However, at that moment 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and they were extremely hot. What do you want by stopping me? Yi Fan was shocked. The only thing that made him feel slightly at ease was that the old man had lived in seclusion for many years and hadn't come out for a long time. He had never seen the portrait of the sacred body of the ancients and didn't know him. We asked Grandmaster Ouyang to come out of seclusion because we want to give you some pointers. Nangong Qi smiled meaningfully. Alright, no problem. See you tomorrow at the Dian Stone Square. Yi Fan agreed without hesitation and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a moment longer since his identity had been exposed. He pulled Li Heishui to a deserted place and took out the mysterious jade platform, preparing to cross the void. However, he failed. He was shocked to find that he couldn't cross the void at all. Inside the Dian Stone Square, Nangong Qi asked, "Grandmaster Ouyang, you said that he changed his appearance. What does he look like?" Ouyang Yi pressed his right hand in the void and a real body appeared. It was Yi Fan's original appearance. It's him, the sacred body of the ancients. How is this possible? It's him. The young people of the Genesis technique ancient family, as well as Nangong Qi and the other grandmasters, were all stunned. They were extremely shocked. They never thought that it would be Yi Fan. The sacred body of the ancients caused havoc in the northern region and caused endless disturbances. He even killed young experts from sacred grounds. Even they had seen his portrait. Go after him. Don't let him get away. Gu Feng is Yi Fan and he has the sacred body of the ancients. Nangong Qi shouted and his voice traveled dozens of miles. The other party had a holy item on him and he even had the Book of Origin. This was a living divine treasure and they had to capture it. Such a loud roar was heard by many cultivators in the Divine City, and they were all shocked and bewildered. The disciples of the Genesis technique ancient family roared and explained to the people what had just happened. The area was suddenly in an uproar and all the cultivators chased after him. You can't get away. The Jianghu family suppressed the Divine City with the ultimate weapon, the Eternal Universe Divine Furnace. You can't leave. Go after him. We must find him. The streets were in chaos. Many cultivators shouted and searched everywhere. 2 hours later, many people heard the news, and the Divine City was shaken. Gu Feng is Yi Fan. Oh my God, the famous Gu Feng in the Divine City is actually that sacred body of the ancients. This is too shocking. When the saints and virgins heard the news, they were dumbfounded. The person they were chasing actually appeared right under their noses, and he even drank with them at the same table. Chapter 385. Everyone else in the city was also dumbfounded. What did it mean for the sacred land of the ancients to obtain the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master? The result was mind-blowing. How dare he? How dare he? How bold of him to come to the divine city to gamble and engage in a different kind of Genesis technique battle with all the sacred grounds. Using the enemy's stone square to strengthen himself and make a name for himself in the divine city. The sacred body of the ancients is really amazing. The elders and many young heroes were all stunned. The result made their mouths dry up. The sacred body of the ancients was too bold. In order to protect the old divine king, the Jianghu family sealed the dragon transformation pool with the eternal universe cauldron. At the same time, they kept expanding until the entire divine city was sealed. This was to deter the people in the dark. Anyone who dared to attack would have to think twice first. With the divine city sealed, no one could leave. The Jianghu family could carry out a massacre with the eternal universe cauldron. This was domineering. The unique domineering of the clan of the ancients. They dared to offend the divine king and did not hesitate to kill all the powerhouses in the divine city. It was also because of this that Yi Fan could not travel through the void. The entire divine city was sealed today, and no one could enter or leave. It's over. We can't leave. The divine city is sealed. Li Heishui broke out in a cold sweat. Yi Fan quickly used the heaven and earth transformation technique to change his appearance, then helped Li Heishui change his true appearance. After mastering the Genesis technique, he was no longer the same as before. Although he still could not change the landscape of the mountains and rivers, changing the appearance of a few people was a piece of cake. As long as we don't meet Ouyang Yi, no one will recognize us. However, we can't be together anymore. We have to separate. But that old man is obviously not easy to deal with. He is infinitely close to becoming a source master. It's shocking that he has almost opened the eye of heaven. I don't think we can hide from him for long. Li Heishui frowned. Yi Fan massaged his temples. He knew that he was in big trouble. If he could not come up with a solution, he would definitely die. Brother Heishui, you have the old man's divine order. Even if they find you, they won't dare to do anything to you. Li Heishui said, I'm fine. The problem is you. If you are exposed, even the Red Dragon Taoist won't be able to protect you. I will think of a way to avoid Ouyang Yi. Yi Fan frowned. That's not a solution. Didn't you hear? They're determined to get their hands on the Book of Source Heaven. How long can you hide from them if the divine city is sealed? Li Heishui paced back and forth. How about asking for help from the Sky Demon Palace? I think Yao Yuekong is a good person. Yi Fan shook his head. At this time, we can only rely on ourselves. What a pity the Qilin seed was placed in the Sky Fei treasure tower. Li Heishui sighed. Yi Fan was calm. He rubbed his chin and said, I have an idea. What is it? Yi Fan whispered a few words to him. After Li Heishui heard this, he firmly objected. It's too risky. If we fail, it's the same as sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. This is the only way. Maybe I can forge a future for myself. I won't have to be hunted down anymore. Yi Fan nodded firmly. Little Yi Zi, you can't take such a risk. Yi Fan made up his mind and said, Don't worry, the heavens can't stop me. Brother Heishui, hurry up and leave. Let's split up and avoid being discovered. The news that Gu Feng was Yi Fan and had the sacred body of the ancients shook the entire divine city. The entire city was in an uproar. Many cultivators could not believe it. Little brother Gu Feng, Yao Yuekong was dumbfounded. I didn't expect it either. The Xia prince was speechless for a while. He suddenly thought of many things. The little golden elf on the little nun's shoulder rolled its big black eyes, pulled the little nun's hair, and gestured for a while. Xiao Guai, are you saying that you already knew he could change his appearance? The little nun's face was as red as an apple as she asked the silkworm. What's going on? The Xia prince asked. Xiao Guai said that he saw Gu Feng in seclusion and using many sources to increase his cultivation, the little nun explained. That little rascal already knew all this. Why didn't he tell us? The Xia prince was shocked. The silkworm rolled its eyes at him and pretended to look at the sky. It stood on the little nun's shoulder and ignored everything around it. Beside it, Ji Ziyue mumbled softly, It really is him. He also likes to touch his chin. Ziyue, what are you talking about? Ji Haoyue asked. Nothing. Ji Ziyue grabbed the little golden creature. The little nun in white pouted while the little golden creature protested silently. However, when it saw a god source swaying in front of it, it stuck to Ji Ziyue's side without any sense of loyalty. In Miaoyu nunnery, and Miaoyu was just as shocked. She pondered for a long time before giggling. As for the saints, many of them took action right away and searched the divine city. This time they were really disgraced. They had been drinking and chatting merrily with the hunted, but they were still speechless when they thought about it. The people of the Alcate Stone Workshop were flustered and exasperated. They finally understood why Yi Fan chose that place to gamble on stones. He was making an example out of them. Gu Feng of the Divine City is Yi Fan. Who is the one outside leading the big black dog to rob the sources? Damn it, we've been tricked by them. Except for that black dog that keeps clamoring for human pets, everything else is fake. That damned black dog. Many people gnashed their teeth at the mention of the Black Emperor. For many disciples of the Holy Lands he was a black nightmare. At this moment the people from the ancient Genesis families were the most aggressive. Nangong Chi and the others searched everywhere wanting to dig out Yi Fan. The temptation of the Book of Source of Heaven was too great. To them it was a supreme ancient scripture. It had to be said that Ouyang Yi was extremely terrifying. Although he did not have much life left, after mastering the Genesis techniques, he was not inferior to the top masters. He was like a ghost, flashing left and right in the Divine City. He borrowed the dragon chi under the earth for his own use. After his cultivation was close to that of an earth source master, as long as the earth existed, he could use endless divine techniques. In his eyes, two divine lights pierced through heaven and earth. Nothing could hide from them. He had almost mastered the heavenly eye. He has the sacred body of the ancients. Even if the red dragon Taoist came back, he would not be able to protect him. This time we can kill him openly. All the Holy Lands will be happy to see it. The Book of Source of Heaven, the supreme scripture that has been lost for many years, has finally seen the light of day again. We must get it. The disciples of the ancient Genesis families were emboldened. Now that Yi Fan's identity had been exposed, they had nothing to fear even if they killed him. The entire Divine City was stirred. All the saints and countless cultivators were looking for Yi Fan, but there was no trace of him. He can't escape. I'm going to use him to refine medicine. A 13 or 14-year-old boy flew across the sky, and many people retreated. He was dressed in white and spotless. His hair was black and shiny and his skin was as white as snow. His eyes were like black gems and his lips were red and teeth were white. He was very handsome and his appearance would make women jealous. It was Xia Juyo. In less than half a day, everyone in the Divine City received the news. Most people were out to search. If they could take this opportunity to catch Yi Fan, the benefits would be endless. He had the myriad chi cauldron, the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, the Book of Source of Heaven, and many divine sources. He was simply a huge divine treasury. Yi Fan discovered that he was about to become Xuanzang's flesh. Almost everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. To him the biggest threat was Ouyang Yi. Those eyes could penetrate the void and see through all obstacles. As long as one was close to them, there was nowhere to hide. Yi Fan had already separated from Li Heishui. He changed his appearance and clothes and walked in the sea of people, staying far away from the areas where Ouyang Yi appeared. In the end he arrived at the western part of the Divine City. There was a magnificent building here, and the dragon transformation pool was inside. Now it was heavily guarded by the Jiang clan. As soon as he approached he felt a terrifying pressure. The Eternal Universe Divine Furnace was forged with phoenix blood and gold. Its name was famous since ancient times. Now it was inside the dragon transformation pool, sealing the entire Divine City. "Who are you?" a middle-aged man shouted. There was no mediocre person here. They were all experts of the Jiang clan. Apart from Jiang Yifei, Jiang Kaishan, and a few others of the younger generation, the others were not qualified at all. They were all elders. The Jiang clan seeks the method to extend its life from the whole world. "I'm here to save Divine King Jiang Taishu," Yi Fan said calmly. "What method do you have?" The middle-aged man was startled, but his eyes quickly blossomed with two oppressive beams of light as he stared at Yi Fan. He had to be cautious. This was a critical period. Someone had already come to kill the old Divine King, and even a Grand Supreme Elder died because of it. If it wasn't for the Eternal Universe Furnace, that terrifying expert would have succeeded. "Invite the esteemed guest in," an old man transmitted his voice. Yi Fan strode into the palace garden and saw even more experts. They were all on standby, guarding all four directions. Everyone had a solemn expression. He passed through 9 halls and came to a garden. This place was verdant and verdant. There was a small stone bridge built across the flowing water. Wisteria coiled around it and strange stones were laid out. The scenery was beautiful. "Little friend, what good method do you have?" An old man stood in front of him. He wore a moon-white robe and had a kind and benevolent countenance. It was impossible to tell how old he was. "I have 3 good methods that can revive the old Divine King." Yi Fan was very confident. "Is this true?" The old man's eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he sized up Yi Fan. wanting to see through his entire body. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was a divine lord-level figure, a powerhouse. It could be speculated that he was either the Jiang clan's divine lord or a top-notch figure from divine King Jiang Taishu's bloodline. The Jiang clan was divided into two branches. Although there were few descendants from the divine king's bloodline, each of them had amazing magic power and was enough to control the situation. My first good method is half a bottle of divine spring, Yi Fan said. He took out a jade gourd and shook it. The sound of water came from inside and he handed it over without a care. The old man took it with a wave of his hand. He opened the gourd and was shocked. He nodded and said, "All right, I'm Jiang Yun, a descendant of the divine king. Little friend, come with me." This was the authentic divine spring. It was taken from the forbidden land of antiquity and stored in a jade bottle. There was less than half a bowl left, and it had almost been used up. "Senior Jiang, aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill the old divine king?" Yi Fan asked. "I'm not afraid." Yi Fan and Jiang Yun walked into the underground palace and went deep into the earth. The dragon transformation pool was underground. The underground palace was shrouded in clouds and mist, and a holy aura assaulted their faces. Dragon chi surged under the earth and divine power circulated. Of course, there was also a soul-stirring pressure. There was no doubt that it was the divine sun cauldron. Although no one was activating it, it was still frightening to the soul. When Yi Fan entered the depths of the underground palace, the divine city was in chaos. Everyone was looking for his whereabouts, and many wanted to kill him and take the life of the sacred body of the ancients. However, no one knew that he had come to the dragon transformation pool and entered the most heavily guarded place in the divine city. The divine sun cauldron made of phoenix blood gold guarded the place, and only peerless masters dared to enter. A group of old men were meditating in the underground palace, occupying various important positions. They were either the supreme elders of the Jiang family or the grandmasters with frightening identities. The ground was not dark, and there was a dragon transformation pool in the deepest part of the underground palace. The water in the pool was milky white and exceptionally crystal clear. There was a skeleton-like body in the middle. Its flesh and blood had completely dried up and there was no luster at all. It was wrapped around the bones. He lay motionless in the dragon transformation pool as if he had long lost his life. There was no sign of life at all and he was no different from a piece of dead wood. Was this the divine King Jiang Taishu? Yi Fan could hardly believe his eyes. There were too many rumors about him and it was difficult to connect them with what he was seeing. In the past, Jiang Taishu was as handsome as jade, and his combat strength was earth-shattering. No matter where he went, he attracted attention and was a peerless hero. Thinking back to more than 4,000 years ago, he was full of heroism and looked down on the world. Looking at him now, he was like a withered firewood, thin and weak. How sad was this? A beauty past her prime and a hero at the end of his life were the most helpless sorrows in the world. He was a genius with a stunning appearance. He was supposed to be the pride of his generation, but he ended up like this. It made people sigh and weep. Chapter 386. The dragon transformation pool was sparkling and translucent. The pool water was milky white, and a sweet fragrance wafted out. That withered body was motionless, as if its vitality had been completely extinguished. Since ancient times, beauties have lamented the passing of their prime, and heroes are not allowed to see their white hair. Jiang Taishu's fate was full of misfortunes. He was a hero at the end of his road. He no longer had the heroic bearing to look down on the world. All he had left was endless sorrow. Yi Fan was greatly indebted to him for learning the fighting character formula of the 9 secrets. Now that he had seen his real body, he was quite shocked. The divine king was already at the end of his rope, yet he still managed to pass down his teachings through the wall. Just how strong was his willpower to support him to such an extent? Everything was for the sake of passing down the 9 secrets and not wanting them to be lost. After thinking through this problem, Yi Fan felt a heartfelt respect for the old god king. His body had almost withered to death, and his divine will had also been obliterated. Who could do something like that? Everything that Jiang Taishu had done could be described as a miracle. He had forcibly transformed the stone wall into a peerless secret technique. The divine king is in such a state. Yi Fan frowned. Even with the divine spring and life-saving medicine, the situation didn't look optimistic. We've been treating him with spirit herbs for the past few days, but there's almost no effect. Jiang Yun frowned. They already reserved the divine medicine seed, but they feared that the medicinal strength would be too ferocious. The old divine king was so weak, unable to endure it. They immediately fell into a dilemma. Furthermore, he had already received reports that the owner of the seed of the miracle medicine was the sacred body of the ancients, shocking the entire divine city. Now that he was being hunted down, his whereabouts were unknown. Whether or not the auction could continue had become a mystery. "Let's use the divine spring," Yi Fan said. No one knew better than him how powerful the miraculous effects of the divine spring were. In the past, his lifespan was exhausted in the ancient desolate forbidden land, and he almost died. Later on, he dove into the divine spring with great difficulty. After soaking for half a day, he slowly recovered and regained his vitality. This spring water. Jiang Yun's heart was not calm. The eastern wasteland had 7 great life-restricted areas, and only in the depths of these places could there be a divine spring. There was almost no way to take it out. Undying Mountain and other places were too vicious. "This is a great favor." Jiang Yun cupped his hands in a serious manner. Who would selflessly give the divine spring to others? This was a rare life-saving water that could save one's life. "Senior, there's no need for that. Hurry up and save the God King," replied Yi Fan. 9 figures silently appeared in the depths of the underground palace. All of them were extremely old and their hair was as white as snow. It was difficult to determine their true ages. The 9 elders looked at the divine spring. They all nodded and revealed looks of joy. Then they surrounded the dragon transformation pond and silently sat down. The jade gourd hovered above the dragon transformation pool and crystal clear liquid dripped down from it. The 9 old men's heads shot out innate divine rays at the same time and merged with the liquid, turning it into innate essence that entered the old deity king's withered body. The amount of the holy spring was too little, no more than half a bowl at most. They didn't want to waste any of its energy. The 9 old men worked together, refining only 1 drop at a time and injecting it into Jiang Taishu's body bit by bit. When Yi Fan saw this, he couldn't help sweating. In the past, he had truly been too wasteful. He had treated the divine spring as water, drinking it in large gulps. When had he ever been so meticulous? This half a bowl of divine spring was refined until late at night, but it still hadn't run out. It was still slowly progressing. The 9 old men's faces were all pale and they were about to collapse. They were really diligent, activating their innate life force and merging it into the divine spring to prolong the old deity king's life. After all, the spring water wasn't a divine medicine. It could be used to nourish the body, but it wasn't a divine item that could truly change one's fate. The bell rang loudly, echoing through the heaven and earth. The vast underground palace was shaken, and the people in front of the dragon transformation pool changed their expressions. "A supreme expert has come to invade." "Who is this?" "The eternal universe divine furnace is suppressing the dragon transformation pool, and he still dares to come and kill the deity king. What kind of terrifying character is he?" Even the great expert Jiang Yun's expression changed. If the enemy dared to come, he definitely had no fear and had a way to escape unscathed. Yi Fan was also shocked. There were indeed many ruthless people in this world. They didn't want Jiang Taishu to come back to life and even wanted to charge in even with a supreme Tao weapon guarding this place. "Take out the eternal universe divine furnace," Jiang Yun ordered. He himself stood in front of the dragon transformation pool, not moving at all. He guarded the place, not willing to take a step away. It was obvious that there was a special expert controlling the divine furnace. The void rumbled like a rag being violently shaken by someone. Even the underground palace was affected, as if a great earthquake had occurred. Only the dragon transformation pool could be considered calm. At this moment, everyone in the divine city was shocked. Looking from afar, scarlet clouds rushed into the heavens and phoenix cries shook the sky. It was as if a divine phoenix was born from the flames, soaring between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unimaginable pressure enveloped the entire city in an instant. No one could resist it and many people fell limply to the ground at almost the same time. Many cultivators' souls trembled, and they couldn't help but bow down. This was completely involuntary, as if they were facing a deity, filled with natural reverence. Extreme divine might. Everyone was stunned. They were tongue-tied and couldn't say a single word. Many of the older figures' lips were trembling. The divine sun furnace made of phoenix blood gold became the only one in the world. No one had seen its true appearance, but its pressure was transmitted into everyone's bones, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. How could humans resist this kind of divine might? Flesh and blood couldn't withstand it at all. No one could. From this, one could see the supreme grace of the great ancient emperors. It was because this was only their weapon, and it was far from representing themselves. In the depths of the underground palace, Beside the dragon transformation pool, Yi Fan was also stunned, but he wasn't suppressed. This place was very calm, but his heart still pounded. So this is the extreme divine might. He muttered to himself. This isn't the extreme divine might. It merely revived the divine furnace and didn't unleash any power, Jianghu said. The eternal universe divine furnace's terrifying power still hasn't been displayed? Yi Fan was truly stunned. He already couldn't imagine just how powerful an extreme Dao weapon was. Before this, he had heard others say that it could shatter heaven and earth and evaporate oceans. He had thought that it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it wasn't too exaggerated. It truly possessed supreme might that was difficult to estimate. An extreme Dao holy weapon is only a dead object in the hands of an ordinary person. Only a supreme existence can revive it, and if one wants to unleash divine might, they need even greater divine force, Jianghu said. This. Yi Fan was in a daze. If a divine lord-level character had such a weapon, they could indeed move unhindered under the heavens, and they wouldn't need to fear anyone. All invaders have been annihilated and turned into powder. However, they aren't real people but 4 ancient corpses. Someone came to the dragon transformation pool to report. Is there anything particular about those ancient corpses? Jianghu asked. Conservatively speaking, they are all ancient supreme existences that have already passed away. There is a terrifying character controlling them. Everyone beside the dragon transformation pool sucked in a cold breath. The corpses of ancient supreme existences weren't that easy to find, and this person actually had 4 of them. He was definitely a terrifying expert with a terrifying background. Jianghu sensed the seriousness of the situation and said, he didn't hesitate to destroy 4 powerful incarnations. This is completely a test. This is a terrifying enemy. Someone at the side was doubtful and said, could it be that he has the confidence to break through the extreme Dao weapon? Unless he's a great emperor. Jianghu's expression was solemn as he shouted, pass down the order for everyone to be on high alert, especially in front of the divine sun furnace. Other than me, if anyone else dares to approach, no matter who it is, destroy them with the extreme divine might. If someone timidly wanted to say something. I already said that no matter who he is, if he dares to approach, kill him without question. Jianghu's expression was ice-cold and solemn. In the latter half of the night, the bell rang out once more, shaking the entire divine city and waking everyone up. The underground palace was thrown into chaos. More people had come to invade. It was a pair of humanoid weapons that had been raised with their own blood essence. They had already formed the power of laws and were turned to ash by the divine eternal universe furnace. They aren't the same group of people, but they are equally terrifying. If they are willing to bring out such a weapon, then they must be at least a Holy Lord-level powerhouse. The underground palace was filled with tension, as if a storm was brewing. Everyone could feel the seriousness of the situation, and there were constantly people coming to probe. It was almost certain that sooner or later there would be a thunderous strike. What are they relying on? How are they going to resist the divine sun furnace? How are they going to resist the great emperor's holy weapon? The people from the Jiang family were puzzled. I fear this is going to be troublesome. Jianghu revealed a worried expression. Someone might come with an extreme Dao weapon to resist my Jiang family's Saint Furnace. What? How is that possible? Who are they? Do they want to start a war between the Holy Lands? All the elders in front of the dragon transformation pond were stunned. Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. The situation had actually developed to this point, and there was going to be a confrontation between extreme Dao holy weapons. This was earth-shattering news, enough to shake the world. How many tens of thousands of years has it been since a war between the Holy Lands has occurred? Do they really want the earth to flow with rivers of blood? A divine king of my Jiang family has been resurrected. Is there really a need to go to war like this? Are they not afraid that the earth will return to its darkest era? The elders of the Jiang family were all shocked, and they all revealed incomparably solemn expressions. One is for the 9 secrets, and the second is that someone might be deliberately provoking a war between the Holy Lands. Jianghu frowned. The people who were taking action were not necessarily the peak powerhouses of the Eastern Wasteland. It was even possible that they were extraordinary characters from other regions. This was what Jianghu was truly worried about. This night was incomparably tense. The strength of the enemy was beyond their expectations. If someone came with an extreme Dao holy weapon and a war broke out, the divine city would no longer exist. When dawn was about to break, an extremely terrifying pressure came from the depths of the underground palace. The expressions of the Jiang family members all changed. They were all too familiar with this. This was the awakening of the great emperor's holy weapon. Quick, activate the eternal universe divine furnace. Jiang Yun shouted. Are they crazy? They really dare to use an extreme Dao holy weapon to resist. Who is it? Doesn't they know the terrifying consequences? The elders of the Jiang family all changed their expressions. Buzz. The void trembled and heaven and earth were pierced. A vast pressure surged over and rushed into the depths of the underground palace. The eternal universe divine furnace made of phoenix blood gold shone brightly and was also awakening. A divine phoenix soared into the sky, and the phoenix's cry shook the 9 heavens, resounding through the clouds. What kind of extreme Dao holy weapon is this? The Jiang family members were all shocked. Above the underground palace, that holy weapon was quickly awakening. Boundless divine might surged like a vast ocean, causing the dragon transformation pond to shake. The milky white pond water splashed high into the sky. Protect the divine king old ancestor. They are really crazy. They are willing to go to war with the Holy Lance. Do they want to return to the Dark Era? Our Jiang family is not afraid. Many people shouted. They had decided to fight with their lives on the line. No matter how powerful the invading enemy was, they would not retreat.